Really channel what my buddies Thatch and Cap would do with this scenario, but figure it's best if I come clean before someone gets hurt. God knows I haven't fully adjusted to the extra 25 pounds of curvaceous weight that's now strapped to my chest. Seriously, it was a bitch trying to make my morning coffee, and it was an even bigger bitch to put on my socks. I'm kidding, I say through a soft chuckle, and Jared tilts his head to the side, urging me to continue with some sort of rational explanation. In the name of being professional, I oblige. Sorry for the distraction, sir, but I've been assigned by my Lamaze class instructor to wear this all week long so I can get a good feel for what my girlfriend... I trail off as my eyes go wide. Holy shit, did you just say girlfriend? What the hell, dude? Quickly, I recover, clear my throat, and get back to the explanation before my mind has the time to start reeling. The mother of my child will be going through during her pregnancy for months on end. It's important that I keep it up, even during working hours. Otherwise, I don't think I'll be doing my part to get a real sense of how she feels. I try my damnedest to push it out of my mind that I just called Rocky my girlfriend and focus on the task at hand, aka making everyone in the room forget about my new set of tits and knock out the agenda items on today's list. But the task at hand is a hell of a lot harder to achieve with everyone in the room staring at the way my new breasts peek over my protruding belly. This conference room is the circus, and I am the clown. To my surprise, Liliana, the head of human resources, smiles a little, seemingly impressed by my display. Several of the men in the room, however, wear their contrary opinions starkly. If I'm honest, I don't really care about the other opinions in the room. The only ones I care about are my own, Rocky's, and Jared's. He built this company on his back and did me service after service through the years. I'd never dream of disrespecting a man of his caliber. The fact that he's Kaplan Hawkins's, one of my best friends, father, only reinforces that fact. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have played this one so loose when I first arrived. I watch on in anticipation as Jared purses his lips for a moment, pondering a direction of action. It's only at the end of a 10-second pause that he finally comes to a conclusion. Right then. Well, I can't deny I'm impressed with your dedication to both your companion and your unborn child, Hughes. I should expect nothing less after all the years you've dedicated to this company. But I have to admit, this surprised me. He chuckles as he pulls his chair back into position and takes a seat in it. I follow his lead and do the same in my own, my fake belly and boobs jostling slightly under my suit as my ass meets the seat. How's it been so far? He asks, much to the shock of my peers. I smile and laugh a little. Surprisingly difficult, sir. It's kind of amazing how quickly the body has to adapt to this kind of additional weight. Jared smiles nostalgically. Victoria didn't enjoy being pregnant with Kaplan or Lena, but I always enjoyed the idea of it immensely. That kind of connection with your kids. He shakes his head. I never had to deal with the physical changes, though. I nod. It's amazing the things it makes seem impossible. Just this morning I had to go with my slip-on loafers instead of the ones with laces. Jared laughs, and I nod. Couldn't reach my damn feet. All manner of shell-shocked faces bounce between the two of us as we bond over my fake pregnancy in an executive-level corporate meeting. It's amazing what you can accomplish if you really put your mind to it. Like convincing your boss it's not weird at all to show up to a meeting with a pair of fake tits and a pregnant belly under your clothes. Though I have a feeling the reaction would have been altogether different if the body weren't made of fabric and beads. But also, it would have been entirely different if my boss weren't Jared Hawkins. He's a clever businessman with a weak spot for his kids. He's made no secret of his affection for both of his children over the years, and as such, I knew he was the kind of man who could appreciate my gesture. Sadly, I cannot say the same for the greater majority of corporate America, and that includes my late father. Other than that, the meeting is business as usual. We talk about how it's going in LA and the construction schedule for the new Hawcom headquarters that are currently being built. We go over number projections and over expenditures with a redistribution strategy, as well as some LA staffing recommendations and a few changes we need to make due to New York's updated tax code. It's exactly as it's always been, and if it weren't for the wait, I almost wouldn't have realized I still had the pregnant suit on at all. As the conference room clears, Liliana approaches me and sticks out a hand for me to shake. I take it immediately, smiling as the corner of her mouth starts to curve up. "I have to tell you, I'm impressed," she says softly. "You've always been one of the good ones around here, but I never in a million years expected you to take your gender compassion this far." I chuckle. Honestly, I never expected I would either, but it's right, and not just because it's the right thing to do. Consider me enlightened with a way deeper appreciation for what women go through after sporting this thing for the past few days. I never would have understood if I hadn't experienced it for myself. I shrug. Which is why it's an assignment from the Lamaze class, I suppose. "Well, good for you," Liliana praises. "My husband is a great guy, and he wouldn't wear that thing to work if he had a choice between that and a vasectomy reversal. And trust me, we already have 5 kids as it is." I chuckle at that. I'm lucky I work for Jared Hawkins. Liliana smiles. "We all are, but it still took guts." "Thanks, Lil," I say with a squeeze of her hand. "I have to head back to my cave and do some cost-benefit analysis, but I hope to see you before I leave." "If I don't, congratulations. Not sure I've said that yet." I smile. It's the first time I've been given the opportunity to claim this baby as my own, and it feels fucking fantastic. "Thanks." We part ways and exit the room. The last 2 people left, seeing as all of my male co-workers beat feet a long time ago, and head to our respective offices. I close the door behind me and consider grabbing my phone to send a text to the guys about tonight. It's supposed to be book club / poker night / whatever the fuck, but I'm hoping they'll be willing to shift the plans a little to accommodate someone else. I don't want to leave New York without taking Rocky to meet them. Not only would they be pissed, but she could use a whole network of us in her corner. From what I've seen, despite a number of people on her payroll, I'm the only one she's really got. I take a literal load off in my desk chair and contort my body just enough to get my phone out of my jacket pocket. It's amazing how hard everything is with this extra stuff protruding out of my front. Instinctually, I think it's probably a better idea to text just Klein about this. He'll be the best at handling the rest of the clowns. Me. "Hey, man, would you mind doing me a favor?" Klein. "As long as it doesn't involve anything illegal, I'm here for you, man." I laugh. Me. "Nothing illegal. Though your methods are your own business, and given the people who are involved, I can't guarantee you won't stoop to murder or the like." Klein. "Great. Something with Thatch and Cap." Me. "Ha ha. Yeah, you got it. I'm sorry, by the way. But it's important. I was hoping you could talk to the guys about tonight." Klein. "You're not coming?" Me. "No, I am. I just want to bring someone with me. The, mother of my child. She could really use a support system, and for as annoying as these guys can be, it's still the best one I know of." His response is as reliable as the man himself. Klein. "Consider it done. I'll make them understand. I'll also have the old daddy chat about them being on their best behavior." Yeah. If there's one guy in our group you can always count on, it's Klein Brooks. "Ready?" I ask before we step out of the elevator and into the hallway of Thatch's Manhattan apartment. "Honestly?" Rocky asks, and I nod. "I'm not sure." I smile softly and take her hand in both of mine. "They're crazy. Overwhelming, inappropriate, even infuriating sometimes, but is this supposed to be making me feel better?" she questions, cutting me off with a hand to her hip. I'm getting to that part. My smile deepens. But they're some of the best people you'll ever meet in your life. They will have your back, no matter what, and they will never let you down. Even if you someday decide to hate my guts, you'll be able to count on them. Once they adopt you, they won't falter. You'll never escape their clutches. She snorts, and I laugh. But I promise you'll never want to. Really. They're such great people, Rock. You'll be glad to have them in your corner. Okay, she says with a sarcastic roll of her eyes. I believe you. I squeeze her hand. Good. Should I mention that you were talking them up? I shake my head. Absolutely not. They'll never let me live it down, and trust me, their egos are big enough already. I feel like these reports about these men are conflicting. I smirk. Now you're getting it. Is all friendship this complicated? Because I'm starting to think maybe it's good that I don't have much of it. I laugh. I'm not sure about everyone else, but my friendships tend to be like this. It's hard to describe how it's worth it. Though I guess it's kind of like pregnancy. Morning sickness, swollen ankles, bloating, constipation, discomfort. It's all part of the gig, right? She crinkles her nose and giggles. Unfortunately, yes. But you also get to feel the baby move inside you and feel a bond like no other and a whole bunch of other really amazing stuff, right? Yeah, I get it. Friends are cool. She reaches out with one delicate hand to rub my fake belly with a playful grin. Just like you. I wink. Exactly. She steps to the side as I knock on the door, and she leans against the wall. I know her feet have been killing her for the last couple weeks, so I knock a little harder. The sooner we get inside and get her off her feet, the better. For that matter, with the fake belly weight I'm carrying illustrating her suffering perfectly, the sooner we both get off of our feet, the better. The door swings open slowly. An older woman on the other side. She swings it open, takes one look at us, and turns around without saying a word. Rocky's eyebrows draw together as I chuckle, reaching back for her hand and stepping inside. That must be Harriet, the housekeeper Thatch was telling us about at book club. Rocky is hesitant, but I know this shit show is par for the course when the Kellys are involved. I pull her all the way down the long hallway to the kitchen, dropping her hand when we get to the end, only to give her the chance to collect herself while I step inside the mayhem first. Sweet Jesus, Horrison, you are positively glowing, Cap says with a grin bigger than Texas, the first to greet me as I make my debut. I turn from one side to the other, sticking my foot out in front of me in a Vogue-like pose. I rub my stomach pointedly as Cap leads the charge in the guy's laughter. Holy hell, Thatch says with a boom as he notices my getup. You've got tits! I laugh slightly and give an encouraging nod to Rocky as she steps up and around the corner timidly. Cap's chortle stops midstream and turns into a choking cough as his beer goes down the wrong way. He sputters and spits and wipes at his shirt neurotically while struggling to find his voice again. When he does, it comes out a lot choppier than normal and with a little squeak. That's Raquel Weaver. An amused Ruby puts a finger under Cap's chin and forces his mouth shut. Shut your mouth, honey buns. You're starting to drool. Guys, this is Rocky, I introduce. Rocky, these are the guys. I laugh as the women standing at their sides are the only ones to wave. And their better halves in every way, their wives. Thatch snorts. Suck up. Cassie slams a closed fist back into his balls without delay. Rocky's eyes widen in fear. I can't help but laugh. Don't be scared, Rock. That's how the two of them show their love. Though I will admit I didn't expect the women to be here. Wes nods and steps up to introduce himself. He's right. You'll either get used to it or get sick of it like the rest of us. And come on, Did you really think they'd hang out anywhere else while you brought home the mother of your child? He sticks out a hand to Rocky as punctuation of his point. Wes Lancaster, nice to meet you. Obviously, he's right. It was naive of me to expect that the women wouldn't be here too. And frankly, it's probably a good thing. There'll be a good buffer for Rocky during her first visit. Rocky steps up and takes Wes's hand with a smile. Raquel Weaver. Wes smirks and turns to look at Cap mockingly. Ah, gotcha. It was hard to understand Cap with the stutter. Winnie elbows him in the ribs at his side. Be nice. Then she holds out a hand of her own. Winnie Lancaster, it's so nice to meet you. I loved you in your movie theater commercials when we were kids. You were the cutest ever. Rocky laughs, teasing herself with her own line. It's like a big TV. Yes, Winnie shouts excitedly. I can't help but shake my head. How is it possible that I had no fucking clue about any of this? Too busy being a douche, Cap says, and Ruby smacks the back of his head, correcting, You were probably too busy with school and rugby league and living, breathing little girls to notice the ones on TV. Cap scowls. How do you know so much about Horison, doll? Did you know him before me? Ruby rolls her eyes. You know I only have room for you, Captain. Your personalities take up all of my time. Klein steps into the kitchen with a smile, a hand to the small of his wife, George's back. Her cheeks are aglow with fresh blush and exertion. Clearly, the two of them have just been off getting their fix of each other. Their affection hasn't dulled, even after all these years together. Welcome, Raquel, Klein says dependably. You're probably going to see and hear a lot of things in this apartment tonight, but I promise when you wake up in the morning, it'll be like you've just had a bad dream. Thatch gives him a solid punch to the shoulder, offended, and Klein laughs, nonplussed. They're all harmless, but if you want a real safety net, stick with me and my wife. We're normal. Cassie rolls her eyes. Sure, Big Dick. You, the billionaire, and your wife, the original Horgy, are normal. Keep telling yourself that. Cassie shoves through the other people and sticks out her hand. Cassie Kelly, I'm the one who keeps all these fluffers in line. You need something? Come to me. I can't help but shake my head with a laugh. Tone it down, guys. Maybe if you'd all give her a second to breathe, she'd get comfortable with all of you. With comical synchronization, the whole group takes a giant step back. It's like a wall of water receding. Naturally, Rocky's eyes widen. I put up both my hands in a shrug and then bring them together in a golf-style clap. Great job. Excellent listening. 7 out of 8 billionaires respond with a middle finger, and the missing billionaire probably only defected because he's holding a beer in one hand and a tiny pretzel in the other. It is Klein, though, so there's a chance he never intended a reaction anyway. Georgia is the first to break the silent ice, and when she does, it's to say words I just know we'll live to regret. Are you guys ready for game night?
Chapter 22. Raquel. There's a giant in my pants, and the room smells like feet. The instant those words leave Harrison's mouth, a very unladylike snort escapes my nose, and the rest of the room goes up in a roar of laughter. For the last hour or so, we've been playing a game called Hearing Things, and I can't deny this game that tests your lip-reading skills has been a real riot of an experience. With the noise-canceling headphones still in place, Harrison glances around the room briefly, taking in the laughter at his expense. He simply shrugs and shakes his head before bringing his eyes back to my lips to try to translate the sentence I've been reading from my card in my hands. Let's bake glitter fairy cakes and eat them. I have to bite my lip to fight a bout of giggles from spilling past my throat. Damn, that's funny. Cassie remarks casually, putting her glass of Prosecco to her lips, but waiting to take a swig. I didn't know this game had sentences about my bedroom. Georgia blushes and buries her hands in her hair to cover her ears, nearly shouting, "My God! Why doesn't this game come with headphones for all of us?" "Blame the feet smell on your sons, honey. I swear those little sweatboxes don't even notice their own B.O." Thatch remarks in his own defense, unaffected by the rest of the group. "Who comes up with these sentences anyway?" Winnie asks with a laugh. "Arranged," Emery says. "I'd totally do it," Cassie remarks, to which Georgia can't help but snort. "Case in point." Guys, Lena chides. "I think we're breaking Rocky's concentration." "She doesn't have to concentrate," Thatch booms. "Harrison does. He's got fluffing headphones on, so what do we care?" "It's like herding cats, isn't it?" Ruby says, and I turn to face her with a smirk. I think cats might be easier. This, of course, confuses Harrison. "I like my hats cheesier?" he asks. I shake my head wildly and laugh. No, that's not the sentence. I was just having a side conversation. "I'm Bobo the clown and I'm in prison for vacation?" Harrison questions again, cracking up the group some more. Finally having enough, he rips the headphones from his ears and sighs. "Why do I get the feeling I'm being messed with? Are you even saying real words?" "Yes, just not the same ones." I bite my lip to fight my amusement. Everyone kept talking to me. I was just answering. "Everyone else needs to shut their mouths while a team is taking their turn," Harrison says through an annoyed sigh. "This group? Keeping their mouths shut?" Cap scoffs. "Yeah, because that really sounds like us. Harrison." "Sorry," I mouth and reach out to pat Harrison's leg. Instantly, his face melts into a smile. "No worries, Rock. It's all just for fun, yeah?" I nod. He jerks his head toward his friends. "No way you can take anything seriously around these clowns." "At least we don't take our vacations in prison, Bobo," Thatch says with a wink. "Come on," Harrison says on a roar. "You guys were fucking with me. That turn doesn't count." "None of this counts," Georgia says with a laugh. "You know Thatch and Cassie are going to claim they won in the end no matter what anyway." "Don't hate the player, Georgia girl," Thatch warns. "Hate the game." "I hardly think we can blame Hasbro for your and Cassie's behavior," Klein says wisely. "We'd have a hell of a lawsuit on our hands." "What, are you a lawyer now, Big Dick?" Cassie challenges. Klein rolls his eyes while Thatch high-fives his wife. "Good one, honey." "Shut it, teabag," she snaps back strangely, even though he's very obviously on her side. I lean over to Harrison's ear and whisper, "I don't really understand all of your friends, especially Thatch and Cassie. They confuse me." "Then you're understanding perfectly," he corrects with a laugh. "They confuse everyone. That just means your mental health checks out. Now the people who say they love and relate to them, those are the ones I worry about." "How did you meet all of these people exactly?" I ask quietly with a grin, while the rest of the room continues to erupt in all sorts of verbal chaos, which, oddly enough, I'm finding enjoyable. To be honest, I'm surprised at just how much I love Harrison's friend's brand of fun and crazy. I can't remember the last time I laughed this much, if ever. "Different places," he answers, his voice low enough to only reach my ears. "I work for Cap's father's company, and I used to play rugby with Klein, Thatch, and Wes. The others have joined the group in one way or another over the last few years, and we've gotten close more recently." He shrugs. "We ended up having a book club not too long ago, but that's a long and complicated hostage story." I bug out my eyes. "Interesting." "Oh, it is, but it's a story for another time." What about you? I haven't met any of your friends since I've been out in California with you. Who do you hang out with? I wish I had a better answer to that question than I do, but I don't. I don't really have any friends, I guess. I shrug. Coworkers, but they come and go. Just my team. They've been the only constants in my life since my brother left town. Harrison frowns. What? I ask. It's just, what a horrible set of constants. I sigh. They're not that bad. I lift one shoulder and laugh a little. At least not all the time. But really, officer, he only hits me sometimes. Harrison deadpans, and I roll my eyes. I'm not an abuse victim. I hardly think it makes sense to pay my abusers to hang around. Harrison lifts his eyebrows meaningfully. Exactly. Can we change the subject, please? I beg, done trying to explain my life's choices for the night. I've been having way too much fun to spoil it now. Of course. Sorry. It's all right. I just want to spend the rest of the night getting to know your friends. No problem there, little lady, Thatch says from above us, surprising me completely. For such a huge guy, he moves like a freaking mouse. We've taken a vote, and the men have decided to steal you away for a bit. Harrison starts shaking his head before Thatch even finishes his sentence. I don't think that's... Relax, buddy, it's happening. And you are going to have a little tea party with the ladies. What? It's all set. The girls are waiting for you in the theater room. Harrison's eyes widen as Thatch reaches out a hand to help me up. Come on, Miss Raquel. We're meeting in the smoke room. No smoke, of course. It's a sacred room as the official meeting place of Thatch's book club. Harrison rolls his eyes. Still not your book club, Thatch. And you're still not a billionaire. Seems we all have our shortcomings, Harry. Harrison looks to me with uncertain eyes. As much as the idea of being in a room with all of these wild men seems intimidating, it also seems like a 1-in-a-million opportunity and a lot of fun to boot. Clearly, though, Harrison isn't going to let me do it without a little reassurance. I reach out and grab his hand with my own, squeezing it tight on his fingers when he holds it back. Go on, go gossip with the girls, and I'll get to know the guys. I promise I'll be fine. At least I think I'll be fine. Honestly, the way Thatch is smiling down at me right now with a giant Cheshire cat smile etched across his face is making me feel a tad bit worried about what I'm getting myself into.
Chapter 23. Harrison. Rocky saying she'll be fine with my crazy group of guy friends is like me saying I'm excited when Cap calls me in the middle of the day to demand stock tips. But what can I do? She appears cool with getting to know them better, and, well, my idiot friends are damn near chomping at the bit to get her by herself to ask and tell her God knows what. Yeah, buddy, Thatch coos. We'll take great care of her. See what I mean? I roll my eyes, but as Rocky starts to stand, I turn my attention to helping her up, knocking Thatch out of the way so I can be the bearer of responsibility. She still does pretty well considering all the extra weight she's carrying, but I know for a fact it's not as easy as she's making it look. I'm stuck under the load of my big fake belly. Once up, she heads for the smoke room at the gallant direction of Thatch, while Cap waits with a big fat smile at the doorway down the hall. I'm not very threatening from the floor, so I wait for Thatch to give me a hand up before getting in his face. If you do anything to mess with her, I swear to God, relax, bro. We're gonna be on our best behavior. Consider me the mother-fluffing behavior police. I scoff. You? That really inspires my faith. I know when to get serious, dude, and I'm serious now. I will lay down my life for your pregnant girl in there if I have to. That said, you know in your heart I won't need to. You don't hang out with a bunch of losers. In fact, you very wisely leveled up when you chose the circle to keep around you. They say to hang out with people who are better than you, and you've really done a great job. I snort. Thanks. Now go commune with my woman. Just watch your nuts. I let my head fall back, resigned. Fucking hell. Thatch winks, following it up with a deep, manly giggle as he trots down the hall to lock himself in a room with with Rocky. I guess, despite her carrying my baby in her belly, she's not really my anything. The thought spurs an ache in my chest, but I rub against it with a rough hand and walk toward the theater room to meet my uncertain fate. Lord knows being stuck in a room with Thatch's crazy wife Cassie comes with no safety guarantees. Who knows, maybe they'll just want to watch a chick flick or something. I mentally try to give myself hope, but the instant I step inside the large, spacious room and find the screen completely black, all hope is lost. With cautious eyes, I take a seat on a pillow in the center of a very large group of staring women and hold my fresh bottle of beer in my lap with slightly shaking hands. They look at me eagerly, waiting for me to make the first declaration of some sort, and I've honestly never been more frightened in my life. I look from one to the next slowly until I've met all 8 pairs of their eyes. Wow, there sure are a lot of you now, huh? Apparently, saying something at all puts the court in session, and I have no authority whatsoever. Yeah, whatever, Lena says. Let's get to the good stuff. How in the baby Jesus hell did you get Raquel Weaver pregnant? The rest of the group goes up in a flurry of noise and agreement, and I feel a strong mix of both understanding and offense. Cassie notices my face first and reaches out to tweak the wrinkle between my eyebrows. Geez, Harry, don't get all offended. We're just saying, she's a huge celebrity with a track record of celibacy. This is a big deal. And isn't she dating that Ben Huddleston guy? Emery interjects. I just saw her walking some red carpet with him. I open my mouth to explain, but Georgie beats me to it. He's probably just a beard. They're always doing crazy shit like that in Hollywood, right? Tell me I'm right. I open my mouth to confirm, but am cut off by yet another woman. No freaking way. They'd really pretend some other guy was the father of the baby? Winnie asks. Why? What's wrong with Harrison? He doesn't have the A-list factor, Lena explains. I know from the fashion world. It is a veritable jungle out there. There's an unnatural pause in their chatter, and they all look to me expectantly. Unfortunately, I now have little to no idea what I'm actually supposed to do or say. Yes, I try, and Maybe's eyebrows draw together. Yes, what? Yes to what you said, I think. Which part? Emery asks. I shrug. You're saying that they're faking her relationship with Ben, correct? Georgia finally clarifies. I nod fervently. They all chatter in an explosion again, and instantly I feel like that's something I probably shouldn't have said. Fuck, these women must hold some kind of black magic power. 2 minutes in here with them and I'm spilling all the fucking Hollywood beans. I try to tell them the douchebag Huddleston detail is one that needs to be kept under wraps, but they're too lost in their own side conversations to even listen. By the time the mayhem settles, I'm covering my head for protection and offering up prayers to God that I make it out of this room without an injury, courtesy of Cassie, the loudest one in the room. Before my fight or flight, aka curl into the fetal position or run, responses can kick in, Georgia pulls my hands away and immediately the advice starts. Be there for her, even if she tries to push you away. When she tries to push you away, Winnie stresses. Trust me, we all seem to go through it, but I don't know what I would have done if Wes hadn't found a way to be there for me even when I didn't want him to be. It's a lot to be a single mom. I can't even imagine what's going through her head right now since her life is very much in the spotlight and people are watching her every move. Maybe nods. We've all tried to run away at one time or another. It's really hard to convince a good woman that she's truly found a good man. You just meet so many people in your life that let you down, you know? Guys, we're not in a relationship, I interject, trying to bring these women back to a semblance of reality. I want to be in the baby's life, and I think she wants me to be, but we didn't build this on a foundation of friendship and love and whatever else your relationships are built on. We slept together one night and made a baby. Georgia smirks. Did you know the only reason Klein asked me out in the first place was so he wouldn't have to go on a date with a woman his mom was trying to set him up with? Klein? I ask disbelievingly. That doesn't seem like the kind of move the level-headed guy I know would make at all. Georgia nods, eyes knowing. We'd been working together for over 2 years with nothing more than basic professional exchanges. I was never even on his radar as someone he might want to date until I was the only one in the office building at the time he desperately needed an out. Thatch and I hated each other's guts, Cassie states boldly with a smirk. I mean, he always loved my tits, but he's the last mother fluffer I expected to end up with. That actually kind of explains a lot. I laugh a little and lift my beer to my lips to take a sip. She shrugs and looks at her nails. I also fell asleep on his dick the first time we had sex, and hey, he didn't let that stop him. I don't even get a chance to get the beer in my mouth before I'm choking on it, coughing my way through a fit in an effort not to spray the hoppy liquid across the room. Before I know it, all the ladies have started to smile. Wes and I were work enemies, Winnie chimes in. I kept sidelining all of his best players. I frown and she laughs. To be fair, they were injured. Literally hated Trent, Greer says without shame. He was a snobby, good-looking dickhead, and I was perfect, obviously. But it really took us a while to see the other as anything more than an enemy to crush. I definitely wouldn't say we built the beginning of our relationship on friendship and love and trust and shit. Georgia giggles. Milo is my brother Evan's best friend, and I practically had to drag him into my life kicking and screaming, Maybe says through an adorable giggle. I guess his loyalty is a good thing, but man, I wanted to go full-on Slytherin when it was happening. Slytherin? Huh? Okay, I mutter, my mind about to explode from the influx of information. I don't really understand half of what you just said, but I think I got the gist. Ruby smiles as the group turns to her, and then she shakes her head. I'm pretty sure you know all about Caps and my relationship. You had a goddamn book club about it, for shit's sake. You're still not forgiven completely, by the way. Lena leans in conspiratorially. Sometimes relationships aren't planned, dude. If they were, I might have ended up with you or something. She winks. Theo and I started with one fun, passionate night, too. Look at us now. Yeah, Cassie says resolutely. So basically, Harry, what we're trying to beat into your brain right now is that you've got to fight for your girl. I shake my head in wonder. How did we even get here? As I recall, I didn't bring up trying to start a relationship with her at all. Georgia shrugs. It's all in the body language. Cassie snorts. And your big old fake pregnant belly is doing a whole hell of a lot of talking. Guys don't wear fat suits to work for women they don't care about, Winnie says sagely. Greer rolls her eyes. Most men don't even go to the trouble of putting on clean underwear. Good Lord, the dating world is a fucking disaster. Thank God for Trent Turner. Ironically, a phrase I, at one time, thought I'd never say. What about you, Emery? Georgia asks. How did you and Quince get together? I honestly don't think I've ever heard the story. Emery blushes and shakes her head, and the women spring on her like vipers. Oh my God, now you have to tell us. Holy hell, I need a juicy story. How in the fuck have I not heard this? That one from her best friend, Greer. No, Emery shakes her head. This isn't a story I like to let out into the light of day. Think of me and this story as vampires. We will expire. Well, goddamn. Greer growls with frustration. Now we have to know, especially me. I cannot believe you've managed to keep your Twilight meet-cute a secret for this long. It's not a Twilight meet-cute, Emery avoids. Lena laughs. Theo loves Twilight. My God, I remark. Someone write down the date. After tonight, I will never be the same. Georgia laughs. Feeling a little too feminine? I laugh and shrug. Honestly, this feels very similar to how the guys' conversations go. Cassie snorts. I'm not surprised. Teabag gabs constantly. Guys, focus, Greer interrupts. Emery was about to tell us her story. No, Emery says with a laugh. I wasn't. The group erupts again. Come on, are you kidding me? Jesus Christ! Fine, Emery finally yells. Fine, I'll tell you the freaking story. But you can't tell Quince I told you because he's a little sensitive about it. Every single head swings my way, and I put my hands up in my defense. Hey, I'm a vault, okay? All right. Emery takes a deep breath in through her nose and blows it out through her mouth before turning to Greer. Do you remember the concert I asked you to go to that you told me you wouldn't go unless I took you there in a body bag? Greer's eyebrows draw together as she thinks back. I feel like I say that a lot. You do, Emery confirms with a snort. But you said it explicitly, many times over, when I asked you repeatedly to go to a concert I'd been dying to go to for almost a decade. Greer thinks some more, biting her bottom lip and humming, and Emery gets more and more agitated by the minute. Jesus Christ, are you really the worst friend in the universe? Listen, Greer placates. I'm thinking. It's just that your taste in music is... Oh my God! Taylor Swift? Lord Jesus, please tell me you met Quince at a Taylor Swift concert. Emery sucks her lips into her mouth and nods. He had the seat next to me in the front row. Oh my God! Greer shouts. I can't believe Quince is a Swiftie. I bet he fought you over who got to play Tay-Tay when you guys did the Kanye-Taylor couples costume at the masquerade ball, didn't he? Emery drops her head into her hands and groans. He's going to kill me. All this time you've been keeping this from me? Greer goes on. Winnie's smile is far less mocking, but no less delighted as she enters the fray of questioning. He's that big of a Taylor Swift fan? Emery shakes her head. I don't know. He claimed he was there to FaceTime the whole thing for his cousin's little girl, but he couldn't get the iPad to work. She shrugs. And he did dance along a lot. Man, Lena says with a laugh. You really never know where you're going to meet your man. Or woman, Georgia shouts. This is an important lesson, Harrison. Learn from all of us. It doesn't have to look like the fairy tale or have the traditional timeline. So you got her pregnant first, she shrugs. That doesn't mean you guys aren't meant to be together. Look, guys, girls, whatever, I really appreciate this. All of you and your stories and you sharing them with me, it's just, this is complicated. She's got a public fiancé already. But he's fake, right? Technically, yes. But to her team and the public, this is the best option. Oh, horseshit, Cassie snaps. It's all horseshit. And I don't even say shit anymore because I'm raising a couple of shitheads. But this is worth it. I'm telling you now. We're all telling you. If you want this woman to be the woman in your life, you have to walk your ass out on that limb and go for it. Blow it all up. Set it on fire. Tear it all down. Destroy the damn thing. Who gives a fluff if it makes a ruckus? I don't want to. I pause, not even sure what I'm going to say. It's just that Rocky is happy how things are. How do you know? Ruby interjects. Has she said that? Has she said to you, I love how my life is right now? Well, no. Cassie cuts me off immediately. Then stop reading between the lines and start reading the facts. 8 women stare me down relentlessly. I blink valiantly, trying to erase some of the pressure from their weighty stares, but they don't let up. And if I have to guess, I'd say they're not going to. Not until I agree with them. Okay, you've all made terrific points, and I'll do my best to take them under advisement. Cassie rolls her eyes. That's some typical male bullshit if I've ever heard it. Still, I hope you let all of this sink in and change your mind. I mean, what are you waiting for? Do you want the life you want or don't you? It's that simple. Why do I feel like I'm in therapy? Because you are. None of us is even remotely qualified, but we've been in the trenches, Maybe says resolutely. There's no one better to help you with this endeavor than the women who've been through it all before. Lena cackles. Maybe can help you with DP, too. Just FYI. Maybe reaches out and smacks Lena across the shoulder soundly. My eyes go wide and I chuckle. I'm afraid to get into that one at all. Ruby snorts. Probably a good choice. I'm also scared to be in a room with my friends ever again at this point. Cassie shrugs. At least you've always got us. Congratulations, you're officially one of the girls. You're a part of the club, Maybe adds. If you need anything, you can come to us, Winnie says. And trust me, young man, Greer whispers with a wink. When it comes to navigating Hollywood with a pregnant woman, you're going to need us. The rational, statistics-driven part of me wants to tell them they have it all wrong. But the crazy hope blooming inside my chest calls bullshit. Holy hell. Is everything about to change? Pretty sure it already has, dude. Chapter 24. Harrison. My mind is a battleground of rational what-ifs and calculated should-Is, but my heart doesn't seem to give a fuck, only spurring irrational feelings I most likely shouldn't be feeling. But my present situation doesn't allow much time to dig through all the unanswered questions. We're back in L.A., and tonight, back on the awards circuit. This time it's the Oscars. After spending an entire week in near anonymity with Rocky in New York City, being relegated to the background of her life feels particularly cruel. There's no more uninterrupted alone time, no more sleeping, yes, just sleeping, in the same apartment and waking up and having a quiet breakfast together. No more helping hands to the small of her back. No more listening to the baby through the hard flesh of her belly. No more holding hands just to hold them. The only thing I currently have to look forward to is her newfound enjoyment in secretly texting me whenever she finds a moment when Heidi isn't on her ass about a million different things that all revolve around the same damn thing, keeping her celebrity status as picture-perfect as possible. Rocky. The baby wants tacos. She's all glammed up, in the car behind the one I'm in, minutes away from making another red carpet appearance at what is apparently one of the biggest nights of the year, and she's texting me about tacos. I fucking love it. Me. The baby wants tacos? Are you sure it's not you wanting the tacos? Rocky. I am a mere pawn in our baby's food game, and right now she's craving chicken soft tacos from Taco Bell something fierce. Extra cheese. Me. How does he even know about Taco Bell? Like, he knows that soft tacos already come with cheese, but it's not enough, so they need extra? Seems prodigious. Rocky. Obviously, prodigious is how it should seem because she is the smartest baby in the history of babies. A laugh escapes my lips, and the two men in the car with me, Heidi's eagle-eyed assistants, look up from their phones and straight at me. Sorry, I say and shrug. Just saw a funny meme about tacos. Both Wilson and Toby glance at each other before going back to ignoring my existence completely, and I busy myself with typing out another message. Me. If you'd like, I'll make a Taco Bell run for you later. Rocky. I'll pass that information on to the baby. As I stated previously, I am a mere messenger. But I have a feeling she would very, very, very much like me. Great. Tell him I aim to please. Winky face. A scant 5 minutes later, the car comes to a stop, and I'm shuffled out with Wilson and Toby, and we clear a route through an escalating crowd for the car that follows. Of course, I haven't been given any actual clearance to talk to people at all, not even for the sake of making it look like I'm working, so I just plod along looking useless most of the time. Wilson and Toby prep the first reporters and then step dutifully to the side to make a wall in front of me, as if I'm going to make some sort of charge to the front lines. Christ, Hollywood is weird. I settle into position and watch avidly as the limo carrying Heidi, Ben, and Rocky pulls up to the curb, and the door opens with the help of an award show attendant. Flashes start going off before you can even see anything, and when the person who's climbing out turns out to be Heidi, they pause briefly. She's a professional, though, and clears the area quickly as Ben climbs out of the car first. He smiles big for the cameras, reaching around his front with both hands to button his fancy velvet-lapelled coat. It's almost an afterthought when he finally reaches down to take Rocky's hand as she works to climb free of the car with 6 months of baby skewing the ratio of her weight and a 50-pound dress trying to suck her right back into the seat. Bright red and satin, her dress molds to the new shape of her body and then explodes in a giant train of gathered red fabric behind her. It's a beast of a dress to carry around, anytime, not just when pregnant. But I have to admit she looks downright stunning. Her star quality is undeniable. It's no wonder she took the world by storm and then held them captive for most of her life. It's also the reason they feel so entitled when it comes to her. They've never known a time when she wasn't in the limelight. I, of course, have known that time. I knew it well when we were kids, and then because I was totally clueless, I still had no idea, even as the buzz around her grew to deafening levels. I'd like to have her to myself every once in a while, but her lifestyle doesn't condone it. Frankly, I should be ecstatic we somehow managed the night we had when we made the baby. Now, in the middle of all this, it kind of feels like a dream. I turn my attention back to the chaos at the entrance, where fans and paparazzi alike shout for the attention of Hollywood's new favorite, fake couple. And I cringe as I watch just how undreamy one half of the fucking couple really is. Ben struts up the steps in front of Rocky with no regard for helping her. The cameras flash and people shout questions, and the rest of the world disappears, including the mother of my unborn child. I watch with frustration as she struggles with the train of her dress on the long, deep-treaded steps, and it's all I can do to keep my place in the back of the crowd instead of helping her. But I silently remind myself that things are good between her and me. Sure, it's not exactly what I may have wanted in the beginning, but I'm enjoying being around her, and she seems equally pleased to have me around. I don't want to get so caught up in what I'm not a part of that I forget all the amazing things I am a part of. Her secret text messages about food cravings, shopping online together for furniture for the baby's room, putting my hands to Rocky's skin to feel the baby kick and dance inside her belly. Our cute, ongoing arguments about whether our baby is a boy or a girl. Talking about a list of names, and then shooting them all down the next day when we come to our senses. It's all stuff I never anticipated at this point in my life. But now that I have it, I don't want to give it up. Ben and Rocky step up to the first reporter in a line of what must be 75 and smile wide. I'm not close enough to hear the questions Hannah Harding of Entertainment Magazine is asking them, but I can tell that it's at least not offensive. Rocky smiles genuinely, and her body language says she's as close to enjoying herself as a trussed-up 6 months pregnant woman is going to get. And if I had any doubts, Ben looks just bored enough to confirm. I watch anyway, focusing on the way Rocky's lips move as she chats with Hannah. They're captivating. She's captivating. I could spend all day here just watching her in action. And I know this because lately, when it comes to events and award shows like this, it's exactly what I do. Toby turns around suddenly and shoves a bejeweled rectangle purse into my stomach. I take it like a running back would a football, even though it's unexpected. My eyebrows pull together, and Toby smirks. "Carry this." I nod to stay within the rules laid out for me about not talking and give the bag a once-over. It doesn't take me long to realize it's the purse Rocky had way back before we left her apartment on the other side of the city. It's a weird little ping of excitement, but a buzz takes up in my stomach at the chance to actually do something semi-normal for the woman for the mother of my child. It's a tale as old as time, the holding of the purse. Men do it in malls across America with enough frequency that I can almost believe that's where I am right now. In a very, very crowded mall, holding my woman's very, very expensive purse while she shops in a very, very fancy, chaotic store. If only I were that lucky to be shopping alone with Rocky, holding her purse while she gabs about all the things she wants to buy. The mere thought turns my chest into a tightrope war, happiness on one side and melancholy on the other. But I'm quickly distracted from my thoughts when Wilson and Toby move to the right, so I do the same, and Ben and Rocky step up to yet another interviewer, a man with some media thing called muscle. This time I'm within hearing distance, and the tone of questioning is entirely different. "So, Ben, how did it feel to deflower the most famous virgin in Hollywood?" What the fuck? As if a match is lit inside my body, my anger spreads like wildfire through my veins. And Ben, the absolute fucking prick, just laughs in response. I swallow hard against all the violent urges boiling inside me, and instead focus on getting a look at Rocky's face to see if she's okay. When I finally get the right angle to catch a peek, she's smiling still, but it's infinitely more brittle. She's uncomfortable. I can see it in her uncertain eyes and in the way her shoulders sag ever so slightly forward. I fucking hate this. I hate everything about this. Like a bull on parade, inside my chest, my anger charges forward again. I'm a split second away from throwing some power punches in Toby's and Wilson's faces and bouncing right over there to show Ben and the fucking reporter the meaning of respect. But in a brilliant flash of the woman I reconnected with that night 6 months ago, Rocky straightens her spine as her smile turns wicked. "I can only assume you have to ask that question because you've never been with a virgin yourself, Jerry?" Rocky questions, her head held high in the air. "Or perhaps you've never been with a woman at all? Because if you had been with a woman, I'd assume you'd have slightly better manners than to ask a man and the pregnant woman on his arm what it was like to conceive their child. Would you ask your mother this question? What about a woman in the grocery store? Because if you wouldn't do it in those scenarios, I can guarantee you also shouldn't do it now." Atta girl. Instantly, pride fills my lungs, and I have to bite my bottom lip to keep the smile that wants to consume my face under wraps. Ben does his best not to gape, but he bears a striking resemblance to a large fish despite the effort. "But if you must know," Rocky continues, "it's the best he's ever had in his entire life. I am a goddess both in life and in the bedroom, and if you try to run this quote without referencing my sarcasm, you're an even bigger pig than I thought you were." She steps away without saying anything else, and this time I can't not smile. Hell, it's all I can do to keep the damn thing from bowling over all the people in between us. It is that big and obnoxious. Heidi's face is, not shockingly, quite the opposite. Horror makes the line between her eyebrows burrow deep into the skin to become the Grand Canyon of wrinkles. Still, she doesn't throw a shit fit, and as a man who has based his whole career on being strategic, that tells me something. She's fully committed to keeping her shit together at this award show, no matter what happens. And I'd like to say the way Rocky just handled herself doesn't plant a little seed in my heart, but I can't. not without being a big fat liar. With a bit of water and a short amount of time, I expect that little seed will probably be in full bloom.
Chapter 25. Raquel. Pregnancy makes equilibrium feel harder to achieve than the ever-earth constant called gravity. Heels are one thing, but heels while a 6-month-old bowling ball sits smack dab in my center is a whole other ball of wax. Not to mention this dress I'm wearing must be adding another 100 pounds to my already weighted-down Prego frame. But being in the middle of the red carpet extravaganza that is the Oscars, all I can do is breathe through the discomfort and force my mouth to stay in a smile. You're almost there, Raquel, I remind myself as I see the light at the end of the tunnel, aka the end of the media interview line. Only a few more minutes of this, and I'll be able to head inside and sit the fuck down. And then, only 4 hours of this award show left to go. Ugh. I choose not to think about that sad reality and focus on the fact that after tonight is done, Harrison promised me tacos. Yes, the tacos. Just keep thinking about the tacos. With tacos in mind and the media interview line coming to a glorious finish, even the baby appears content and cozy over the idea that her daddy is going to feed her Taco Bell when all of this is through. All is going well. Until equilibrium gets the best of me, and these goddamn awful heels strapped to my swollen feet. I teeter and trip on the train of my dress, and the weight of my belly tilts me to the ground. Oh, fuck. The world around me explodes. Bright, vibrant flashes of light and a booming wall of sound, the wave hits me all at once and knocks me completely off the balance of my heels. But as if Superman heard my silent plea for help, someone swoops in and wraps a strong, masculine arm around my waist and steadies me before I meet a tragic fate. Up and to the side, I look into the vibrant, leafy eyes I'm starting to know like the back of my hand. They're soft and apologetic, yet resolute at the same time. Holy shit, Harrison. I got you, he whispers, and his strong, raspy voice is a salve to my already shot nerves. And all I can do is just stare up at him, seeking temporary solace in the strength of his gaze. Photographers yell for my attention, scraping to get some kind of answer about the man who's suddenly taken Ben's place at my side. But I don't even have a squeak of a voice to contribute, not a yell of protest or cry of elation. I am a big ball of silence. Thankfully, I do find it within myself to steel my lips into a smile and put a hand to Harrison's warm, steady one at my waist. He looks to the crowd, his charming, confident smile growing by the minute and taking over his face. I sigh as Heidi's anger shoots almost visibly from her ears in front of us. But by and large, I ignore it. The good thing about Harrison's timing is that even Heidi wouldn't dare to make a scene about his decision to fuck up her entire plan here. No, she'll save that for a private, audio-secure facility where she can really let every batshit crazy bit of her hysteria fly. God save us all. I almost laugh at the morbidity of my thinking, and the flashes explode again like a meteor shower in a clear, dark sky. I can barely see 10 inches in front of my face anymore, but Harrison's arm stays around the saddle of my hips to guide me as we step away from our marks and head toward the entrance to the theater. We don't waste time to step inside, and once the doors shut behind us, my ears buzz from the sudden change from constant noise to otherwise softened silence. I turn to look at him, not even sure of the words I'll say when he beats me to the punch. I know. God, I know. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. I'm Sorry for messing everything up, but I saw you trip and I just moved. All I could think about was catching you before you fell, and then... He shrugs with a tiny, self-deprecating laugh. It was the damnedest thing, Rock. I couldn't let you go. Harrison, I whisper, a knot of emotion immediately making an attempt to clog my throat, and I reach out to take his big, strong hands in mine. I don't want anyone else standing beside you anymore, he says earnestly and squeezes my fingers. I want to stand up as the father of our baby. I want to do it beside you. If you need a fiancé for your image or whatever bullshit your people think is important, I want it to be me. My breath catches and holds in my chest as I try to make sense of what he's saying. I want to be your fiancé, he says, and my heart damn near jumps into my throat. My eyes hop on the surprise train and go wider than my pregnant hips. Wait, what? Is he saying he wants to marry? What I mean is, Harrison pauses for the briefest of seconds, searching my gaze before continuing with, what I'm trying to say is, I can be just as good of a fake fiancé as that guy. Hell, I can be better. Oh. My chest pops and deflates with laughable swiftness. Unable to come up with anything other than the bumble of an overwhelmed idiot, I nod. I don't know if I'm agreeing or confirming or what. All I know is that, in this current moment, it's all I can seem to do. A flash of heat runs from my head to my toes and back up again to the obvious pressure of his fingers against my own. What felt fantastic only a moment ago feels claustrophobic now, and I have no choice but to separate my hands from his as politely as possible. Forcing a gulp of fresh air down my throat, I avoid the enchanted forest of his gaze as he apologizes again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, It's fine. I cut him off. Really, I'm just hot. I turn one hand into a fan to illustrate my point, and wave feverishly at my face. His features melt into a pile of concern. You okay? You want to sit down? No, I refuse. I need a drink of water, I think. He nods, turning around swiftly and stealing a bottle of water out of the hand of the first person he comes to. Hey! The stranger shouts. But Harrison pays him no mind as he comes back to me with the bottle, cracks the seal, and hands it to me to take a drink. I do without hesitation. I'm pretty sure this theater has suddenly moved locations to the surface of the fucking sun. Is your dress too tight? Need me to loosen it? I laugh harshly. This is the fat dress, Harrison. It's already been loosened. He frowns. I don't know if you realize this, but you're growing a baby, Rocky. He or she is getting bigger by the day, and they need space. That's why you're getting bigger, to give them space, not because you're getting fatter. I nod. I do know that. Really, I do. Hollywood just doesn't always make it entirely easy to accept. I'm already dreading the place at which I'm going to have to work to get my body back in a timeline that won't garner any extra attention or ridicule. I can't catch my breath as the consequences of everything that's happened in the last 5 minutes flash before my eyes. I can feel the world and their questions closing in around me, and I grasp at my chest to try to claw away the skin and bone so I can get some air in. Rocky, breathe, Harrison says reassuringly, rubbing a hand up and down my back. I jump away from it, unable to stand any contact at all at this point. Oh God, am I having a panic attack? Is this what it feels like? I scratch at my throat and gulp for air as Harrison walks around me, tilts my chin up with a finger, and holds my eyes directly. Rocky, look at me. Look at me, he commands. Breathe. Nice and slow. A normal, shallow breath. Don't try to suck in all the air in the room. I shake my head. I need it. I need all the air. He steadies me with 2 hands on each side of my neck and holds my eyes with his own. Breathe with me, okay? I watch his mouth as he inhales 2 short beats and exhales the same shortly after. I mimic his count and focus on doing exactly what he does. After a full minute of doing nothing but breathing to his rhythm, I finally convince myself I'm not dying enough to calm down. The doors burst open, and Ben comes charging toward us, frustration and anger clear on his face. Harrison reacts swiftly, gently but commandingly, moving my body behind his and stepping up directly to Ben's challenge. Ben's voice is rough and accusing as he points a disrespectful finger in Harrison's face. What the fuck was that? Get a sudden hankering for 15 seconds of fame? Harrison doesn't budge, doesn't blink. Instead, he snorts derisively. He is 20 feet tall, so sure of himself, and I'm as small as a mouse. I hate to even admit it, but I can feel myself sinking into the carpet animatedly. Why is it that I feel any sort of shame or guilt or responsibility at all? It's not as though I did anything other than trip. You're kidding, right? Harrison asks, through an incredulous laugh. You are accusing me of being a whore for fame. Your inability to look away from the camera for a goddamn second is the reason I had to step up in the first place. There wasn't a chance in hell I was going to let Rocky fall and hurt herself because of your vanity. Harrison challenges swiftly. Guys, I interject meekly. Neither one acknowledges me, and I can't even fault them for it. Where the hell is my voice? I should have had you thrown out of here, Ben threatens. And I have to roll my eyes. Dear God, that's the best taunt he's got. He might as well have told Harrison he was going to tell his mommy on him. Luca had stronger comebacks at 9 years old, for Pete's sake. I'm not going anywhere, Harrison states firmly. Not tonight. Not in the next 2 weeks. Not ever. If that's too much for you, maybe you should just move on to pretending with someone else. Fucking hell. Ben throws his perfectly manicured hands up in the air. I don't need this shit. Heidi bursts through the doors next, making sure to secure them behind herself and pull me handily around the corner before saying a word. Harrison notices the semi-rough nature of her hold on me and leaves Ben without a word. Ben, the puppy dog at a loss for something better to do, follows too. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but Heidi, stop, I cut in. My voice suddenly emboldened in a way that's been missing. Just stop. I realize we're going to have a lengthy discussion about many, many things. But can we please just get through the night first? I have to go in there. I have to present an award. And I'm nominated for another. I refuse to spend the next 20 minutes back here picking over an event I cannot change. Heidi raises an eyebrow, but surprisingly nods. Apparently, I've done a good enough job of making my point that we don't have to have a WWE wrestling match right here in the lobby of the Dolby Theater. Thank everything. Now, I just have to get through this night without my damn head exploding from all the overwhelming thoughts and questions and feelings rolling around inside my brain. Yeah, considering all that shit stems from the fact that you're hiding your true feelings about a certain baby daddy, my subconscious laughs in my face. Good luck with that, Raquel. Fucking hell.
Chapter 26. Harrison. I don't need moves like Jagger. I need moves like Reeves. I didn't sleep much last night. Instead, I stayed up well into the morning hours studying my old DVD of The Matrix, making note of all of Keanu's best moves. Okay, so that's a bit of an exaggeration, but the reality of my situation is that I'm about to face one hell of a shitstorm. all mostly courtesy of one stank-faced shrew of a Hollywood manager. I raise a hand to the surface of Rocky's apartment door, and after one swift, deep breath, put my knuckles against it in a confident knock. I even almost mean it. The truth is, I know I did the right thing last night. There's no way in hell I would be able to look myself in the mirror if I'd let Rocky fall, especially if she'd gotten hurt or something had happened to the baby as a result. But even more than that, I know this whole Hollywood song and dance and fake fiancé facade hasn't been making Rocky happy. That fake fiancé bullshit is also not making you happy. Truth is, last night, I put the cart a little before the horse, and doing that always has some sort of consequences. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell I could step out onto the red carpet next to one of the most famous women in the world when I wasn't supposed to, and not cause shockwaves. My actions have gone viral, something I wish wasn't reality, and the texts from my friends, in a brand new group chat they created just for the big, shock-worthy moment that occurred last night, were enough to make me turn off my phone. Cap. Bold move, buddy. You know I rarely say this, especially to you, but I'm impressed by your efforts. Keep up the good work, and maybe Raquel Weaver won't notice that she's entirely too good for you. Georgia. God, talk about a swoony moment. Klein won't stop talking about it. Klein. I haven't been talking about it. Thatch. Bro. Impressive showing of dick size. Quince. As you know, I'm not one for gossip, but that was a pretty major move. You look good together, by the way. Cassie. Holy fluffing hell, Harry. Way to whip your dick out. Good thing Prince Harry has stepped down as an official royal, or I might start to get the two of you confused. P.S. Thatcher is totally jealous of all the attention you're getting right now. Lena. You swoony bastard. I guess you're really over me, huh? Winky face. Theo. Just texting you to tell you I deleted your number from Lena's phone. Greer. I'd say I'm impressed, but I'm withholding judgment until I can assess further. Don't let me down. Emery. Thank you for this. I was starting to think I needed to get pregnant again, but now I realize I was just bored. You fixed it. Cap. This is Ruby. Cap stole my phone before I could text you personally. Badass. Maybe even more so than Cap forming a book club about me. Cap. This is Ruby again. I didn't mean that last part. Cap is the most badass in all the land. Cap. This is really Ruby again. Cap wrestled the phone from my hands. Cap. False. There were probably other messages, but I couldn't handle reading any more after that. It was too poignant a showing of the real extent of what I'd done and the splash it was making in the world. And I'm a nobody. I can't even imagine what Rocky's been going through. And thanks to being sent home last night without being able to talk to her, I haven't had the chance to hear from her myself. I tried. Trust me, I tried. I even sent her text messages trying to convince her to talk to me via the promise of making a late-night Taco Bell run. But she never responded, and now I don't know what the fuck to do or what I'm going to face in the next 5 minutes. When the door swings open, I am greeted by Stankface's scowl. Luckily, Rocky is poised right behind her and grabs me by the arm as soon as I'm within reach. I have to power walk to keep up as she drags me into the apartment and shoves me down on the couch before taking a seat beside me. There are at least a dozen sets of eyes on me, all narrowed and pissed off, but I ignore them all for the purpose of checking on the one person I actually care about. I turn to Rocky purposefully and squeeze her hand to get her to look at me. She does, a tiny curve in her mouth making me smile. Are you okay? She nods reassuringly. I am. I'm really sorry I didn't get to talk to you last night. I didn't want you to think I was mad at you. I wave her off. It's just been a little crazy. I nod. Have you slept at all? Me? She asks with a snort. Oh, yeah. I barely got my shoes off before I passed out. Her response makes me smile. I guess that makes sense why even a promise of a taco delivery didn't spur a message from you. Her eyes light up at my words. You were going to bring me chicken soft tacos last night? Well, I was going to bring them for the baby. I mean, he was the one who was actually craving them, right? I tease, and she snorts. Pretty sure you mean she. I relax into the enjoyable banter I'm coming to know as ours, all the tension that was buried deep in my neck and shoulders releasing with surprising ease. So, tacos aside, everything going okay? As good as can be expected, I guess, she shrugs. Heidi and the minions have been hard at work all night, though. I chuckle. The minions. Yep. I haven't really been able to understand a word they've said. Their voices are so high, and they're scurrying around wildly. It seemed fitting. What's the plan? She shrugs. I'm not sure. They haven't actually spoken directly to me about it yet. My eyebrows draw together. Shouldn't you be a part of the discussion? You'd think. But that's not usually how these things work. That's fucking ridiculous. This is her life, her job, her decision. I grab her hand as I stand from the couch and pull her up carefully. She looks at me questioningly, but I just can't hold my tongue on this. Maybe I should, I don't know, but I'm tired of watching her sit here like a passenger when she should be flying the damn ship. Excuse me, I say, calling the attention of everyone in the room as I walk us up to the circle. They all just stare at me, and the nature of their gazes is not all friendly. But I don't let that make me falter. As you're discussing Raquel's life, and at least in part mine, I think we should be a part of the conversation. Don't you? Heidi snorts with derision. I think you've done just about enough. Funny thing that, I say. I'm a part of this, whether you like it or not. I'm in it. Heidi stands to full height and cocks a hip to the side as her minions look on in wonder. I ready myself to go to battle, but she's way below her pay grade when it comes to this performance. She just sings the same old song over and over. You have no idea of the ramifications you've created, she spits. You can't just step in as the white knight now while everyone looks the other way about the relationship with Ben we've created. You created, I emphasize. This isn't a real relationship I've ruined. It was a farce from the beginning, and the hero you picked for your story was doing a shitty fucking job. Her eyebrows shoot up her forehead. Excuse me? Did you even pay attention to the way he treated her out there? He could have been standing next to a wax figure for all he cared about Rocky. She was his accessory, like a goddamn purse or a watch or a fucking umbrella, and that's it. And now you want her to be yours, Heidi says with derision. No, I correct swiftly. I'll be hers. Rocky's head jerks to mine as Heidi's eyebrows pull together. She doesn't need some shit-stained man-child pretending to be better than her. She's a star all on her own. You saw her on stage. She's fucking brilliant, and the whole world would eat right out of her hand if she offered it. That's why she won. That's why she'll keep winning. All this personal shit is just the baggage. She won that award for her talent, yes, but you have no idea how much all of this other stuff, as you describe it, goes into it. There's no way in hell the Academy would have given her that award if this nightmare had happened 2 weeks ago. It would have ruined it for her, just like that. One fell swoop in by her knight in shining armor. I roll my eyes and turn to Rocky. You're not believing this shit, are you, Rock? You deserved that award, and no actions by me or anybody else would have changed that. Rocky frowns, worrying her lip and then licking it. I'm about to open my mouth again when she takes me by the hand and pulls me out of the main living room with everyone else and straight into her bedroom. She shuts the door behind us and drags me over to the bed, where she pushes me to sitting. I grab her hand and tug her down beside me. She's the one who needs to get off her feet, not me. When she doesn't speak immediately, I feel the need to apologize. I'm sorry. Her eyebrows draw together, but I keep going. I'm really sorry for making this harder on you than it already was, Rock. I know you didn't plan this any more than I did. I know you had things going on. Important, great things. I don't want to get in the way of any of that. And if inserting myself into everything is too much... She shakes her head and squeezes my hands. I'm worried about you, Harrison, not me. Everything you're getting yourself into. I don't know if you really have any idea how cruel they can be. I've been watching you for weeks now, Rock, and I grew up in a house that contained the cruelest worded, always critical man. I'm not scared of anything a group of strangers can bring my way. They're going to attack you personally and go after your family. Family's all dead, Rock. You and the baby, and my friends, are the only family I have left, and I'll be damned if I don't do everything I can to be there for it every day of my life. Okay, but nothing, baby. This is it. The beginning of the end. So, you really want to do this? She asks, her voice small. You want to be the man standing beside me at all the award shows and events and all the other bullshit that revolves around Hollywood? Truthfully, I want to be a hell of a lot more than that, but I'm trying not to put the cart before the horse this time. Yes, I say without hesitation. Okay. Rocky's responding smile rocks my world. Boy, I sure hope you're ready. When it comes to her, I think I just might be ready for anything that's tossed my way.
Chapter 27. Raquel. Round and round the merry-go-round of show business goes. Scandalous articles, magazine covers, online fodder. It's freaking everywhere, and has been for the last 3 weeks non-stop. From Virgin to Magdalene, the headlines read. Suddenly there are 2 fathers? Another article questions. We guess Raquel Weaver isn't really the good girl everyone thought. But the show must eventually go on. It doesn't matter that my ankles feel like sausages, or that I'm hanging on by a microscopic mental thread, or that I definitely prefer to bury my head in the sand and stay there forever. All that matters are the appearances we've promised and the damage control we can manage. At least, that's what I've been told. Heidi says showing my face is the only thing that'll save me at this point. Getting out there, smiling like I always do, and telling the world that everything they've read is trumped-up garbage. I've apparently had long enough to lick my wounds while the press frenzies around me, and any more silence would be worse than another faux pas. But the strategy to get out there and interact with the sharks feels remarkably thin now that I'm here, on the red leather sofa of the Gary Bull Show with no steel cage to save me. I know the questions won't stop at a simple denial of contempt. Gary is going to want gory details about my twisted affair with 2 different men, and he's going to put me on the spot to give them. My phone buzzes from its spot tucked under my leg, and I almost jump through the roof of the studio. It comes as such a surprise. Without any real friends or family, I hardly even carried the phone anywhere with me before our trip to New York last week. But after spending time with Harrison's wildly endearing friends, Lord Almighty, things have changed. For one, I'm far, far more versed in the world of euphemisms than I ever expected to be. If I'm ever given a pop quiz on the many fantastical names for human genitals, there's no way I can lose. In addition to an expansion in my vocabulary, I've also experienced an expansion in my circle of friends, just as Harrison said I would. I've gotten dozens of cute baby gear suggestions via both email and text from the ladies, and Kaplan and Thatcher, 2 of the most boisterous of the group, have taken to sending me messages. As the baby. Advice, jokes, a simple,
"Hello, how you doing?"
All of it is said in the supposed voice of my unborn child. It's kind of creepy and a lot weird, but I have to admit, it's also the funniest thing I've ever read in my life, and the most part of something special I've felt in a long time. For all the A-list events and needless groveling, I'm really starting to realize I've been horrendously lonely for the majority of my life. And now, I'm getting texts from a fetus, sort of, anyway. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping it never stops. Cap.
Ooh, Mama, you look so pretty on the TV. Goo goo gaga.
I'm about to tuck the phone away when another message rolls in immediately. It's like they coordinated with each other or something. That.
Mommy, we's on TV. I love you, and I promise not to kick too hard while you busy feeding dum-dum. Gowie his balls for din-din.
My God, I can't with these guys. A genuine smile kisses my lips as the intro music starts back up with a rat-a-tat on the drums, and I quickly tuck my phone back underneath my leg. A glance to the side of the stage shows Heidi's Botox stretched tightly into a glare, but I don't bother worrying about it. She's mad at me more than she's not these days anyway. Harrison, however, is smiling and shaking his head. He must know the nature of the message, even without seeing it for himself. At first, I thought he might be upset about me talking to his friends without including him, but he didn't even blink. Instead, he just told me to prepare myself for the strange and unusual. And let me tell you, he was right. Gary looks right into camera and changes his voice from the grumpy, grumbly sort he used with his crew during the break to the upbeat entertainer he portrays himself as on TV. I'd like to say I can somehow blame him for being disingenuous, but that would be the height of the pot calling the kettle black. We're back again with Raquel Weaver, +1, he says with a wink. And we're talking about anything and everything Hollywood starlet. He turns to face me, and the secondary camera comes to life, a red light going live on the top. You've been at the center of quite a bit of drama lately, huh, Raquel? I laugh a little, trying my best to look at ease with the shit show I know must be coming, and nod. It's been a little crazy lately, yes, I confirm softly. And why is that? I mean, I think that's what all of America really wants to know. How does all this messiness come to be? What really happened? When the pregnancy first came about, I wasn't really ready to handle the consequences, I said, glossing over any and all fine details. Lies veiled in the truth always sound more genuine. I mean, the last time I checked, most women aren't on the Gary Bull show talking about their pregnancies. Gary laughs. Most women aren't Raquel Weaver. I call up a blush as I look to my lap, and then look Gary back in the eye. He doesn't mean it to be a compliment, at least not a real one. He's actually using the backhanded statement to prove to me that I don't deserve the grace and privacy of someone else. I am a plaything for Hollywood's amusement, supposedly. It's the message he wants to send, despite the innocent smoke show of his words. You signed up for this, Raquel. Well, thank you, but it can be a lot for anyone to handle. Even me. Of course, Gary agrees, since doing so is the only way to avoid ending up on the "Am I an asshole?" AITA thread on Reddit. So, where does Ben Huddleston come into all of this? Was it all an elaborate ruse? I take a deep gulp of air and try to calm my fluttering heart. It never, ever gets easier being under the gun like this, no matter how many years I've been doing it. Just imagine being called to rehash any of the 1 million questionable decisions you make in your lifetime. It always feels shitty. and I can promise it feels even shittier doing it on the world stage. Ben was just trying to do the right thing. He's a good friend and didn't want me to have to face all of it in the spotlight alone. I lie. Ben Huddleston is the furthest thing from a good friend. Hell, I doubt it's possible for him to be a friend to anyone but his ego. And Harrison, I start, and then swallow, feeling like I need to explain his desire to be involved further with the broadest, most flattering brush. Out of everyone in this whole dang scenario, he is the one person who's always been trying to do the right thing. Well, he's the father of this sweet little baby in my belly. I place a hand to my stomach and smile. And he's wanted to be involved since the beginning, but I really didn't want him to have to deal with being in the limelight. He didn't ask for this. What's the matter? He can't handle a little attention? Gary jokes, jabbing his journalistic knife in all of my feel-good bullshit and twisting for good measure. I bluster. It was my decision. Ah, of course! Just an innocent, spineless fish in your ocean. You asshole. I cringe. So, what's his deal now? He's ready to be your man? Ready to take on the challenge of standing up to us big, bad interviewers? As the audience laughs, I glance at Harrison, worried about what all of this shit is doing to him. I worry my teeth into my lip and try my best to calm my racing heart. The baby has got to be wondering why in the fuck I've decided to run a marathon at this point. But when I find Harrison's familiar eyes on the side of the set, it's more than obvious that all he cares about is me. Calm, soothing, kind smile in place and a confident stance. He's 100 times the man Gary Bull could even dream of ever being. Unfortunately, my attention on him is all Gary needs to take the cue and run with it. Why don't we bring him up here now? Have a word with him ourselves. That's him over there, isn't it? Before I can protest, the camera is turned in Harrison's direction and aimed directly at his masculine stance. He seems unaffected, with his arms crossed over his chest, as he looks to me for approval or denial. At this point, I don't know how I'd deny having him come up and talk with us without creating a whole load of other shit. So I shrug just one shoulder in confirmation. He uncrosses his arms, plants a smile on his face, and strides our direction. A walking, talking orgasm, if I'm honest. I don't know if it's the pregnancy hormones or what, but I'm a raging case of Hornville. I want to bone him like a freaking archaeologist. A chorus of music fires up and scrolls its rhythm as Harrison steps up onto the elevated set and takes a seat in the chair next to me that the crew has just scrambled to put there. It's all I can do to keep my emotions in check, i.e., off my face, as Gary Bull smiles in his direction and starts firing off questions. So, Harrison, is it? Harrison smiles, extending one long arm along the back of my chair and settling into his new spot on TV like he's been there dozens of times before. Yes, that's right. My name is Harrison Hughes. Could he be any sexier? My inner monologue goes Chandler Bing as I hold my breath and wait for what will most likely be more invasive questions from the asshole host. But Harrison? Well, he just takes it all in self-assured stride, sitting beside me with an easygoing smile etched across his perfect mouth. Harrison Hughes. That's cute alliteration, Gary says snidely, giving a shitty little wink to the audience in an effort to ruffle Harrison's feathers. The problem is, unlike the rest of the brood that makes its way across Gary's stage, Harrison is used to living in the real world. He doesn't peacock his way through life, and as a result, he doesn't have nearly the same number of feathers available to ruffle. Well, I can't take credit for it, seeing as I wasn't in charge of naming myself, but thank you. I'm sure my parents would appreciate your approval. Gary saws his lips with his teeth at Harrison's easy dismissal. That's cute. Funny. I guess you're a funny guy. Harrison smirks. I've got experience with a joke or two, Jerry. It's Gary. Oh, Harrison says, his feigned surprise about the faux pas more obvious to me. My apologies, Gary. There are so many vying to interview and chat with this lovely woman right here. It's so hard to keep track of all of you. He leans forward slightly and dramatically lowers his voice. And if I'm being honest, I've never really been one to watch gossip talk shows. Gary's eyes gleam in warning, but the gun is loaded, cocked, and fired before I can intervene. So, Mr. Joke Man, you're an expert in identifying the look of a joke, huh? Then I guess you were prepared to play the role of Mrs. Raquel Weaver. Harrison shrugs. Mrs. Raquel Weaver doesn't sound like much of a joke to me. You're missing the punchline, Gary jabs with an obnoxious laugh. See, you're the missus. The missus? That's right. You're her arm candy. Gary snickers. Wow. Harrison shakes his head and leans in and crosses one relaxed ankle across the edge of his knee. And I swear to God, it is so dang sexy my vagina could cry. Okay, Gare, let's pretend for a second that you didn't just set us back a half-century by presuming that the primary role in any relationship should belong to a man, or that a man should in any way be a dominant gender. The mostly female audience guffaws, and I almost have to cover my mouth. Ignoring all of that, which is hard to do because it pretty grimly paints you as an archaic, lecherous tie to the outdated patriarchy. I am happy to play the backup role to Raquel. I'm proud. She's a successful woman who's worked unbelievably hard to get where she is, and any man who gets to stand in her vicinity should thank his lucky stars. Gary sneers. Well, I guess it really is as we all suspected. Hollywood's goodest girl must be really good at turning bad. Harrison's patience is damn near saintly, but I can just barely tell he's starting to thin as he snaps. I'm dating the girl I knew when we were kids, not a Hollywood caricature. Well, how cute is that? You were childhood friends. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we had no clue about that. Unless you hired a private investigator to dig into the trenches of our life, Harrison retorts. I wouldn't expect you to know about it. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Harrison Hughes, but digging into the trenches of your life is kind of our job. You are in the spotlight now. I'm not in the spotlight, Harrison refutes. Raquel is in the spotlight, and I'm in the shadows, ready to support her. That's the same thing, buddy, Gary laughs, and Harrison shakes his head. Oh no! Am I the first person to mention this to you? The audience laughs, and I shift in my seat, ready to go full-on pregnant mama bear on Gary's ass. But Harrison handles it all with class and grace. His smile never breaks, and honestly, it's kind of like he's been taking Hollywood classes behind my back for the last 6 weeks. Frankly, he might be better at this than I am. Oh, you know what? You are the first person to break the news. And in the most distasteful, bordering on anti-feminism way, I might add. Harrison says with a laugh before taking my hand in his, clearly done with the conversation. Lucky for Gary, the show is out of time. A little while longer, and I have a feeling Harrison would have turned Gary's own audience against him. Gary turns to the camera and pastes on a smarmy smile for his parting line. Men all over the world are crying tonight about the loss of the single, luscious Raquel Weaver. I roll my eyes as he glances over to me, and then he narrows his eyes on the man at my side. Actually, I'm thinking women all over the world are crying, too. For once in my life, I might have to agree with the brick. Harrison is quite the damn catch. Any woman would be fucking lucky to call him hers. If only you could call him all yours.
Chapter 28. Harrison. Hello, bull. Meet horns. I can't deny that I still have a little thrill in my chest from being able to tell Gary Bull off in the nicest, most calculated way. I'm hoping tomorrow I'll see news articles questioning the bastard's view of women, because, truthfully, from the way he was treating Rocky, his respect for the opposite sex is questionable. But that bastard aside, now I'm certain I'm going to have to face another one of Heidi's textbook wraths. A fucking broken record, that woman. The walk back to the car through the halls of Gary Bull's studio is long and silent. Heidi and her hounds lead the way, with Rocky and me in the middle, and Alejo and Roberta trail in the back. I can sense the overwhelming pressure that's building in Heidi with each and every step she travels without speaking her mind, but we haven't been in a room without being in close proximity to the press since the moment I stepped foot on that set and told Gary Bull, and the world, how it really is. Heidi doesn't like that she doesn't have control over something, anything, even if it is a human with absolutely no obligation or responsibility to her. I have a responsibility to Rocky and our baby, and for Heidi, she sees those two things as synonymous, but they're not. As a matter of fact, the longer I'm around, the more I'm starting to wonder if the two are ever in tune. Heidi's agenda seems at odds with Rocky's health and well-being. And as someone who cares a great deal about both of those things, that doesn't sit all that well with me. I reach out cautiously, skirting my hand into the empty space at the palm of Rocky's. She looks up and stumbles in her stride, surprised by the action for a couple reasons. Not only was she lost in her own thoughts, but the action itself is, admittedly, a deviation from our normal public interactions. Maybe it's because she's pregnant. Maybe it's because she's famous. Or, I don't know, maybe it's because, whether I like to face it or not, I've been heavily invested in Rocky since the moment I stepped up next to her at that bar and realized who she was. The little girl from my past. A memory of a life that was uncomplicated. But whatever the reason, I've been timid in a way that I don't even recognize myself anymore. I'm not normally the guy who sits on the sidelines and waits for things to come to him. I'm not the guy who gets pushed around and shoved to the back and replaced by some dickwad like Ben Huddleston. And it's about time I stopped fucking acting like I am. Harrison, Rocky whispers. I shake my head and squeeze her fingers. Does it feel good? I ask, lowering my voice enough to ensure I'm not speaking to anyone but her. I lift our joined hands up between us for emphasis, and after a few seconds of staring at them in wonder while doing her best not to trip on her own feet, she nods. I shrug. Then I'm not letting go. Tiny fingers clenching in mine, Rocky smiles a little to herself and looks down at her feet to make sure she doesn't trip over them. I smirk to myself. The thrill of affection that runs through me at the continued contact is bigger than I expect. It's like I've been dying of thirst, stumbling through the desert weekly, and putting my hand in hers is the first drink of clean, fresh water. It's right. It's gratifying. It's the sustenance I've been missing since the moment I set foot in California. I don't pay attention to anything other than the arm connected to mine and the ground beneath my feet as we come to the end of the back hall and stop at the studio door. I'm all but certain Heidi is noticing the hold I have on Rocky's hand now, but I won't even give her the pleasure of a place to put her anger. If my eyes don't meet hers, I keep my own power, my own happiness, to myself. I hear a deep sigh as I look to the side of Rocky's glowing face and smile. God, she really is gorgeous. Dolled up, dressed down, soaked to the bone from a freakishly torrential rainstorm on an August New York day. She's the woman I never knew I was looking for. The one to tick all the goddamn boxes. A burst of flashing lights and yells overwhelms the silence and closes it out as Heidi shoves open the door and clears a path for us to the waiting black SUV. The door swings open courtesy of Rocky's driver, and Freddie Bones brings up the rear behind us to keep the jostling crowd from closing in on us. All sorts of questions come from every direction, but I tune them out and focus on helping Rocky into the car. I take her hand and weight in my own and lift with the other, placing light pressure at her hip. As she scoots across the seat, I follow, and the door closes with a dramatic bang as soon as I clear the threshold. The crowd still rages outside, like a tornado above a storm shelter, but I don't let it confuse my objective. With a gentle hand, I reach out and squeeze Rocky's knee. When she meets my gaze, I slide my fingers down to interlace with hers once again. I want her to know it's a conscious move, not one made of convenience. I want to hold her hand. Truthfully, I want to do so goddamn much more, and I'm tired of hiding it. The ride to our apartment building is quiet but bold. It stands out with a vibrancy none of the days before have stood out because today, no matter the consequences, I made a gesture and stood by it. And Rocky accepted. Together, in that quiet ride from point A to B, we hold hands like two people who have more to offer than civility and co-parenting. We hold hands like people with hope. When the door to the apartment closes behind us, and the rest of Rocky's entourage excuses themselves to get to impending tasks, Heidi stands pointedly at the front of the coffee table, her arms crossed over her chest. Rocky takes a seat on one end of the sofa, exhausted, but I keep to my feet and meet my opponent head on, ready for battle. Jesus Christ. I knew we'd have to worry about you going rogue all the time, Heidi finally declares, a steely, menacing whisper making far more noise than a yell ever could. I laugh in Heidi's face. Go rogue? What is this, special ops? A government agency? I didn't do anything Rocky didn't want me to do, and I didn't say anything you should be this upset about. That's what you think, Heidi yells. But you have no idea the ways they can twist these things around. Yes, I do. So let them twist them. It's not like any of this has lessened Rocky's clout. If anything, she's more popular than ever. She fucking sneers. How in the hell would you, of all fucking people, know? Because I'm not blind, I answer without hesitation. The people love her. They can tell, despite the 75 layers of makeup you insist on burying her under, that she's a genuine and lovable person. Especially now that she's not living behind some fake, insane life you've concocted. She gets to live the truth, and people can tell the difference. Oh, you have no fucking idea! Heidi starts to shout, but she's cut off before she can finish whatever vile words were on the tip of her tongue. Stop! Just stop! Rocky yells, shoving herself to standing from the couch. God, I can't take it anymore. I don't want to listen to this argument for another second. It's like I'm in fucking Groundhog Day, but the casting department didn't even have the decency to hire Bill Murray. Heidi's glare is powerful and oppressive, but me, well, I'm actually smiling. Rocky looks a little like she's not sure which one scares her more, but I don't care. I'm so fucking proud that she's finally standing up for herself. She can yell at anyone she wants, me included. Just stop, okay? We all get it. You don't want him involved, but he's here. And more than that. Heidi walks out of the room before she can finish, and Rocky's face turns a horribly bright shade of red. She looks like she'll explode at any second, but instead of spewing her guts everywhere, she storms out of the room in a rush, her hand at her stomach. I go after her. I may be a source of her upset, but by God, I'm sure as hell also going to be a source of comfort.
Chapter 29. Raquel. Where's Calgon when you need it? For the love of God, someone take me away. Lightheaded and with the weight of an elephant on my chest, I sink down onto the edge of the bed and take a deep breath. My emotions feel like they're pulsing through me, an actual electric shock sending waves throughout my entire body. I've never felt this before. This staggering, unsettling lack of control over every fiber of my being. It's not like Harrison and Heidi haven't argued before. It's not like it was unexpected. But I feel inexplicably overwhelmed. If my baby were a cannonball, I'd be ready to fire it as heavy artillery any second now. The door opens with a whoosh, and then closes with a tight click behind Harrison as soon as he gets a look at my face. Not wasting any time, he does something reminiscent of a slide into home plate to settle between my knees and look up at me. Rock, breathe, okay? I shake my head sharply, and he reaches up to put his hands to the sides of my face to steady it. I bat them away like a lunatic, but the feel of them there makes me feel like I'm going to explode. A small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth, and he raises them both like a criminal under arrest. Okay, he soothes. Touching does not bring you joy right now, and Marie Kondo says to get rid of anything that doesn't spark joy. So consider the touching donezo. He rakes a dramatic hand across his throat, and even under duress, I can't help but smile. He's gone from the guy who doesn't know shit about show businessy type stuff to the guy who is quoting Marie Kondo in his everyday life. And he's done it for me. What can I do? I shake my head because I don't know the answer. I don't know why I feel the way I do. I can hardly explain it at all. And that in and of itself makes it nearly impossible to know the antidote. All right, what has you upset? What are you feeling right now? Are you mad at me for the thing with Heidi? Want to throw some raw pasta in my face? It's not that, I snap. I mean, it's partly that. I guess, but not really. I feel crazy. Like I can't control myself or my emotions. I pull at my face with one hand while putting the other to my ever-tightening chest. The anxiety feels crippling, Harrison. I mean, what if the baby isn't okay? Or the baby is okay, but I'm a terrible mother who knows nothing about mothering whatsoever. His face melts into another position, one I'm way too self-involved to understand at the moment. I shove to standing and pace back and forth before turning to face him again. I don't know anything about taking care of another human. I've barely even taken care of myself. I've been in this business since my 6th birthday, and there's always been someone there telling me where to be and what to do and what's expected of me. Motherhood doesn't come with a manual, you know? It's like a giant horse-shitty mess of trial and error where you hope you don't raise a murderer or psychopath or whatever. How do I know I'm not going to raise the world's next terrorist? Harrison, how? I just feel like I need to scream for an hour and a half or so, run through the streets or something. By the time I'm done with my rambling tirade, my breaths are coming out in erratic pants, and I still don't feel better. If anything, I feel worse. More anxious, more amped up. My body is a bottle and there isn't a fucking genie inside. Just enough boiling crazy to create an actual explosive. All right, Harrison says, taking me by the arms and walking me out onto the balcony and into the rain. It's cool, despite the hot weather, and feels remarkably cathartic on my raging skin. Still, it's not exactly normal practice to walk a pregnant woman out onto a balcony in the rain. So I put a voice to my curiosity. What are we doing out here? It's raining. You said you want to scream, right? I laugh. Well, yeah, of course I do. I'm coming out of my freaking skin in this ginormous body I don't seem to be able to control anymore. I can no longer see my shoes. I don't even know if they match or not. Honestly, I don't think they do because they feel different on my feet, but fuck, I can't freaking see them to confirm. Then scream, Harrison says, like it's a completely normal thing to do. Scream your head off. Hell, I'll do it with you. We'll both scream until you feel better. Until some of the weight is off your chest. Until you don't feel like screaming anymore. Have you lost your mind too? I can't just scream into the night like a crazy person, Harrison. Why the hell not? Because it's crazy! I shout and stomp one foot to punctuate. Insane, actually. It's not either one of those things, baby, he says. And his voice is so tender it almost makes me want to cry. If it makes you feel better, it has a purpose. An important one. But I'm not just anyone. Someone could get a picture or a video or a... Will that picture or that video or anything else that may come of this make you worse off than you already are? Maybe, I say with a slightly unhinged laugh. He rolls his eyes. Physically, I mean. Will it make you sick or hurt the baby? No. It might kill a career, but I've never heard of a paparazzi photo killing a baby. I admit, morbidly. Will screaming right now make you feel physically better? He challenges. Lower your stress, your blood pressure, the presumed strain on you and the baby and everything your body is doing right now. Yes, but nothing then. Let's scream. We'll do it together. I feel just on the verge of an actual meltdown, and the release that would come with a scream is so dang tempting. Maybe if I just do it for a second. I open my mouth and let one fly. Ah! Harrison scowls at my beyond pitiful attempt at unleashing myself. Oh, come on. That wouldn't even pass in a mediocre high school horror film. Show me what you've got. Open up your lungs. I shake my head but try again. Ah! Ah! Harrison adds, absolutely destroying my wimpy scream in every capacity while banging on his chest like a wild gorilla. I try again, using my diaphragm like I would if I were singing for a role. Ah! Yes, Harrison encourages. That's so much better. Go again. High off his praise, I put my arms out to my sides on the railing and lean all the way into it until my lungs burn a little with my effort. Ah! Oh! He answers in a fiercely wild call. I scream again until I've expended all the air in my lungs, and when the silence finally rings out afterward, it is remarkable just how much better I feel. Seriously, all the weight on my chest is just gone. Blind with relief, I lose myself to the moment. A cackle starts up at the bottom of my throat and crawls all the way to the top until I'm doubled over, as much as I can be over my huge stomach anyway, and look up at the man in front of me from under my veil of tacky, wet, mascara-coated lashes. Harrison's hair sticks to his forehead, dripping little rivulets the same way it did that night in August when he first walked into the bar and turned my world upside down. His eyes are alight, and his heart is on his sleeve as he nods at me as if watching me act like the world's biggest mental case is the best thing he's ever seen in his life. And I could swear it's like time stops right here in this perfect moment, with just him and me, and the baby we made, and unadulterated joy. Maybe it's the hormones. Maybe it's the memory of his hand in mine, strong and warm and resilient as he walks me out of Gary Bull's studio tonight. Whatever it is, it makes resisting impossible. I will not survive this moment. Not physically, not spiritually. If I do not feel the weight of his lips on mine. Emboldened by spontaneity, I unbend at the waist and take his face into my hands. His laughter stops abruptly at the look in my eyes, but I don't wait out the moment at all. I don't want to have time to second guess. Instead, I push up onto my toes and into his space entirely and put my lips to his, flesh to flesh, with absolutely no room to misconstrue the gesture as something other than it is. Immediately, his hands find my hips and squeeze, smashing my oversized body to his so entirely it's almost as if there isn't a watermelon jammed between us. With swift precision, he walks us back into my room, sweeping the balcony doors closed with a kick of his foot. His tongue forges into my mouth and plunders my tongue. And for the first time in my life, I'm honestly wondering why I've never taken a vacation on a pirate ship. Sweet, merciful Mother of Jesus. Has he always been this good of a kisser? I mean, did I black out? I had to have, because if I'd remembered... I shake off my overly complicated thoughts and focus in the moment, on the absolute nirvana of his tongue against mine. They dance together in perfect rhythm to the most perfect song, and his hands skate deliciously down. "Raquel!" Heidi yells through the door, her heavy fist making the wood shake enough that I startle at the sound of it and accidentally snag my tooth on the tender flesh of Harrison's lip. I jump back as he puts a quick hand to it. "Oh my God," I say. "I'm so sorry." He shakes his head and waves his hand. But when he opens his mouth to speak, Heidi's voice on the other side of the door fills the silence for him. "I don't know what the hell you think you're doing in here, but I just got phone calls from everyone I know in your building. What the hell are you thinking?" I slink toward the door, but before I can get there, Harrison grabs me by the wrist with a gentle hand. "Rocky, you don't have to answer to her." I shake my head. It's just easier. Harrison clamps his mouth shut, but his eyes say something different altogether. Something loud and unbelievably foul. Still, I know enough from experience that if I don't talk to her now, Heidi won't be going away. It's much easier to nip it in the bud. I pull open the bedroom door with a sigh, and Heidi steps out of the way to let me through into the hallway, and I make my way into the living room. I walk to the couch so that I can sit down, but in an unorthodox move, Heidi heads for the front door. I'm surprised, so much so that I glance at Harrison, leaning in the mouth of the hallway with his arms crossed over his chest. He shrugs. "You're going?" I say to Heidi, as she pulls open the door. She looks over her shoulder, the short, crisp length of her bob swinging back as she meets my eye. "I'm tired, Raquel. I'm tired of being a parent to an entitled child who can't seem to understand how to behave in a way that doesn't flush her career down the toilet. I'm tired of battling the will of some man who doesn't know shit about the business, like he's got any sort of damn clue. And I'm tired of acting like you'd make it a minute in the real world without me. Heidi." She holds up a hand to stop me. "For tonight, I'm done. Tomorrow, I'll be back to clean up your messes. The car and Freddie will be here at 9 to take you to set." With her parting blow executed, she opens the door the rest of the way and steps through it to leave. The door hasn't even fully closed behind her when I sink into the couch. And against my will, tears start to fall. Harrison shoves off from the wall and comes to me immediately, squatting down between my knees and lifting my chin with just one finger. I shove him away softly and try to get my shit together. God, it's so embarrassing that I cannot stop myself from freaking crying these days. "Why are you so upset?" he asks softly. I pull my lips inside my mouth and shake my head. "She's not right," he says quietly. "She's just saying all of that shit to get inside your head, to manipulate you." "No," I challenge with a sniffle. "She knows how this business works. If she says I'm messing up, I'm probably messing up." A heavy sigh escapes his lungs. "Rocky, come on. I don't get it. Months I've been watching you. Months I've stood by your side and watched them. They treat you like you don't have a brain. And even worse than that, you let them." He shoves to standing, spins, pulls at his hair, and then turns back to face me, softening his face just slightly. "And baby, you do. You don't need a fucking wizard to give you one, okay? You've got a big brain and the platform to go with it. It's time you start treating yourself like the boss you are and stop letting them push you around." The truth in his words slices my chest right open, and I have to stifle a breath to hold back a sob. "It's just easier this way," I say, my breath stuttered. "They know the right moves to get me where I want to go. They got me here." "Oh, no. Jesus, Rock. They didn't get you here. You did. Your talent did. Haven't you heard the song Don't Call Me Angel?" "Huh?" I sniffle and crinkle up my nose. What does a song have to do with anything? "This song?" he asks rhetorically. "Everything." He moves around the couch toward the stereo on the other side of the room and turns it on before pairing it with his phone. I wait, somewhat impatiently, but not long after the song finally starts to play. The intro beat is all it takes for my eyes to widen so far I'm not even sure if they're on my face anymore. Any trace of previous tears completely gone. Harrison dances, bouncing his hips back and forth and mouthing the words before throwing back his head for a phantom hair toss. When Miley Cyrus dives into her solo, Harrison points to me with a powerful finger gun, emphasizing each word carefully about being the one to make the money and write the checks. I listen along as three badass women go on about being sexualized and undervalued despite their tremendous success. And by the end of it, every word feels ingrained in me. I've spent my entire career being offered up on some sort of twisted platter as a sexed-up virgin without a voice for herself. I've created my success. I've performed my job beyond expectation, and to great accolades. And yet I'm afraid to stand up for myself and make my own decisions about my life? Harrison is right. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense. I am the star. I've never, ever recognized it in myself, and yet he's been treating me that way since the beginning. Heidi's entrance may have stolen the sexiness from the night, but as I watch Harrison dance around without regard for pretense or posturing, all in the name of empowering me, making me an advocate for myself, I can safely say that not even remotely all has been lost. In fact, it might just be that a whole hell of a lot of perspective has been gained. Chapter 30. The very early morning of August 16th, 2:45 a.m. Raquel. Hakuna Matata, baby. My fingers are warm prunes, and I can barely contain my excitement at the smell of my clean hair and the satisfying brush of a dry, fluffy towel. The scents are manly compliments of Harrison, but after laughing at his jokes and staring at his smile for the last several hours, it's not exactly a hardship. Tonight, it's like I was able to press pause on my life. I don't have my phone. I don't have my team. And for once, I don't even have the shell of the image they want me to have. The New York rain more than washed it away. I'm just Rocky, the woman who used to be a girl Harrison Hughes knew. It's all so gloriously simple. And right now, I want to be a woman who takes what she wants. Him. With newfound confidence, I wrap the crisp white towel around my chest, tucking it in like the fold of a burrito, take a deep breath, and quietly open the bathroom door. I peer outside into the bedroom. It's empty and dark, and the soft whir of the TV down the hall is the only thing I can hear. I tiptoe on bare feet along the hardwood until I make it to the end, and only then do I peek around the corner. Harrison is stretched out on the couch, bare feet up and crossed with a long arm up along the back. A football game plays softly in front of him on ESPN Classic. Yep, the jury is unanimous. Grown-up Harrison Hughes is a certified babe. I'm talking full-on hottie. And in my line of work, I spend some time around guys who are almost unnaturally good-looking. Some of them, I guess, probably do come by it unnaturally, via surgery. But Harrison was born this way. It's in the laugh lines at the corners of his eyes, and the mesmerizing flecks in the irises of his foresty eyes. I can't even count how many times I watched his slightly overlong hair fall down on his forehead while we were at the bar, weighted by the rainwater. Hell, I'd probably still be doing it back at that bar if he hadn't been ready to leave. When he spots me playing a tom of the peeping variety, he smiles and climbs to his feet. Hey there, feeling better? Exponentially. Good. I awkwardly shuffle on my feet as I try to get my seductive bearings. Do I drop my towel now, or do I... You okay? It's just, I want to seduce you. I want us to do the sex. I want to not be a virgin anymore. I pause again and search for something. Anything to say to him that would actually make sense. I could use some clothes. Ugh, no! You don't want clothes? You don't even want him to have clothes right now. No clothes for anyone in this apartment until the sex has been had. Oh, he says with a chuckle. Right. I keep forgetting this isn't a nudist colony. My bad. A mistake I'm sure many men make. I'm glad you understand. He teases with a wink. His stride is long as he blows past me on his way back to his bedroom. But his gaze moves at a much slower pace, lingering on the bare skin at my neck long after he's gone by me. I'm actually impressed by his neck's ability to turn that far. I follow in his wake, watching as the muscles of his back flex and stretch beneath his plain white t-shirt. He's got a perfect body. Heavy muscle mixed with long, lean lines, and he carries himself with the confidence I only pretend to have in front of a crowd. As he waves me inside his closet behind him and pulls his t-shirt over his head to switch it out for something with long sleeves, I can't help but wonder if the moment hasn't been lost completely. If I can still manage to get this seduction, lose my virginity show on the road. I mean, will I ever get another opportunity with someone I can trust? What if I really did just make it happen? Right here, right now. I could just step forward and put my lips to his bare back, and unwrap my towel and let it fall to the floor. A shiver runs down my spine at the fantasy I've been having since I thought of it back in the safe constraints of his bedroom, and I swallow thickly around my arousal as it threatens to come up and out through my throat. Before I can lose my nerve, I reach out with a timid hand and flatten it against the warm, hard surface of his back. He twists to glance at me and the contact, but when he notices the look on my face, everything between us slows to a halt. Rock. Harrison. It's all I can say. And yet, I know it's not really saying anything at all. It's not confessing my thoughts, or a profession of feelings, or even a seductive invitation to make love to me. And it's sure as hell not an admission of my inexperience. But evidently it does, at least, carry a tone, because I could swear the green color of his eyes darkens right before my own. With a shaking hand, I reach up to the twist I've formed at the top of my towel and undo it, clutching at the fabric as my nerves ramp up my heart to a blistering pace. I focus on his eyes and the comfort I find in them as he stares intently at my hand. Slowly, I force my fingertips to release the hold they have on the clump of plush fabric, and swallow hard as the soft whoosh of the towel hitting the floor echoes between us. Ironically, I'm kind of thankful to be naked at this point. My heart is beating so fast, I'd swear he'd be able to see it knocking around in my chest if I hadn't presented him with other things to look at. It's the first time on record I can honestly say I'm happy my nutritionist restricts my complex carbohydrates. Wide, interested eyes run down the length of my body and back up again before stopping earnestly on my face. He's looking for the gimmick, the joke, maybe even the regret. But for as nervous as I am, and we're talking really freaking nervous, I'm not feeling in the least like this is a bad idea. It feels like a good idea. The best. Like the solution to a problem that needed to be literally put to bed a long-ass time ago, and a good time to boot. I'm no expert, but I can't imagine the 20-woman-screwing, freaking hot-as-hell guy in front of me is bad in bed. Forcing my hands to stay loose at my sides, I look down to the pebbled nipples at my breasts, and then beyond, to the very obvious bump in Harrison's pants. The fact that I'm turning him on is tremendously powerful. It's like years of being a public sex symbol are finally making practical sense. With 2 steps, Harrison closes the distance between us, his finger catching under the bottom of my chin and lifting up on it until our eyes meet and hold. Are you sure you want this? I start to nod, but when a swirl of uncertainty finds its way into his eyes, I force myself to open my mouth and speak. Yes, I'm sure. Apparently, I succeed in my endeavor to sound certain, because he doesn't pause to ask again. Soft, yet sure hands run down the sides of my body and curve in at my hips before stalling just over the skin below my belly button. I savor the weight and warmth of their touch as Harrison places a kiss to the hollow of my collarbone before skimming his lips on a straight line downward until his face is between my breaths. He drops to his knees to better position himself, and I allow the pleasure of sinking my hands into the silky strands of his hair. My breath comes in staccato pants as I try to gather myself against the absolute flurry of emotions attacking my system. Holy shit. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I'm going to have a penis in my body. Like, inside. All the way. Holy shit. He looks up to meet my eyes as his lips touch the skin under my belly button. And it's all I can do to stay standing. I've never had a role on a medical show, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the brink of cardiac arrest. You're beautiful, Rocky, Harrison whispers, the tiny flutters of air from his words tickling the skin of my belly and sending my stomach for a ride up into my throat. They're words I've heard a million times, but when Harrison says them, my hair wet, face fresh from the shower, for the first time in a long time, I actually allow myself to believe it. He moves his lips from my stomach downward, over the bone of my hip, and following the line of my thigh all the way to the inside. My knees start to shake, but if he notices, he doesn't make a big thing of it, for which I'm eternally grateful. I don't want to think too hard. I don't want to get so lost in the details of how momentous an occasion it is that I forget to enjoy myself. I deserve this. I deserve this night for me and no one else, and by God, I'm not going to let myself ruin it. I close my eyes and get lost in the sensation of his lips on me. Warm and sure, they show affection to each inch of my skin with equal and devoted attention. His hair feels soft in my hands, and he hums appreciatively at each new part of my body. When my legs grow so weak that the tremble can no longer be ignored, he picks me up with an arm behind my knees, swings me fully into his arms, climbs to standing, and carries me to his bed as though I weigh nothing. I wrap two tight arms around his sculpted shoulders and hang on as he settles me into the plush comforter and steps back again to push his pants down his legs. I swallow hard as his cock goes from a foggy bulge in his pants to an undeniable thing of majesty. Thick, long, and veiny, it screams its arousal with impressive attention. Dear God, I was not prepared for a penis of this magnitude. This penis is king of the pride of penises on the most magical wild safari. This penis is Mufasa. You okay? He asks, climbing onto the bed in front of me and spreading my legs with sure but gentle hands. I nod before blurting, I just want you to know I wasn't planning this. This is unexpected but welcome, and I think you're great. His smile takes over his entire face as he falls to his stomach on the bed and looks up at me from between my parted legs. I have to actively work at not passing out. I wasn't expecting this either, and I think you make great look bad. Gah, is someone scripting these lines for you? He laughs with a shake of his head. I've never been in show business, but if I were in a movie, I'd just be a secondary character. I lift a brow. You, Rock. You'd be the star. Chapter 31. Raquel. Hand over the damn keys, because it's time for me to drive. When light bleeds through the curtains over the balcony doors of my bedroom the next morning at the sound of my alarm, it's as if I can feel it shining straight into my soul. Clarity, the kind I haven't felt for a frightening amount of time, sits at the front of my mind and begs me to set my life to rights. I can't let myself feel so out of control anymore. I can't let myself be a passenger in the stupid fucking van I should be driving. And I shouldn't allow anyone to make me feel like I should be. I have to take responsibility for my choices, good and bad, and handle them in the way that brings me the most peace of mind. Sure, I'm successful to a degree, but I'm also a woman without a family to fall back on, no friends of my own making, and a puppet on a very large stage. And in the grand scheme of life, that doesn't make me so successful at all. Eager to start setting things straight, I jump out of my bed with the sprite of a far less pregnant woman and charge into the bathroom with determination. I brush my teeth with vigor, run a brush through my hair, and do a quick scrub of my face that serves as even more symbolic ammunition. I'm a clean slate in many, many ways, and it's up to me to put the makeup on the canvas. Or something. I flip off the light and head out into the sometimes busy world of my apartment, expecting nothing short of the cavalry. To be honest, I'm hoping to find them. I'm energized and ready to take on my opponents now. But who knows how I'll feel as the day goes on. I am cooking a baby in my body, after all. All I find, though, is Harrison, sleeping soundly under a throw blanket on my couch. I soften my footsteps immediately, hoping not to wake him. But as he stirs, pushing the blanket down to reveal his muscled, bare chest and abdomen, it becomes more than apparent that I'm already too late. With a little groan and burrow of his head on the pillow, he opens his eyes and looks right at me. I freeze in my tracks as if I'm in the middle of a bank heist rather than strolling through the confines of my very own apartment. "Hey," he says softly, sitting up immediately and running a hand through his sleep-rumpled hair. Good God, is he sexy. "Hey," I parrot awkwardly, tapping a toe on the carpet and putting a hand to my hip to further my casual appearance. "What are you doing here?" A small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth as he scratches offhandedly at his magnificent, tanned chest, which of course pulls a tiny bit too much of my attention. I shake my head, trying to focus as he explains. "You passed out cold here last night. I carried you into bed, but I figured I'd stay here just in case you needed me. I know it was kind of an emotional night. A lot of highs and lows, you know." A shiver runs the line of my body from top to bottom at the memory of the absolute peak. The feel of his lips on mine as we let ourselves fall into what's evidently been building since we said goodbye after conceiving our little bundle of joy. "Yeah," I confirm with a blush, looking to the floor and scuffing my toe against the carpet in an attempt to make it a little less obvious. "Definitely a roller coaster, huh?" He scoots to the side and gestures to the couch next to him. "Do you want to sit down?" "No, thanks. I want to grab something to eat before Freddie gets here to head to set." I giggle a little and sink my face into my hands. Oh God, I'm being awkward, aren't I? Harrison chuckles, stands to his feet, and closes the distance between us to wrap me in his arms. His embrace is warm and welcoming. And sweet, baby Jesus, the smell of him, like this, surrounding me so early in the morning feels too good for description. The sweet feel of his warm breath ruffles my hair slightly as he talks directly into it, his lips on top of my head. "I know it's a lot, and I know it's complicated. But Rocky," he pulls away enough to tip my chin up so that our eyes can meet, and I fall into the trap of his mesmerizing comfort. "I want the complication. I want you." My breath catches in my throat, and I have to swallow hard to clear a path for its exit. "When I decided to move out here," he continues, still looking into my eyes, "I did it with the expectation that I might not fit into your life. that you might not have room for a man you didn't plan on. And I made peace with that. As long as I had a shot to be there for the baby, that would be enough for me. My heart beats 1,000,000 times an hour as he shrugs just one bare shoulder. But the peace I made is gone, he says softly. I go to sleep thinking about you. I wake up in the morning doing the same. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself if I keep going like we've been, pretending that what's ever between us isn't worth being explored. Harrison, I whisper. I don't know what to say. For fuck's sake, Raquel. That is the understatement of the century. I am, in a word, speechless. And it's not because I'm not feeling the same things. It's because I am, and I haven't got a fucking clue how to deal with them. Not while also dealing with the rest of the mess I've adopted as normal life. Somehow, like always, Harrison's suit of armor takes the chink of my words with ease. The man is damn near impenetrable. Honestly, the only time I've ever even seen him restless is when he's going head-to-head with Heidi. So, don't say anything, he offers instead. Just think about it. I have some shit to get done today while you're on set, so just take the time and think about it. See how you feel. I open my mouth to refute his assumption that I need time to think my feelings over, but he shakes his head. No matter what you decide, I'm not going anywhere, okay? I nod. For as much as I'd like to say it's the only thing I can manage, knowing I have to have it out with Heidi first. Because the only way I'm going to be able to give Harrison a fair shot is if I make it clear that he's around to stay. I don't need the stress of the constant fighting, and neither does the baby, and more than that, there are a lot more important things to worry about. It's high time everyone gets with the program, starting today.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
Harrison leans down slowly and touches his lips to mine. Just one gentle, beyond innocent touch, but my hormones jump into freaking overdrive. My stomach tightens in a Braxton Hicks-like contraction at the sudden flood of blood to the area. Holy moly, his lips always feel so good. My interest is avid as he steps away, back over to the couch, and pulls his previously discarded button-down back around his shoulders. One at a time, his arms go through the white sleeves, and I have to bite my lip to keep from moaning as he painstakingly does up the front, one button at a time. Sweet, merciful Jesus. He smirks, clearly knowing what he's doing. The bastard. And walks over to me again when he's done. After one quick kiss to the forehead, he heads for the door. Only when he has it open does he turn back to say one more thing. Text me. Call me. Whatever, okay? I nod. I will. But first, it's about time I make sure everybody knows how it's going to be. Thanks, Freddie, I say as he opens the door to my trailer on the set of Highlander for me. He smiles, but otherwise keeps to himself, like normal. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure I've ever heard Freddie speak in the entire decade he's been working for me. I've spoken to him a ton, and he always answers me with his face, but I really don't know that I'd even recognize his voice in a lineup. Heidi's, however, I would know anywhere. It practically haunts me in my dreams. "Morning, sweetie." Alejo greets me with a smile. "Ready to become an 18th century Scottish lass with a flawless complexion?" Heidi sits on the couch at the other end of the trailer, typing away on her phone like a madwoman. She doesn't look up, but I can still feel the weight of her every thought, even without her gaze. I turn back to Alejo and smile. "Almost. I just, actually need a minute with Heidi before we get started today, if that's okay." "Sure, sweetie," Alejo starts to say, shoving away from his station. But Heidi interrupts. "We're on a schedule, Raquel. Sit down and let Alejandro do your makeup." Alejo's eyebrows climb to his forehead, but he freezes in his tracks, unsure of what he should do. And I have to bite my tongue to stop myself from lashing out. I know that's what she's after. She wants to have a reason to put me in my place before I can get to any of the points I want to discuss. So, ignoring the rapidly building steam in nearly every part of my body, extremities included, I reply with a calm and steady confidence. "I know it's a busy day, and this won't take long, but it's important. So Alejo is going to step out for a minute." I turn to him and smile again. "Thanks, honey." His eyes alight with happiness at my orders. He scoots around the makeup chair and hustles to the trailer door. Heidi finally stops typing on her phone and watches me like a snake watches a mouse as I approach. Lucky for me, my size and the parts contributing to it make me a whole lot harder to swallow whole these days. "All right, Raquel, you've had your little scene and gotten your way. Now what are you going to do with it?" "Well, for starters, I'm going to ask you to drop the attitude. I understand that over the years I've given you reason to use it a time or two. But this isn't one of those times, and this is a professional conversation. You can either get on board with that or what?" she says snidely. "Or I'm going to have to find someone better suited to me, Heidi." She scoffs at the sound. I've finally had enough. "Stop, okay? Just stop. We've worked together for years, since my parents left. And you're the closest thing I've had to family since. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that we can't manage a civil conversation after all of that history together." She sighs, but it's finally the kind of agreement. "Fine, you're right. I'm just still dealing with last night," she says pointedly, and I nod. "I understand. I know I've made some choices you don't agree with. Choices that don't fit the mold of a Hollywood starlet. But in the process, I'm finally feeling like I'm on the right track. I'm growing up, getting my life together, making some of my own choices, good or bad. Because in a couple of months, or hell, maybe less, I'm going to be in charge of more than just my own life." I put my hands to my stomach as the baby kicks. "I'm going to be in charge of raising a human, Heidi. A life I created. I'm taking that seriously, and that means taking myself seriously. So from now on, I'm going to be making my own decisions, and you're either going to be okay with that, or I'm going to find someone who is." Her steely eyes are working overtime as she considers me carefully. I hold them intently with unwavering challenge. Finally, she relents. "Fine. Okay," I say, holding out a hand, pride filling my chest over the long overdue passing of the responsibility torch. Well, get Alejo back in here then. We've got a tight schedule to keep, you know? Heidi smiles slowly, and though it doesn't even come close to reaching her eyes, I accept it as a victory. I'm sure this will be an ongoing conversation, but at least we're headed in the right direction. I settle into the makeup chair as Heidi goes out of the trailer, and my phone buzzes from the pocket of my sweater. I pull it out, hoping it's Harrison, but instead it's a creepy message from one of his amazing friends. Cap.
Good morning, Mummy. I wants to meet you, especially the parts my milks come from.
I laugh. I can't help it. This day, it seems, is off to a great start. And I can't wait to meet you, baby. Thanks for changing my life.
Chapter 32. Harrison. I need some alone time with Rocky like my cousin Irene probably needs therapy from that tragic fall she took at my father's funeral. It's become a fucking necessity, like oxygen to breathe. A full week since we kissed in the rain, and so far there's been no mention of the conversation we had the next morning at all. To be fair, I've had a ton of work meetings and construction site visits to the new Hawcom LA location, and Rocky has been filming 14 hours a day for the new season of Highlander, so it's not like we've been sitting around staring at each other. But still, I feel a little like I'm starting to go crazy. Maybe I'm selfish, maybe I'm delusional, but I want time alone with Rocky, and come hell or high water, I'm going to find a way to make it happen. I've already laid the groundwork via a text message to her this morning between conference calls at the office. Can you just tell me if it's a boy or a girl, mother fluffer? Thatch says in my ear, reminding me that I'm still on the phone with him. 30 minutes of trying to say goodbye, and the guy just keeps dragging me back in. I laugh. No, I can't, because even I don't know. Rocky doesn't want to find out, doesn't even want to put it out into the universe for the paparazzi and gossip magazines to latch onto. She wants to be surprised. That's dumb, he says petulantly, and I have to laugh again. You only think it's dumb because Cassie sent you on a mission to get the answer, and you don't want to have to go back to her without one. Damn straight, bro. Don't you care about my health? Your health is fine. It won't be if she comes back from Jersey with Harriet and I don't have the intel. You ever heard of Lorena Bobbitt? I guffaw so loud the lady in the office supply store jumps. Whoops. Cassie isn't going to cut off your superior penis, he supplies helpfully. I roll my eyes. Yeah, she's crazy, but she's not that crazy. Just tell her we don't know, so you can't know. You think that's good enough for Cassie, dude? Pfft, I'm literally going to have to figure out how to get my own lab work done. What's the name of Rocky's doctor again? Don't even fucking think about it. Beverly Hills something, right? Thatch. Oh, yeah, Beverly Hills Obstetrics. It's listed right on people's website. You've got to be kidding me. Thatch, don't even think about, I start to say, but he cuts me off. Well, I gotta go. Calls to make. Thatcher Kelly, don't worry, bro, he interjects again. I won't spoil the surprise for you guys. Jesus Christ. Click. God damn it. Quickly, I swipe into my message inbox and furiously type out a message. Me. I will end you, motherfucker. I swear on your superior penis, you won't have anything left for your wife to Lorena Bobbitt if you find some way to swindle Rocky's doctor into disclosing the gender of my baby to you. The giant bastard responds a minute later. Thatch. I don't swindle. I sweet talk. That is so not the fucking point. I'm about to type out an incredibly explicit, murderous message when the girl behind the counter calls my attention. She's maybe 15 or 16 and has so far been absolutely mystified by my requests. Did you want the sunset the same as the beach scene, sir? Yep, 7 by 9 feet, thanks. She shakes her head, presumably wondering what she did to deserve to be on shift when I came in for this shit, but goes back to working on my project for me all the same. Meanwhile, my phone goes off with a text from someone I actually want to talk to. Rocky. You want us to go on a date? Are you really sure that's a good idea? I smile. Looks like she's finally had a break between filming to read my message. Me. Yeah, I think it's the best idea I've had in a long time. A week of no private time with her at all feels like a lifetime. Plus, all the time we've spent together since that night in August has either been devoted to her job or the baby, and I have big plans to pay attention to something else entirely tonight. Rocky. That's sweet, Harrison, but what are we going to do? It's not like we can go out somewhere. We'd be mobbed. It'd be too crazy. I smirk down at her response. Oh, how little does she know what I have planned. Me. Don't you worry about that, Rock. I have something up my sleeve, and I know just where to take you. Rocky. It's not like an underground bunker with the skeletons of women past, is it? Me. That was my second choice if my first didn't work out, but you're in luck. No bunkers this time. Rocky. All right. Where and when? Me. Tonight. When are you going to be done filming today? Rocky. Probably not until 6. Me. Okay, meet me at my apartment at 7:30. I'll take care of the rest, and yes, I promise there will be food. Lots of it. Rocky. Geez, am I that predictable? Me. Not you, the baby, remember? Winky face. My baby. God, it's crazy how quickly life can change. Funny thing is, now that I'm here, I can't imagine going back. Chapter 33. Harrison. If I were a magician, they'd have to call me Mr. Romantic because I have all sorts of what Thatch's favorite books would call swoony up my sleeves. Sunset and beachscapes taped to the appropriate walls, tropical candles lit, comfortable blanket on the sand, a cold bucket of refreshments, and the biggest picnic basket of food California's ever seen, all set up and waiting. I'm ready when Rocky knocks on my apartment door at just after 7:30. Dressed in a white tank top, denim maternity shorts, what I've lovingly designated as her Mr. Rogers sweater, and no makeup on her face, she's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Hi, she says sweetly. Hi, I smile. I see it's a good day in the neighborhood. She glances down at her sweater and laughs. It's comfortable. I know. I love it. Yeah, sure. She snarks back as she steps farther into the room and turns from looking over her shoulder at me to the inside of my LA apartment. That's why you... A gasp jumps from her mouth, and one petite hand pops up to cover it. Scanning desperately around the room, she looks at the scenes on the walls, the rolling ocean track I have on the TV, the candles on the counters, until she stops on the setup in the center of the room. Her hand falls from her mouth, but it takes a while before anything finds its way out of the newly created opening. What is this? She finally whispers, spinning on her heels and looking up at me with the most painfully earnest violet eyes I've ever seen. It's a beach picnic. A beach picnic, she repeats reverently. For me. In your living room. I nod. Like you said, we can't go out. This is the next best thing. I tried to think of everything to make it the most authentic beach picnic experience I could manage, but I'm sorry if I forgot anything. Are you kidding? She cries, jumping up to wrap her small arms around my shoulders. I take her weight and lean into her hair as she speaks directly into my ear. This is the sweetest, best, most thoughtful, amazing thing anyone has ever done for me. I know it's not quite like the real thing. She shakes her head, stopping my words. This is better than any and every tropical island I've ever been to. It pains me to separate her body from mine. I've been desperate for this connection since last week, and a hell of a lot longer, if I'm honest. But I know she has to be starving, and no matter my wants, Taking care of her needs is my #1 priority. Come on, I say, taking her hand and helping her down to the floor onto a giant cozy pillow. There's tons of food. Thank God, she replies, confirming her hunger. I haven't eaten in about 6 hours, and this baby of ours finds that entirely unacceptable. Another 20 minutes of making it wait, and I'm pretty sure it'd be using its whittle tiny womb phone to call CPS. Whittle tiny womb phone? I ask with a laugh before shaking my head. Which one of my demented friends came up with that one? She frowns almost comically. How do you know that's not my original material? Is it? I say, lifting one eyebrow. She huffs. No. I chuckle again. Don't fret. I just know Thatch and Cap. In fact, I know them even better than I ever thought I'd want to. And the word whittle with a W could only come from one of them using their imaginary baby voices. She shakes her head. Well, now that you've ruined my joke, I guess all that's left to do is eat. I shrug before grabbing a couple more pillows and artfully arranging them behind her back to give her some much-needed support. The picnic on the floor is only romantic if you can manage to make sure nobody's limbs go numb. Once she's comfy and set, I slide down in front of her, stretch out on my side, and lean into one of my elbows across from her. She giggles. If I get down into that kind of position, I'll never get up. Sure you would. I would help you. I tease with a wink. She peels open the lid on the basket and roots around until she stumbles on the answer to her cravings. Spaghetti bolognese from Cesarino's, one of her favorite restaurants in the city, is apparently the winner. Oh my God, this is... She scarfs a bite down and chews maniacally. She hums through an exhale. Oh my God. A smile climbs from the corners of my mouth all the way to my eyes. That good, huh? She nods frantically, all the while putting several more bites into her mouth. If I bribe you with food like this, would I be able to convince you to come see me here at my place every night? Her eyebrows pull together as she chews more. I've missed you, Rock. I admit the full truth, not holding back anymore. This week especially. But if I'm honest, I've missed being alone with you since the moment you left my apartment. In New York. In August. Her head jerks up, and for the first time since she found the spaghetti, she stops chewing, attempts to clear her mouth with a big swallow, and sets down the container of pasta. Harrison, she whispers, clearly taking me seriously enough that I've ruined the mood. In an effort to change that, I keep the main point of my topic but lighten up the subject matter considerably. I don't understand. I mean, there are always people around. When do you fart? Excuse me? I do not fart. I roll my eyes. Right, no farting. I'm sure that's humanly possible without, exploding from the gases. A giggle jumps from her lips. I know not of these gases of which you speak. Sure. You are a gasless being. Got it. Whatever, she says with the cutest roll of her eyes. And do you know what I want to know? Since you're an expert on the human body? I chuckle. Man, this could go so many ways. Is it a question about your body? Because I'd really love to answer a question about it, but I'm going to need to do a little review. Probably something that would require hours and hours worth of studying every blessed, beautiful inch, if I'm going to ace the quiz. She snorts. No, it's about, kind of the baby's body, kind of just bodies in general. She sinks her head into her hands and groans. You know what? Never mind. No, go on, I push. Now you have me intrigued, and you can't leave me hanging. Okay, so boys are born with penises, right? Is this you agreeing that you also think our baby is a boy? She sighs. Just answer the question. I grin. Yes, that's usually what happens. Boys are born with penises. I confirm, trying really hard not to laugh. Well, it's little, obviously, and then as you grow, it gets bigger. I raise my eyebrows, and she squeaks. Shut up! I didn't say anything, I contest, pulling my fingers across my lips like a zipper. Well, I just want to know, when would someone with a below-average penis start to notice that it's below average? What about above? Is there some kind of marker in time where you start to wonder if it's growing proportionately? Me personally? I say. Not really, but I can't speak for the entire population. I feel like you have to wonder. I shake my head as I search for an analogy she'll understand. It's kind of like getting a puppy when you're a kid. You grow, but the dog grows at the same time, and you never really think about if the dog is smaller or bigger than other dogs. He's just your dog, and you're used to him in every size. Oh my God! She shrieks, unable to control her laughter. I watch, enraptured, as her whole face lights up and sucks me in. She's so fucking gorgeous. There's absolutely no stopping me. 2 hands at once, I reach out and pull her face toward mine, sealing our lips together while she's still in the middle of a laugh. Her open mouth provides opportunity for my tongue, but it's the feel of her laughter as it slides down my throat that really does me in. Shifting to my knees, I slide my hands down the column of her neck, along the length of her arms, and over the curves of her sides until they settle on her hips. With child or not, she still weighs next to nothing as I lift her up and carry her from our spot on the floor over to my deep-seated couch. I climb in over her, keeping our lips together and tasting every piece of her mouth I can find. She tastes like sweet strawberries and chocolate, and seeing as we haven't eaten any, it's the biggest mystery of my life, one I'd happily die trying to solve. I'm determined to take my time, to take the time we didn't take before we had sex the first time. Tonight, I'm going to take every moment I have, learning the art of kissing her. When we have sex the next time, I'm going to make sure I know her so damn well it'll be the best sex anyone's ever had and then some. I only have one time to beat for her, but I swear to God I'm going to make sure, if she stays with me, not sampling her possible other options will be more than worth it. I want to be the only damn item on the menu at Rocky's buffet of hot sex and orgasms. Chapter 34. The very early and sexy morning of August 16th, 3:15 a.m. Harrison. I could eat out at this restaurant for the rest of my life. She's sweet, spicy, and a whole lot erotic, and I've never been as turned on by a woman as I am by Rocky right now. Her thighs wrap around my shoulders tightly, trapping my face against her pussy as her back bows off the bed. She's enjoying herself greatly, and the fact that she's allowed me the gift of this little inhibition makes my chest feel warm and cozy. I swirl my tongue over her clit and suck just as her whole body tightens, seconds away from orgasm, and then lets go, flooding my mouth and my emotions as she shatters over the edge of her climax. I lap slowly, bringing her down from the brink with a gentle touch and a racing heart. I'm so hard I could chop wood with my dick, but I wait for her to come back to herself before taking her without warning. Instead, I move gently to the side of the bed, to my nightstand drawer where I keep the condoms. I pull it open and thumb through the sparse items, only to find I've yet to replace the box since I ended my last fling. Fuck. I crawl back onto the bed and cradle Rocky's body in mine as gently as possible, burying my head in her hair. Harrison? She questions. What are you doing? I sigh heavily. I don't have any condoms. She worries her lip as she turns to face me. In the whole place? I can't help but laugh. No condoms. In the whole place. But it's at least 3,000 square feet. Maybe you should check some other rooms. I like your spirit, I respond with a mix of a chuckle and a groan. But I only keep them in that drawer. No squirrel stashes all over the house. Would it make a difference to you if I said I'm on birth control? I mean, I'm completely clean, like completely clean. Basically, whistle-worthy clean. That's me. For the first time since I found the drawer empty, hope shines on my dick like a beacon. He perks up again, sitting on the edge of his seat. Yes. I mean, I'm clean too. Haven't even been with anyone for a while. But I would completely understand if you weren't comfortable moving forward. She crinkles her nose. I'm confused. Is that a yes or a no? It's a yes, I say with a laugh, with a couple of contingencies added on for your benefit. I want you, she whispers. Holy fuck. Yes. My dick is running out of the locker room, already suited up and ready to charge the fucking field. I want you too, Rock, I whisper back and shut my eyes briefly, desperately trying to get my bearings before I move this forward too fast. God, you have no idea how much I want. I open my eyes again and lock them with hers. But I need you to be explicit. Are you saying you're okay with this? Yes. From the dumps of complete despair to the top of Triumph Hill, I have to stop myself from pumping my fist in the air. Thank God for birth control and the modern woman. Determined to be patient despite my inner celebration, I move away from Rocky's back enough to roll her over onto it and line the length of her body with my own. Her perfect breasts stand at attention, and I pay them the respect they deserve. First with my fingers, and then with my mouth, closing over the nipple of each one with a warm, wet seal. She moans into the room, her hair fanning perfectly across the top of my pillow as her head rolls back with pleasure. I move my weight on top of her, holding up the majority of it with my hands on the bed at her sides, and settle my hips between the magnificent apex of hers. Her bare pussy glistens in the low light of my bedside lamp, and I can't help myself as I rub the skin of my dick across it. Jesus. This woman may very well be the hottest woman I have ever laid eyes on in my life. Not just in adulthood or my flings, but also in my adolescent fantasies and in the bulk of my wet dreams. She is the epitome of everything I only imagined existed, and in an ironic twist, I've known her nearly all of my life. She tosses her head back again, exposing her neck as I settle my cock into place and start to push forward. But I force her chin to tip back down with a gentle nudge of my finger and meet her violet eyes with my own. God, Rock. She moans, and tempted beyond my resolve to hold her eyes, I lean down to take her lips in a long, slow kiss. Easy at first, and all at once at the end, her lips part under mine and allow my tongue entrance into her mouth. It tastes sweet like the chocolate mint candy from the bar we ate just before making our run from it, and goddamn, it is the perfect dessert to go with the taste of her that still lingers on my lips. Steady but paced, I push my cock into the warm, tight heaven of her pussy. Its grip is unbelievable as I push inside, but I can feel the second she releases the tension in her muscles and lets me settle inside. And we fit. God, do we fit. Like a puzzle finally solved, my dick has never found a more perfect home. Rocky's pussy is a rent-controlled 3-bedroom penthouse with good light and a doorman on the Upper East Side, and I can't believe I'm getting the chance to live in it, even for a night. I start a rhythm with my hips, in and out and back in again with a pause. She grabs my face and pulls my lips back to hers, and I'm all too happy to comply. In fact, if I have any complaint at all, it's that it feels nearly impossible to pull back out after I've thrust in. Our connection feels that powerful. I watch closely as her eyes fall closed and her mouth opens again with an impending climax. I know the look well. I just watched it happen a few minutes ago. She is fucking gorgeous. Her pleasure confirmed and satisfied, I concentrate on my own, letting myself feel the warmth of her flesh and the shape of her breasts beneath me. I bend down to take a nipple in my mouth as she wraps her legs around my back and grabs onto my ass with both hands. All at once, my orgasm overwhelms me, shooting from my spine and spiraling in all directions. I'm briefly blind to the world around me as sheer bliss settles over me and steals my breath. If she lived on this side of the country, I'd very well be racking my brain, trying to come up with a way to ensure this isn't the only time we're together. In fact, I'd be looking for a way to keep her around for a long while. Chapter 35. Harrison. There is nothing more unpredictable than a pregnant woman's cravings. And I'm finding, when it comes to Rocky, those cravings can change by the damn second. A commercial about Reese's Cups on TV. A billboard on the street for a burger joint. A weird dream about swimming in a pool of hot chocolate. You name it, and it's a catalyst for the unexpected. Though, if I'm being honest, I kind of love it. And I certainly love being the one who helps her track down whatever her ever-growing belly desires. Take right now, for instance. I'm on a lunch break from work and heading back to Rocky's trailer on the set of Highlander after obtaining a cup of hot chocolate from one of the caterers. God, it's hard to believe it's already been over a month since Rocky and I screamed, literally, our way into this new phase of our relationship. We kiss and touch and talk and spend as much time together as possible with our schedules, and when her team isn't around, I can almost pretend we have a regular relationship. Just an everyday American couple. That's mostly contained indoors and avoids public places, mind you. But despite those minor details, it all feels normal. Good. Fucking amazing. And when her staff is around, we tone it down in the name of keeping at least some tiny semblance of peace. Truthfully, there's a part of me that would love to throw it right in Heidi's face. But I can't complain, really. All in all, Rocky's completely changed the way she sees herself and the team around her. I don't know if I put the fight in her or if the hormones and the baby did, but she, quite frankly, has flipped her switch from amenable to entirely hard to handle. It's been fucking incredible to watch. And as I open the door to her trailer and step inside, I find her baring her newfound claws to everyone around her. God, no, she states on a sigh. I refuse to wear anything that makes me feel like I've been stuffed into the casing they use for sausages. Do you want me to look like a sausage for shit's sake? I don't think so. They're tasty as hell, but not exactly the statement I'm going for in fashion. I look down at the cups I'm carrying to camouflage my smile as Rocky keeps going on her short-term rampage. Give me something with spandex or stretch or, hell, a flowy top, for God's sake, she demands. No skirts with the word mini or leather or tight or anything other than knit stretch as their adjective. I just want to beach myself like a whale and be done with it. Honestly, maybe we should just cancel shooting today if I can't go in my sweatpants. Aren't sweatpants in fashion now? I swear I've seen the Kardashians wearing chunky sneakers, sweatshirts, and bicycle shorts everywhere they go. If they can do it, why not me? Heidi heaves a deep, heavy, exasperated sigh. Raquel, this is a costume for your show. You can't wear sweatpants and sneakers because the wardrobe for Highlander is 18th century Baroque. Maybe, just this one episode, we could talk to the writers about adding a time travel sequence to say now-ish, Rocky offers. It could be a commentary on the minute differences between old world— No, Heidi cuts her off. Absolutely not happening. I have to cover my nose to hold in a snort. Come on, Rocky says on a groan. You can't tell me that pregnant bitches back then didn't find some way to be comfortable. A sheet as a nightdress. Something. There's no way they walked around squeezing their pregnant baby bellies into corsets. Raquel, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. Rocky tosses her hands up into the air. You're the one not being reasonable. There have to be some sort of labor laws against this kind of thing at this stage of pregnancy. There's no way this is legal. Raquel, You signed a contract. Unless the baby is physically leaving your body right now. It is, she lies. Oh no, ow! I think I feel the head. Finally, unable to maintain my composure anymore, I let go of my laugh. Heidi eyes me with contempt and possible thoughts of murder, but Rocky's face softens at the sound. It's that second reaction that really hits me straight in the chest in the best kind of way. How about this, I say, trying to be the voice of compromise as I hand her the requested hot chocolate. Her eyes instantly light up like a kid on Christmas morning at the sight of it, but I force myself to continue my train of thought. You put on your sweats, the comfiest ones you own, and you wear them right up until the moment you're needed on set. You get your makeup done in them, maybe even take a little nap, and then right before they need you, we get you changed into costume so you can do the scene. And you go and do it spectacularly. I know you're capable of one take. In fact, if you succeed, I'll buy you anything you want for dinner and have it delivered to the apartment, even if they don't deliver. And then, when shooting is over for the day, you come right back to the trailer and put on your sweats again. Easy as can be. Rocky taps her chin, thinking it over. You know, I do like the sound of food. I nod enthusiastically. Okay, fine, she eventually answers. I'll wear the goddamn dress for the scene. Great, I encourage, winking at Heidi in a way that really pisses her off. Which obviously makes me smile. I'm getting more and more comfortable here by the day. Heidi's feelings, I fear, are growing exponentially toward the opposite. Too bad for her, though, because she's going to have to learn to deal with it. As long as Rocky wants me, I'm here to stay. Chapter 36. Harrison. I never thought I'd see the light at the hands of the mother of my child, but I also never thought Kaplan Hawkins would force us to start a fucking book club that led to him falling in love. Today has been a busy day for both Rocky and me. After hours worth of work meetings and filming on set all day, we spent the better part of our evening together eating Chinese takeout and group crib building. I did the building and she did the watching. But somehow, after the food was consumed and the crib was fully built, the night took a strange and dangerous turn that's all thanks to Amazon's same-day delivery and a bet. That is to say, strange for her, dangerous for me. The machine we bought in an effort to simulate the feelings of labor and childbirth for me buzzes, and the electrodes on my stomach contract my muscles into tight balls. My heart races, and her laughter bounces off every wall in my apartment like a metaphorical pinball. Which makes sense. With me on the bed with my knees in the air and Rocky next to me coaching me on the timing of my breathing, we're most definitely characters in the Twilight Zone game. The music in my head shifts, turning dark as my pain ratchets up to a whole new level. It's as if the longer it lasts, the more my body rejects the idea that all will be well soon. Oh, hell! What the fuck is happening? I shout. I swear my organs are pulsing. Rocky laughs and turns the dial up a little higher. No mess, no gain, apparently. No fucking mercy. Jesus Christ, I'm co-parenting with a masochist. Jesus! You're enjoying this, aren't you? I ask, trying like hell to breathe through the pain. Like way too much. Why are you enjoying this so much? It's the only thing I have to hold on to, she says through an evil little giggle. When you're coaching me through labor, telling me to breathe a little deeper to make the pain go away, I'll be able to remember this and throw it appropriately in your face. I chuckle and groan harshly through the agony. I won't downplay your pain like that. I'm not an animal like you. Rocky laughs harder and shrugs, turning up the dial yet again. Apparently, calling her out on her evils only pushes her further into bed with the devil. Oh, look at that, she says, looking at the screen with eyes that are far too amused for this current situation. You're entering transition. This is known as the most painful part of labor. For good reason, I groan with a wheeze. Holy hell, I feel like a sheath for a samurai sword. And my samurai can't fucking decide whether he wants to use it or not. In, out, lots of twisting. What's that? She asks, putting a dramatic hand to her ear. Is that the sound of you begging for the drugs? Yes, I yell, my stomach gripping with a spasm so tight I almost faint. Good Lord, I'll take anything. Meth, pixie dust, whatever the kids are doing these days, just give it to me. I sure as hell hope the kids aren't doing meth. Jesus, parenting is going to be harder than I thought, Rocky muses. And as much as I'd like to concentrate on how cute and funny she is, she's completely forgotten that I'm dying and she's the one killing me. Rock, I mean, a little bit of weed, I guess I can see. Everyone experiments, and it's being legalized more and more. But coke and heroin and... Rocky! I groan. I mean, when I was a kid, I was around a lot of shit. I grew up in Hollywood, for God's sake. But meth? Why are children doing this to themselves? Rocky! The dial! Please! Oh, she says, seemingly surprised that I'm even here. Right. I forgot to turn it up the rest of the way. What? I squawk as she turns the knob all the way up to a 10. Down, down, down! I yell like a weakling. Not up! She panics then as she sees the true hysteria in my eyes and grasps wildly at the dial without decreasing my pain in any way. My throat closes up as my stomach twists into a knot and punches me directly in the groin. It's suddenly hard to breathe, and I start to see flashes of my life before my eyes. This is it. This is how I end. Not with the birth of my child, or in something cool like a skydiving accident, but in the bedroom of my apartment with electrodes taped to my stomach. When she finally gets the dial turned all the way down and I sag in relief at the respite, she jumps up onto my side of the bed and starts running her hands along every inch of my abdomen. Are you okay? Oh my God, did I really hurt you? Where's the most pain? She shrieks wildly. My panting is real as I recover from my bout with the satanic machine, but now that it's turned off, the relief is oddly complete, like instantly gone, just like that. Thank fuck. Still, I can't help but use this moment to my advantage. It's been nearly 2 months of torture since we broke the barrier to physical contact again, and though it's been beyond worth it to take my time, I'm at almost the end of my rope made of self-control. I want her so badly I've started to hallucinate about her naked body around every corner I turn. She pats and tends to the top of my stomach, so I put a little extra oomph into my groan as I guide her mischievously. Lower. Lower? She questions. Like here? Or even more? More, I say, pulling my legs up toward my body to sell it some more. Here? She asks with concern, and I really work up a performance based on all the experience I've gotten from watching her. I can't say I'm a SAG Award winner like her, but I'm basically the guy who's been to a class or two at the YMCA. I'm like a professional extra. Lower. Her hand finally makes contact with my hard cock, and I change my voice from pained to seductive with the flip of a switch. Yep. That's it. Right there. She jumps and shrieks, pulling back like she's been burned, and I can't help but laugh. The fact that she actually grabbed my dick like I was somehow cramped up down there from the electrodes we placed nearly a foot higher just shows the merits of my performance. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to star in some kind of high school musical next. She rears back and punches me in the shoulder. Oh my God! I can't believe you had me believing you were hurting while you really have a raging boner. I sit up and grab her wrists, pulling her forward gently so that the front of her body falls on the side of mine again. Oh, believe me, I am hurting, Rock. I fucking ache for you, I say sincerely, leaning in to kiss her neck right below the shell of her ear. You want me? She asks, as if it's somehow a revelation. I shake my head disbelievingly. I'm in fucking shock over her surprise. Yeah, baby. What the hell do you think makes me kiss and touch you so much? But you haven't tried to have sex, like, at all. She shrugs and runs a hand down the front of her body like it's a letter square and she's Vanna White. I thought maybe the whole pregnant belly thing was a turnoff. Oh, Jesus. I never for a second thought my painstaking efforts to take my time with her would give her the impression that she was anything but the sexiest woman on the planet. I feel guilty, tortured, frankly, that she would think any damn thing about her was anything but perfect. Are you kidding, Rocky? She shakes her head with a blush. Scooting her closer, I lower my voice and lean my forehead to hers. God, I had no idea this was all running through her head. Leaning back, I look her directly in the eye and speak with unquestionable specificity. On this point, I need to make sure she understands. I was just trying to give you time, baby. Work our way into everything slowly. You know, exactly what we didn't do in the first place. I have to stroke my own cock every night before I slide into bed because I ache so bad for you. You're hands down the most erotic woman I've ever laid eyes on in my entire life. Carrying my baby? I laugh sardonically. It's a miracle I don't follow you around beating on my goddamn chest all day. Really? She asks, the entire language of her body changing in an instant. Christ! I bark before slamming my lips to hers. Talking is great, and I'll be glad to do it all night long if she wants, but only after I prove how fucking sexy she is, inch by motherfucking inch. Giving her the space to doubt herself has gone on more than long enough. Swiftly but gently, I grab the hem of her tank and pull it up and over her head, and then handle the same hasty disappearance of her shorts not too long after. She helps me, thankfully, stepping out of them as they hit the floor and staying standing long enough for me to do the same with her black lace panties. They skate down the skin of her tanned legs and hit the floor. I know from common sense, but I sure as shit don't watch them go. I'm far too occupied with the perfect pussy they left behind. But I really need a closer look. Climb up, I prompt softly, grabbing her hands to help her as I pull her up above me, onto my chest, and help her knees into the bed on either side of me. She looks down shyly, clearly unsure of herself in our newly beyond intimate position. But I don't give the doubt any time to build. Instead, I guide her hips with a gentle pull of my hands and place one seductive lick straight through the center of heaven. I moan, watching as her purple-blue eyes dilate dramatically. You taste even better than I fucking remembered. And, Rock, I remembered you as the best goddamn thing I've ever tasted. She pushes her hips forward toward my mouth, craving more. I'm not playing any games tonight. I give it to her. Slow, languid licks to cover every inch of her pussy, and then a pulsing rhythm on her clit. I work hard until the taste of her pleasure makes its way into my mouth. She moans, bracing her hands on the top of the gray padded headboard and letting her head fall back until the tips of her long hair dance on the tops of my thighs. God damn. If I'd only had the forethought to take off my own clothes before I started, I'd be ready to fuck my way through a concrete wall. As it is, my hard cock begs to escape from the confines of my jeans. Rocky's belly only adds to her appeal as I lick my lips and lean back to get a look at my woman in all her glory. Heavy, perfect peaked tits, the sweetest round creation we made together, and soft, tanned skin. It's almost more than my brain can comprehend. And if it can even be believed, it's more than that. More than the sexiest woman according to millions of people in the world. It's the girl I've known since almost the beginning of our lives. The sweet innocence in her eyes and good soul they're windows to. Rocky Weaver is the one and only Rocky Weaver. And I'm certain I could never have been happy with anyone else. I swirl my tongue and skate my fingers from her thighs to her stomach, all the way up to take the weight of her heavy, swollen breasts gently in my hands. I don't go rough. I know they're sensitive right now. She moans, her mouth opening in the most exquisite showing, and when I return my mouth to her pussy and suck, she falls over the edge into the abyss of pleasure. Sweet Jesus. Watching her come should be the eighth wonder of the fucking world. I cradle her weight, shuffling her from her knees on top of me to her side in the bed. I know she's not supposed to lie flat on her back right now, so I take my time making sure she's in the most comfortable position possible, and her back is fully supported before standing at the side of the bed to take off my clothes. She watches avidly, recovery from the misty haze of her orgasm finally allowing her eyes to open and her concentration to return. With a hand between my shoulder blades, I reach back and pull my t-shirt over my head and toss it to the side, and then I slide my jeans and boxer briefs down my legs to the floor. Something about watching them mingle on the floor with the clothes she already took off makes my chest warm. I climb onto my knees on the bed and slide down to my side in front of Rocky. One rogue strand of her hair falls in front of her face, so I reach out to tuck it behind her ear. "You okay?" I ask. She laughs a little. "Better than okay." My smile is bright and bold. "I'm glad the orgasm was good for you, baby, but I meant your position now. Nothing hurts?" She laughs again, this time longer and with a shake of her head. "You know, there once was a time when lying on a bed wasn't an actual sport for me." I bite my lip as I reach out to touch her stomach, resting my hand on the powerful swell of the baby as gently as I can. "You're growing a baby. Your body is a fucking miracle." Just then, a thump pulses under my hand and explodes my whole world. Moisture in my eyes and the biggest fucking smile I can imagine in place, I look up to Rocky in wonder. I feel it. "Oh my God, Rock, I feel it." A hand flies to her mouth as she apologizes. "I'm so sorry, Harrison. I can't believe I never thought to ask you if you wanted to feel before now." An apology is the last thing I was after. "I'm not, baby. This is perfect. This whole night. You, this." I shake my head. "You're all better than I could have imagined." Rocky grabs my face in her hands and pulls our lips together, and I have no trouble taking it from there. Tongues dancing in unison, we work together to shift our bodies closer, and I pull Rocky's tanned, slender leg over the top of my hip. She breaks our mouths apart as I rub the tip of my cock through the evidence of her first orgasm and tuck it into the center of her pussy. "God," she moans slowly. We look perfect together." I finish for her, sliding an inch inside and then another. She drops her head back, exposing her neck, and I take the opportunity to lean forward and taste the perfect skin of her throat. She's tight and warm and so fucking flawless it hurts. And this time, ironically, we don't even have to fucking think about a condom. In slowly until I'm seated fully inside, I stroke my cock between her legs and suck on any skin I can get underneath my lips. She claws at my shoulders, trying to get closer, and I understand the feeling. We're as close as physically, humanly possible, and yet, somehow, I can only wish for more, for the ability to climb inside her entirely. Taking her jaw in my hands again, I seal our mouths and our bodies and make a vow to myself to spend the rest of the night doing this for as long as our stamina will allow.
Chapter 37. Raquel. Last night was so perfect. It hurts. Every touch, every kiss. It was even better than I remembered it being. And I've spent more than a night or two in the last 9 or so months worshipping it. And by God, does that make me nervous. Harrison has been my rock through every moment since the day he paid $1 million fucking to get me alone in that hotel ballroom. He's blended. He's supported. He's stood up for me when I was afraid to stand up for myself. And he's done it all because he's intent on being a part of this baby's life. Jesus, the man moved here for me. Just packed up his life and came, no questions, no compromises asked. Just because he wanted to be a man our child could be proud of. And now, I've gone and complicated it by letting my heart get recklessly, perilously involved. And he doesn't even freaking know I lied to him about being on birth control. That this whole thing, this pregnancy, this sweet little baby, has occurred because of that very lie all along. He's literally given up everything for me, and I haven't had the decency of telling him the truth. My God, just the thought of him finding out, of me actually telling him, it has my heart wanting to dive out of my chest. Simply put, it scares the bejesus out of me. What if he decides he doesn't want to be around someone like me? Someone who would commandeer his whole life without even giving him the decency of being completely honest. God. I jump out of bed as panic overwhelms me and head for the bathroom to splash some cold water on my face. I'm so stupid. When you find a great guy, you tell him the truth every damn step of the way so you don't get this deep into all-consuming emotions with a time bomb still ticking in the freaking background. Gah! I take a deep, deep breath in and then slowly let it out. I give myself a long, hard look in the mirror and a stern talking to. Do not mess this up, Raquel. Don't mess this up? Hell, do you even know what that means anymore? It's quite possible you already have messed this up. Lord Almighty, I do not have time to stand here staring at myself while I argue with myself. And I certainly do not want to take the risk of reaching the mental breaking point in my own damn bathroom that leads to me delivering this baby in a padded room. Yes, on that we can agree. I look at my reflection one last time, shake my head, and focus on the things I can control. Like getting away from this stupid mirror and getting it the hell together. With a heavy sigh, I open the bathroom door and, carefully so I don't wake up Harrison, I tiptoe through the bedroom to the door, step out into the hallway, close the door as gently as I can behind me, and make my way down into the living room. When I arrive, Heidi and Toby look up from their spots on the couch where they've apparently been going over the schedule for the day and waiting on me to start my morning. It's my own fault for not remembering they'd be here this early, but I really could have used a little decompression time from my mental freakout. Cough, near breakdown, cough, before facing the wolves for shit's sake. We have to leave for the set in an hour, Raquel, Heidi says by way of greeting. And it's all I can do not to say the foul things I am muttering under my breath a little bit louder. Instead, I settle for taciturn confirmation. I know. Great, because we also need to talk about your appearance schedule for next week, your stylist's picks for your final few appearances before the baby, and the details of your photo and interview spread in the hospital. I'm nodding along mindlessly, until spread strikes a chord, and my head whips around. Huh? What spread? She rolls her eyes like I've known about it all along. But I know for a fact I would have remembered agreeing to this sort of thing. I put a defiant hand to my hip. What spread, Heidi? Of you and the baby, the first introduction to the world piece. No, I deny absolutely. I'm not going to do a spread about the baby. It's in Glam magazine, Raquel. It's not like they're going to do anything that isn't tasteful and classy, Heidi argues. Just a few shots of you and the baby in the hospital. It's a glorified newborn shoot. You'll get your hair and makeup done and throw on a few matching outfits for some sweet, adorable shots. Regular women are doing the same thing all across the globe. I scoff through a laugh. Yeah, except those women are doing it for their personal photograph collection. Not so that millions of people they don't know can stare at their baby and criticize what they look like immediately after giving birth. Heidi rolls her eyes. They send those pictures out all over the place to their families. You think they wouldn't be thrilled if Glam magazine cared enough to throw a picture of their baby in their nationally circulated publication? She shakes her head. Don't be naive. I'm not being naive. I just don't think I'll be up for an interview and... What about Princess Kate? She cuts me off before I can really express how I'm feeling. She got out there and stood on the steps for the press mere hours after having each baby. In a dress and heels, no less. We won't even make you wear shoes. Royalty? I question through a barking laugh. You're really comparing me to the standards of royalty now? You are royalty, Raquel. Hollywood royalty. You may not have a crown, but I can assure you your position isn't all that different. I could give two shits about my position or crowns or whatever. There is no way I can let my sweet, innocent baby be used for publicity. The mere thought of it makes me want to puke. I'm not doing it. End of fucking story. Heidi sighs heavily. I didn't want to have to tell you this because you've been so happy. But I made a deal with them, Raquel, 2 months ago. In exchange for them not running the picture of you screaming on the balcony like you'd lost your damn mind and coming up with their own story to go with it, they get an exclusive of you with the baby. We can't go back on the deal. Panic sweeps over me. Pregnancy hormones have apparently only enhanced my struggles with claustrophobia because this tight little corner I've been backed into feels like it's liable to choke the life right out of me. Harrison's sexy, sleepy voice surprises both Heidi and me when he speaks up from the mouth of the hall. What's wrong? It's no big deal. I try to calm this situation down before it even has the chance to get out of hand. But Heidi talks right over me. She's trying to back out of a deal that she can't, that's what. Heidi, I snap. We'll deal with this later. What deal? He asks then, shoving away from the wall while pulling his t-shirt down over his head. A tiny little spread of her and the baby in Glam magazine, Heidi says before I can stop her. Harrison's eyebrows draw together immediately. 3 weeks ago, while talking about the baby and trying to figure out possible names over dinner in his apartment one night, we agreed that we didn't want our child in the limelight. Not until he or she was old enough to understand and make a choice for themselves. I grew up in the business, and for as much success as I've had because of it, I would go back and choose a normal life if I could. Raquel was just saying she would do it, Heidi challenges, and I nearly growl. No, I was not saying that. I shake my head and look at Harrison. I said I didn't want to do it. But apparently it's complicated because Heidi already promised I would. Well, she's just going to have to unpromise then, Harrison snaps. Months and months of time spent together. And this is one of the only times I've ever seen him truly angry. We're not exploiting our newborn. Not for money. Not for a career. Period. Heidi moves her eyes to me, a pointed brow to remind me of what's at stake. In the name of keeping things calm inside my apartment, I do my best to walk the fine line between the two of them. We'll have to talk, figure it out, see what Heidi can do. No, Harrison interrupts. We're not going to figure anything out. It's figured out. Heidi is going to tell them we're not going to do it. Or we're going to tell her she doesn't work for us anymore. Already on edge, my hackles rise at the use of us, and the fact that he so swiftly cut me off before I could finish. Work for us? I say, questioning it with a little more anger in my voice than I expect. Us, you, whatever, he responds, his irritation more than apparent by the harsh tone of his voice. Don't try to justify this with semantics, Rock. We agreed that this wasn't going to happen. Can I talk to you privately? I finally say, losing my temper as Heidi looks on with a smirk. Harrison turns and walks back to the bedroom without saying a word, and I follow. I step inside behind him and close the door, and he doesn't hesitate to fire the first shot. I can't believe you would even entertain that shit, Rock. For fuck's sake, have some fucking backbone. My spine, called to arms, straightens on demand. Excuse me? You heard me, baby. You let that woman walk all fucking over you. Spike heels, boots, the tread doesn't matter. As long as you get your money, and so does she. Get my money? Seriously? Hey! I shout. What the fuck? He turns to face the other side of the room and runs both his hands through his hair, and I turn him back with a jerk at his elbow. Are you kidding me right now? That's what I'm asking you, he says. I thought we were beyond this, but apparently not. You're still her little fucking puppet. I think you need to leave, I tell him, feeling like everything is crumbling around me and leaving me no way out. I don't want to fight with him, but he doesn't understand the position I'm in either. And no matter what, I don't need him to speak for me. I don't need anyone to speak for me but myself. Christ, he's the one who taught me that. Leave? I nod. Maybe we both need a little distance and time. We should just take the day and try again tomorrow. You really want me to leave? He asks, clearly hurt. Yes, I confirm. So we don't end up saying things we can't take back. I don't start shooting tomorrow morning until 11. Come here beforehand and we'll talk everything over once we've had time to cool down. Rocky, just go, I say, voice quiet. You cool off, I'll cool off, and we'll talk tomorrow. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, but words don't come out. And I'm so close to giving in and telling him not to leave. But ultimately, he grabs his phone and wallet and keys from my nightstand and walks out of the room without looking back. I swear, a little piece of me crumbles right there. Tears threaten to fill my eyes, but I blink them back with a tight squeeze. Ugh, this sucks so hard. But the conversation had already twisted down this awful, irrational path, and we need to wait until we're calm to talk about this again. I know I'm doing the right thing, forcing us to take a step back until cooler heads prevail. But watching him walk out of the room angry feels like I'm hacking off my own arm. Tomorrow, I tell myself. It's just one day. We'll fix everything tomorrow.
Chapter 38. Harrison. Sometimes the best thing you can do is admit when you're the asshole. My eyes are bloodshot, and my chest feels like lead as I walk down the hall toward Rocky's apartment. I slept like shit, and I know I probably should have waited until it was at least 8 in the morning to show up at her door. But when the clock struck 7, I couldn't wait any longer. The way we left things yesterday doesn't sit well with me at all, and I've been replaying it in my head all night, and now all morning, too. I'm not comforted by the conclusion that I was an asshole, but I know acknowledging one's faults is the best step. But dang, this one stings. Going an entire night with the weight of our argument on my heart was worse than any kind of injury I ever acquired while playing rugby or staying fit at Tommy John's. And trust me, neither of the two is a gentle sport. It took everything inside me not to call her or text her or just show up at her apartment last night. But she wanted us to take a day, and I wanted to respect that. Still, I know Rocky and I know myself, and I'm sure after we talk it out this morning, and I apologize profusely for being a stupid, arrogant, asshole-ish man, we'll put it behind us and move on to the next stage of our lives. My eyebrows draw together as I knock on the door for the 4th time with no answer. Worry covers me like a blanket as a list of horrible worst-case scenarios flashes through my mind. Rocky slipping and impaling herself on an unattended knife. A stray bird making its way in an open window and startling Rocky just as she was about to get in the tub, making her slip and fall and hit her head, subsequently ending up underwater. Rocky going out on her balcony to get a little air and leaning over a little too far. Obviously, my mind has absolutely no practical limitations when it comes to vivid, death-causing scenarios. But I know better. I know that not only would none of those things be likely to happen at all, but when it comes to Rocky, the possibility is just about zero. She's always surrounded by a group of people, fucking micromanaging, invasive people, who would never give her the space or time to let any of those visions even remotely take shape. I'm just about to pull out my phone to get to the bottom of it when footsteps behind me grab my attention, and I glance over my shoulder to find Wilson walking down the hall, his head turned downward to focus on his tablet. He notices me just after I notice him, and he frowns. "You forget something in there?" That's the weirdest fucking question. No, I was supposed to meet up with Rocky here before they left for the set. Wilson scrolls around on his tablet frantically and then looks back up at me. "You must have gotten your wires crossed because they're already there. Filming started an hour ago." "Really?" "She told me to meet her here now. Said filming wasn't starting until later this morning." "Yeah," he shrugs. "Maybe she didn't want you around, you know? Extra nerves or something." Extra nerves? Because of me? What the hell? "Maybe I'll just call her and see if she wants me to come down there now." Wilson frowns. "Sorry, man, but I don't think she'll have her phone if she's on set." Frustrated with his meddling, I take out my phone and start dialing anyway. "I'll just check." It only takes 2 rings for her to answer, but when the voice comes on the line, unfortunately, it's not her at all. "Raquel Weaver's phone," Heidi answers. She doesn't say it's her, but I'd recognize her voice anywhere. She certainly uses it enough. Not to mention, it's not like she doesn't know I'm the one calling. "Heidi, I need to talk to Rocky." "Sorry, but she's on set right now. She can't come to the phone." I groan, but I bite my tongue against a smart response. Like it or not, she is the only messenger available to the woman I care about more than anyone else in the world. "Love," my mind taunts. "Love is the word you're looking for." "Shh," I say back. Now is not the time for those kinds of revelations. "All right, I understand. But can you just tell her to call me when she gets a minute?" "Of course." "Thank you," I say earnestly. For the first time in my life, I'm thankful for this woman. It's for thin reasoning, but it's true nonetheless. "Listen, I know you and I don't see eye to eye, but I feel like you deserve to know this, so when you get your chance to put in the effort, you'll know how hard to try." "Okay," I say. "What is it?" "Raquel is really upset. Honestly, I've never seen her like this. She told me that she's not ready to talk to you yet. That's why she didn't call you to tell you about the change to the shoot schedule this morning. Just make sure you keep that in mind. I don't think it's going to be as easy to win her over as a quick apology." I swallow hard, and she sighs heavily to fill the space so I don't have to say anything back. "I'll give her the message and tell her to call." "Thanks. Goodbye, Harrison." When I pull the phone away from my ear, Wilson takes one look at me, pats me on the shoulder, and says, "Nice knowing you, man," before heading back off down the hall and toward the elevators. And I'm just left standing there outside of Rocky's apartment. What the fuck just happened? My stomach churns, completely unsettled and unsure of how quickly it all turned so fucking sour. I guess I'm going to have to try to busy myself with work for the next several hours until she's done on set and I can actually get the opportunity to talk through this mess with her in person. Yeah. Fuck. Unfortunately for me and my wounded heart, all I can do now is wait.
Chapter 39. Raquel. I should be cool, calm, and collected, but instead I have the hot-as-the-sun body temperature of a very pregnant woman, and I'm worried, frustrated, and concerned. Have you heard from Harrison yet? I ask for what has to be the 50th time since we started shooting a few hours ago. And Heidi shakes her head. Sorry, sweetie, nothing. My frustration comes out in a low growl as the director calls us back to our places. I settle into my spot on the bed, a huge fur comforter covering any and all evidence of my pregnancy, other than my puffy face, and shiver as my co-star, Colin Macklin, takes his spot behind me. I try to keep my mind on the show and focus on my lines, but with the way the day has gone, it feels next to impossible. It all started this morning, at the crack of freaking dawn, when I was woken up out of bed to the news that filming had been bumped up to start at 7 a.m. That, of course, meant getting to the set at 4 to start hair and makeup. And while waking up isn't normally a problem for me, waking up when my sleeping, pregnant body was not ready to wake up from an emotional night of stupid fights and surging hormones. I'm a walking, talking zombie. By the time I woke up enough to realize I hadn't even seen my phone, it was too late to go back to get it. At least, too late to get it myself. Freddie went immediately. I think he could see the panic in my eyes. But by the time he made it back, we were already deep in the throes of shooting this scene. And I've had Heidi trying to get a hold of Harrison to tell him to come here for the last hour and a half. But still, it doesn't seem like enough. Especially not when we left it on the awful note we did last night. Unsettled, hurt, needlessly upset with each other. I haven't been truly nauseated in a couple months, but trust me when I tell you, this morning I could blow some serious chunks. When Heidi looks down at my phone and hustles out the back door to answer it, I can't help but follow her with my eyes until I can't see her anymore. Colin says lines I know I should be listening to, but I'm severely frustrated by the fact that my X-ray vision isn't working properly. They say moms are superheroes. You'd think they'd consider giving us actual powers for shit's sake. The director, Max Sulhofer, calls out, likely because of my attention deficit, and I peer back out into the crowd of cameras and set crew and extras as Heidi steps back inside. She meets my eyes and shakes her head. He isn't coming. Instantly, my whole demeanor deflates. But when the director's eyes settle squarely on me, I know I have no time to dwell. Are we all ready this time? The director asks me pointedly. Fuck. I have to get my shit together. This is my job, and as much as I hate it, I'm going to have to wait to find out about Harrison until I get back to my apartment tonight. I just need to get through the rest of today's scenes, and then I can get everything figured out with Harrison. It's fine. By tonight, everything will be just fine. We'll be fine. God, I hope so.
Chapter 40. Harrison. I'm turning into the world's most impatient man. I left work at 4, which is pretty fucking early by my usual workaholic standards. And ever since I arrived at my apartment, time has been a vortex. Hell, it's been a fucking vortex all damn day. A story about the Mavericks plays on ESPN in the background of my living room, but I hear nothing. I've been home for all of an hour, yet it feels like an eternity. My acute focus is stuck almost comically on my phone as I grip it in my hand, waiting desperately for it to ring or ping or fucking anything. My pep talks to myself about Rocky working and being busy and not blowing me off in any way are starting to wear thinner and thinner. "Ring!" I exclaim, shaking my phone in my hand as though it can understand me. "Talk to me!" I shake my head at myself, a scornful laugh making me sound a little too much like the Joker for my liking. Finally, I drop the phone on the cushion of the sofa and stand up. I start to walk away, but turn back to check that the ringer is on, and then finally turn and walk away again. I need a cup of coffee, whiskey, something. I open cabinets in the kitchen and then close them without getting anything out for what feels like 40 years, but is only actually a minute, according to the mocking clock on the microwave. When my phone goes off suddenly, I take off at a run and dive over the back of my sofa as if I'm taking heavy fire under combat. "Ow!" I say with a hobble after overshooting my target slightly and hitting my elbow with a little too much zeal on the coffee table. Fuck, I whine. That bone is not funny at all. Still, I don't give a fuck. I reach for my phone and grab it swiftly, just like I would even if my arm needed to be amputated at this point. A text from Rocky shines like a beacon, and I can't click to open it fast enough. Rocky. I'm sorry for the confusion this morning, but we need to talk. Me. Of course. Name the time and place, and I'm there. The text bubbles populate, waving their little dots tauntingly while I wait for her to type. It is agonizing, and part of me has a mind to calling her and doing away with all the texting. I just want to hear her voice. Rocky. I think we should just do it now. I've been thinking about this a lot since last night. All night. Me. I've been thinking about it too, Rock. I'm sorry for the way I acted. I know I didn't give you a real chance to speak your mind, and that's something I always want you to be able to do, even if we don't agree. Impatience gets the best of me as I watch her type again, and I hit the button to try calling her. She doesn't answer, but a text message pops up again almost immediately. Rocky. I can't talk right now. I'm in a meeting, and I really shouldn't be texting either, but I couldn't let this wait. Me. I understand. Maybe we should just talk when you're done today. Rocky. No. I need to get it out now. I wait as she types more, but never in a million years would I have expected the message that comes. If I'd been able to, I would have coated myself in Teflon and shatterproof glass. Rocky. You should go back to New York, to your life, to your friends. Things are just too complicated here, and as much as I respect you and care about you as a person, I just don't think we've thought all of this through enough. I think we had the right idea when we were just trying to be dedicated co-parents. What? No. That doesn't even make sense. My hands shake as I type out another message. Me. You can't just decide this without us really talking, Rocky. I want a say in this, a chance to prove to you how good we are together. But her far too quick response does nothing for the deep-rooted ache in my chest and gnawing pit in my stomach. Rocky. I don't want you to stay in LA anymore, Harrison. We had a good time while it lasted, but your being here just makes everything more stressful. I can't handle another person trying to make decisions in my life. You told me to stand up for myself, and that's what I'm doing. Go back to New York. I promise to keep you involved in the baby's life. Go back to New York? My being here makes everything more stressful? It's all such bullshit. You know what? Fuck that. All this time together, and all I'm supposed to get is a text message goodbye? There's no way in hell I'm going to let that happen. Me. I'm not leaving until I talk to you in person. I stare down at my phone, waiting for another response, but it doesn't come. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 fucking minutes go by and nothing. What the fuck? I check the time and see it's 6:15, and I start to create a plan in my head. Rocky had to go to set early today, and being well acquainted with her normal shooting schedule, I know she should be back home by 9, 10 at the very latest. I'm just going to have to wait this out for a few more hours because no fucking way will I let shit end like this.
Chapter 41. Raquel. Even food isn't bringing me joy today. Raquel, honey, it's Toby. Are you okay? A voice calls from the other side of my trailer, and I sigh. I'm fine, I say, and swipe at the tears slipping down my cheeks. Just need a moment. Can I get you anything? Nope, I'm good. Thanks. Footsteps shuffle away from the outside of my trailer, and my shoulders sag farther into the couch. What should be a glorious dinner-time experience is me, locked inside my trailer, wishing I would have snagged my phone from Heidi before I snuck off on my own for a few blessed moments of alone time between takes. Well, I didn't so much as sneak off on my own. More like I shouted at my manager, the crew, pretty much everyone on set, that I would be taking my dinner break alone, without any interruptions. Call me a diva, I don't care. Between all these freaking hormones flowing around inside my blood and the extended work hours my director added to the schedule, and the whole messy argument with Harrison that has yet to be solved, I am done with this fucking day. I just want to go home. I just want to see him. The stupid plate of food that sits on the small table in front of me holds no appeal, which says a lot. Generally speaking, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack time, any freaking mealtime usually has my big pray-go-damn self near drooling with excitement. But no, fuck the food. I just want to talk to Harrison. I also would really love it if I could stop crying. God, these stupid hormones! The thick emotion has been clogging my throat for the past few hours, and it's taken a Herculean effort to swallow it down and stay focused on set. But the moment Max told everyone it was time to take a short break for dinner, and I screamed my need for peace and quiet, I all but hauled my ass to my trailer so I could release all of this pent-up emotion that's been building inside me. The instant I stepped into my trailer and locked the door behind me, I just fucking lost it. Loud, choking, uncontrollable sobs escaped my lungs for God knows how long, and now I've reached the point where the wails have lessened, but the tears keep slipping down my cheeks. 3 soft knocks to my trailer door fill my ears, and I scowl. You've got to be kidding me. Raquel, it's Wilson. Max wants to know if you're okay with the dress for the next scene. Yes, I'm fine with it, I say through clenched teeth. I thought we already made that clear. Are you sure? Wilson, I all but spit back. It's fine. I already fucking told Max it was fine. Now, leave me be, okay? Okay. Well, can I get you anything? Oh, sweet Lucifer, go away. I inhale a deep breath and try to make myself calm down before I respond. Just count to 3 and calm down. Shouting at everyone isn't doing you or the baby any good. Only when I feel like I have my anger reined in do I respond. Nope, I'm fine. Just need a few minutes of peace and quiet before we start shooting the rest of the scene. So please, spread the word. I don't want to be bothered right now. Silence follows my words. And then, the glorious sound of footsteps walking away from my trailer fills my ears again. Thank everything. God, how I wish Harrison were here. He'd know how to help me stay calm. He'd know how to help me work through all of this freaking anxiety and frustration and anger and sadness and whatever else that's commandeered my bloodstream. Yeah, but you basically told him to fuck off last night, and now he's not talking to you. Ugh. Deep down, I know I'm probably being irrational. I know my pregnancy hormones are most likely just amping everything up, but I can't seem to stop feeling unsettled and worried and scared. I don't know why he didn't want to talk to me today, or why he didn't want to stop by the set this afternoon, but I also know the kind of man Harrison is. The kind of man he's been to me. And that man? Well, he would probably have a good reason why he didn't come to set today. You know, like work or something equally important. A reason that he'll tell me later, when we finally get a chance to talk. I sure hope you're right. I sag farther into the couch and lean my head back and shut my eyes. If I just rest here for a little bit, I'll be able to go back out there and get these next 2 scenes done in a hurry. And the sooner shooting is done for the day, the sooner I can... Hello, Raquel? My eyes pop open when more knocks to my trailer door echo inside the room. It's Toby, the very unwelcome visitor announces. When do you think you're going to be done with your alone time? Oh, what the hell? I will be done a hell of a lot sooner if everyone would stop fucking bothering me. So, like 15 minutes? Why does it feel like everyone and their freaking mother wants something from me right now? Max gave the entire crew 45 minutes for a dinner break. And by my calculations, that means I have another 30 minutes to go. Toby, go away. 20 minutes? Go away! I yell. I told you I don't want to be bothered right now. But Heidi wants to know when you'll be ready for another makeup and hair fix. How about I just send in Alejo and Roberta now and they can do that while... No, I answer before he even finishes the question. I asked you to leave, so leave. Unfortunately for me and my sanity, silence does not fill the space after my words. Okay, well, can I get you anything before I go? How hard is this to understand? I mean, hell. Please, just go. A deep, heavy, exasperated sigh escapes my lungs. I asked you to go. That's what I need right now, okay? Oh, okay. Well, let me know if that changes. And then, like the skies open up and the heavens shine down upon me, silence. I shut my eyes again, resting my head on the couch, hopeful that I'll be able to sneak in a little nap during this break. But sleep never comes. How can it, though, when everything in my life feels like a fucking mess?
Chapter 42. Harrison. I am officially the world's most impatient man. When only the light of the moon shines through the windows of my apartment and I see it's 10:30, I throw in the fucking patience towel. I feel like I've been holding my breath for the past several hours, waiting for Rocky to reach out to me, but nothing ever came. I even tried to call her again and again and again. A total of 5 times since she sent her last text early this afternoon, but she never answered her phone. Fuck. I can't take this anymore. Finally fed up, I take the elevator up to her apartment and lift my hand to knock on the door when Heidi opens it right out from under my fist. Step aside, I say. I need to talk to Raquel. Heidi's face is stern, as always, but it's not malicious toward me for perhaps the first time since I met her. Instead, she looks semi-contrite. I tried, but she doesn't want to talk to you. She shrugs. I think the best thing you can do is give her some time. You know how hormones can be. Give her a couple of days to cool down. Try calling her then. I need to see her, okay? Heidi sighs. All right. Try for yourself, but don't tell me I didn't warn you. I breathe a sigh of relief as she steps aside to let me in, and I go immediately to Rocky's bedroom door. I try the knob, but it's locked, so I settle for talking through the door. Rocky, it's me. Please, we need to talk. Go away, she yells. I told you I don't want to be bothered right now. Fine, but I'm going to stay right outside this door until you talk to me. No, she says back swiftly. I asked you to leave. Leave. Rock, I say softly, my heart breaking. Please. Please just go. I asked you to go. That's what I need right now, okay? I chew on my lips and choke back tears as I step away from the door with a nod. I guess it doesn't matter what I want or how hard I try. The decision has already been made. Raquel Weaver is done with me, and it's time I got the memo. My walk is swift as I head straight for the front door. Heidi calls out behind me, but I don't stop. I can't. Everything was perfect 48 hours ago, and now it's all gone. And as soon as I can pack a bag, I'll be gone too. The only luck on my side in this scenario is that being the CFO of one of the biggest companies in the world makes it pretty fucking easy to get a flight whenever I want. Yeah, some luck. You get to head back to New York with nothing but a hole in your fucking chest.
Chapter 43. Raquel. I am tired. My body weighs exactly 1 million pounds. But I refuse for this night to be over yet before I do the one thing that's been weighing on my mind and my heart. I need to talk to Harrison. After a long day on set, I finally drag my used-up carcass into my apartment building at 2:30 in the morning, nearly 24 hours after I left. It's late, horrendously so, but I can't help but stop by Harrison's apartment on the off chance he'll be willing to talk. Other than the time I spent on set when I had to get into character and focus on a scene, I've been thinking about him. I've replayed our disastrous conversation from yesterday over and over again inside my head, and every time I got an opportunity today, I checked to see if he'd called or texted, but nothing. But I understand. if he needed some time to heal after the way I discounted the decision we'd made together about the exploitation of our baby, I should give it to him. I never should have wavered, no matter what Heidi threatened me with as a consequence. And I definitely shouldn't have taken my anger out on Harrison. But the world doesn't feel right anymore without him at my side. And while I've tried to give him some space today after finding out he didn't want to come on set or talk to me, I can't do it any longer. I just need to see him. I knock feverishly on the door, bouncing on my tired toes and waiting for him to hear me and come to the door so we can put it all behind us. I knock again, harder this time, but an answer never comes. I take out my phone, find his name in my contacts, and hit call. Fuck it. Who cares if it's the middle of the night? I have to talk to him. But the moment I put the phone to my ear, a message plays. We're sorry. The number you've dialed is temporarily out of service. Please try again later. What? No, that can't be right. I try again and again, what feels like 1,000 times of me demon dialing his number and hoping for a different outcome. But each time, I get the same sad message. I have no idea how much time has passed, how long I've been standing outside his apartment, alternating between banging on his door and trying to call him. But eventually there's nothing else I can do but leave. Tears fall as I walk to the elevator and take it up to my apartment. Freddie opens the door as I approach, but I can't even muster a thank you as I step inside to the dark loneliness. It's ironic, really, since people flurry around everywhere doing God knows what at this hour of the night. But I've never, ever felt this alone in my entire life. Not even when my parents and my brother, Luca, all left me behind. Heidi stands from the couch and pulls me into her arms, showing me the first form of real affection I've had from anyone but Harrison in the last 8 years of my life. She hugs me tight, stroking my hair like I imagine a real mother might do. Oh, Raquel, I'm sorry. I shake my head against the pain and let the tears fall down my cheeks unchecked. He came here earlier. I jerk back quickly. He did? She nods solemnly. Just to say that he was leaving. Leaving? I question brokenly. For good? Eyes full of pain and hands rubbing comfortingly up and down my arms. Heidi nods, and my world falls apart. He's been the one stable thing in my life since, well, forever. He's been there for me in a way that no one ever has. Not my parents, not my brother, not my team, and maybe, most shamefully, not even myself. I thought this baby would be one of the hardest things to deal with. I didn't know how I would manage all the turmoil it brought to my life. I never expected it would bring so much peace. But it did. It brought me Harrison Hughes. And I'm the idiot who pushed him away. Again. Chapter 44. The morning of August 16th, 7:30 a.m. Raquel. 2 orgasms from a real, live man with a Lion King penis and the kindest green eyes I've ever seen. My freshly clean clothes feel warm as I pull them gingerly over my electrified skin. 2 orgasms. And a virgin I am no more. On a night when I didn't expect any at all. Guilt niggles at me slightly as I start to comprehend the lies I told him. Or committed by omission. Good going, Raquel. Not only did I leave out the fact that I'm a virgin, I actually implied I was on birth control when I am not. Granted, I'm a day shy of starting my period. At the very end of my mostly reliable cycle, and nowhere in the neighborhood of when I should be ovulating. But I still lied. It's freaking terrible. But I can only claim insanity fueled by the needs of a desperate woman. A woman trapped by her life and her circumstances with no way out. I couldn't stop. Not even for the drawer without condoms. And I wouldn't change it, even if I had the chance now. This was what I needed. I actually feel free. It'd just be better if I had a completely clean conscience when it comes to a really great guy. A guy I know I'll never be able to see in this way again. But for as much of a good time as I had, the perfect storm only happens once. I'll never get away from my team, go about my night without being outed or discovered, or have the desperate drive of a publicly ridiculed virgin fueling me. I move around his bedroom with ease to the pile of my clean stuff that he left, and slip on my socks and shoes before sitting down on the bed and fingering the purity ring on my finger. I slip it off and drop it into the hollow of my palm. It feels weighty in my hand, as if the expectations of my parents when they gave it to me are physically attached to it. I set it down on the surface of the nightstand as a test, and everything they thrust upon me lifts away again. I nod. The ring is staying. I don't want it, and I don't need it. And maybe, just maybe, when Harrison sees it at some point in the future, he'll think of me and the perfect night we had together. Resolute in my decision, I stand from his bed and make my way down the hall to his living room without looking back. He's standing by the kitchen island, drinking a glass of water when I arrive. The instant he sees me, his entire face melts into a smile. I've never had anyone look at me like he does. It wraps around me like an actual blanket. I can't believe how good it feels. I move in his direction, slowly, stopping across from him with my belly to the counter. I feel sore, but I also feel good. He did such a good job taking care of me, and he didn't even know how much he needed to. I glance at the clock behind him, but his eyes never leave me. I can feel the weight of them all the way down to my bones. I really should be going, I say. I've been gone without a word or a mode of contact for the last 10 hours. I'll be surprised if Heidi hasn't opened a case with the FBI. He smiles sadly as my eyes find his again. In the interest of full disclosure, I don't want you to. My heart flutters in my chest, and I have to lift a hand to the flesh over top of it to settle it. Harrison. His smile grows then, and he flashes a wink as he rounds the counter. It's okay. Don't give it a second thought. I nod around a dry, uncomfortable swallow. It feels wrong to leave, but I know I have no other option. His scent is overwhelming as he pulls me into a hug and turns my face to fit it in the crook of his neck. I hug back with all my strength, taking in all of him through every sense I can. I want it to last. Harrison's lips linger on the skin of my cheek long after he pulls away. I pull farther away in an attempt to numb my still tingling nerve endings. But the effort is very nearly futile. It was good to see you, Rock. I laugh at his bizarrely apt understatement. Yeah, it was. Good. Great, he counters then, the dimple in his cheek sinking all the way in and practically creating a neon arrow pointing to his sparkly green eyes. Amazing, actually, if I'm being accurate. I shake my head, but a smile of my own settles deep into the features of my own face. So, I giggle. I guess I'll see you in another 25 years? Let's shoot for 10 or less, he replies with a wink. I smile. Sounds like a deal. Where will I find you? He asks, and my throat closes up around a lie I can't help but deliver. I don't know. He nods slowly, and I feel each bow of his head all the way to the tips of my toes. Well, he says, holding both of his arms up to the apartment around us. That's okay, because you can always find me in New York. Chapter 45. Raquel. Just call my heart Elvis, because she's left the building. When I wake up the next morning from what feels more like a coma than sleep, I feel hollow inside, like the crying jag that I maintained even during my sleep-fueled dreams has drained every last organ right out of me. My heart? Shriveled, non-existent, drained of all its blood. My head, however, pounds with more pressure than seems physically sustainable. It hurts behind my eyes, in my temples, around the edges of my jaw, fucking everywhere. I pick up my phone again and hit the contact I've practically glued to my thumb overnight. But the result is still the same. We're sorry, but the number you've dialed is... God damn it! I scream, throwing the phone to the floor and praying it will shatter. It doesn't, because even simple blessings are apparently working against me. Frustrated, I pick it up with an angry swipe of my hand and flip it over. But my throw has performed some tasks, opening up my messages somehow. And there, in my recent thread, is a message from Kaplan Hawkins telling me not to make a birth plan because he's already made plans of his own, speaking as my unborn child, of course. Without giving myself the chance to chicken out, I open the message and start typing as fast as I can. I'm angry, that much is apparent, and if I can't get in touch with Harrison directly, I just want someone to know. Me. Tell your friend that if he was going to change his number, he could have at least had the decency to talk to me in person first. Cap. What? I practically yell as I'm typing. I'm so fucking annoyed by his innocent act. These guys gossip as much as a group of high school girls. There's no way Harrison didn't tell at least one of them what was going on so it could spread to the group like a rash. Me, Harrison, we had a fight. That doesn't give him the right to drop off the face of the planet like we never even existed. Changing his number? That's the lowest, scummiest, most horrible move possible. Cap, I can tell you're upset, honey. So I hope you know I say this with love. But you've completely lost your fucking cookies. Harrison's number hasn't changed since the day I met him. And it sure as shit hasn't changed today. I just talked to him this morning, the melancholy little fucker. And he's walking around acting like you devastated him. So maybe you need to take another look at what's going on. Respectfully. What? Immediately, I start to pace the room as I scroll through my contacts again and click on Harrison's name to dial. I wait, but the same motherfucking voice message rears its ugly head immediately. I go back to the texts with Cap and type out another one. Me. I just tried to call him again and it's not working. Stop lying. Cap. Raquel, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not lying. My skin absolutely crawls with upset and confusion. If he's not lying, what the fuck is going on then? My heart races and my mind makes a bid to keep up with it. But as much as I try, I can't seem to settle on anything that makes this whole mess make sense. The only thought my mind can manage is a singular line from what seems like a lifetime ago. From a summer night spent falling in love. You can always find me in New York. I don't hesitate. I don't waste any time. Immediately, I take action without turning back. First, I call the doctor's office and get Dr. Simpson herself on the phone. I beg her to let me fly this late in my pregnancy and offer her an obscene amount of money to be my medical escort for the flight. She is none too pleased at first, but eventually agrees. Then I call a plane charter service and a private car company I know I've never used before. Eventually, once everything is set, I text Cap again, but this time, I make sure to be a little nicer. Because I need a favor. Me. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding and the yelling, but I need you to help me out. His response is nearly immediate. Cap, anything, Raquel Weaver. Hallelujah. Me, I need you to make sure Harrison is at his apartment in about 7 to 8 hours. I'll text you about 30 minutes before my arrival. Can you do that? Cap, you bet your Hollywood starlet ass. The Capitan is all over it. Consider the hoary sun officially locked down. Good. Because I've got a team to ditch and a plane to catch. Raquel? Heidi calls through the door right then. Her timing, insanely impeccable. I narrow my eyes at her soft demeanor. Now that I'm not so deep in the throes of a nervous breakdown, the way she's acting, and the way she handled me last night, is suspicious at best. Not to mention, she's the only person to have contact with Harrison that I know of. Yeah, shit certainly isn't adding up. I'd like to imagine that there isn't a person evil enough in the world who would purposely ruin the relationship between two innocent people for their own gain. But it's also time I woke up and stopped being so naive. There's way more motive behind Heidi's actions than my own happiness and well-being. And there has been for a long time. But right now, dealing with her is my priority. Thinking quickly, I scrub my face to make my tears look a little bit fresher and open the door. She pouts at the sight of me, and I have to laugh. I really thought getting a knife stuck in my back was the kind of thing I'd notice sooner. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. She pulls me into a hug, and it's all I can do to hold myself back from punching her right in the vagina. But I know Heidi well enough to know one thing. Confronting her now, rather than going behind her back to get the hell out of here first, will only end in disappointment for me. She's a schemer, and she'll never let me win if she knows I'm an active opponent. Thanks. My voice is pitiful and pathetic, and she eats it right up. Is there anything I can do for you this morning? I shake my head, playing the part she's forced me to play. She should be happy, though. She's always telling me to act like the professional actress I'm being paid to be. No, thanks. I'm going to go down to his apartment for a little bit. I know he's gone, but he gave me a key. And I'd really just like to see if I can get some closure. She nods. Do you want me to go with you? Not in a million years. No thanks. I really think I need to do this on my own. Okay. We'll see you in an hour and get ready for your interview with Maxim magazine? I nod before mentally taking a long, hard look at the life I've spent the last 20 or so years trapped in, mostly skirting around her. I turn back at the door and smile. See you soon. And I'm not lying. I will see her soon enough. And if I find out she had a direct hand in scheming up this whole mess, she's going to get hers and then some. Once I'm out the door of my apartment, I'm gone like the wind. I won't make the same mistake twice. Tomorrow is another today. But today is better. There's no time to waste. I've got a flight to catch.
Chapter 46. Harrison. There's a war inside my heart, and sadly, I'm weaponless against it. A loud, pounding knock hits the wood of my apartment door, and I choose to ignore it. I don't care who is on the other side of that door. They can just fuck right off. I've been back in my New York apartment since insanely early this morning, and I'll be honest, what used to feel like home feels like a foreign country where I don't speak the language. How in the hell did everything get so screwed up? When I first got here, I felt guilty for leaving LA, even though she told me to, even though she refused to see me or talk to me. I didn't want to leave. Hell, I don't even know if leaving was the right thing. She's so close to her due date, and what if she needs me, or what if something happens, or what if? I can name an infinite number of reasons why I wanted to stay, why it feels wrong that I didn't stay, but there's only one reason I have left. She didn't give me any other choice. Mostly, though, when I arrived in New York, I felt unsettled and heartbroken about not even getting to have the goodbye conversation I deserved. I even broke down and tried calling Rocky again. It rang and rang, but ultimately she never picked up. So I texted. Me. Please, Rocky, I just want to talk. Say the word and I'll hop on a plane back to California. Me. Fuck, I hate this. We should be together, baby, not apart. This feels wrong in every possible way. Please, just talk to me. No answer. My next step was to take out the one bottle of whiskey I keep in my apartment and drink enough to make me numb enough to pass out. I know I never would have slept without it, and I just wanted a few hours to stop feeling this agony. It may have seemed logical at the time, but drinking like a fucking alcoholic after going months without having anything was a piss-poor idea at best. My throbbing heart now has a compadre to keep it company. My head. Long story short, company is not at the top of my list to receive a warm welcome. The pounding on the door gets harder, though, the longer I ignore it, and stopping the spiky shards of spear-like agony that shoot through my brain with each thump is most definitely of the highest priority. As such, I have no choice but to compromise by opening the door and then mitigate the consequences by bolstering it with a swift second action, telling whoever it is to fuck right off. I stride to the offending sound, turn the lock, and grab the knob to rip it open to reveal my new nemesis. The irony hits when I see who it is. Joke's on me. There's nothing really new about this nemesis at all. I sigh. What are you doing here? Cap shrugs, shoving me out of the way with a hand to my chest and stepping inside without invitation. Checking on the biggest schmuck in the Western world. Tell me, what's it like to find out the truth that the rest of us knew all along? What's that? That Raquel Weaver is too good for you. I cringe and walk away from the open door. Gee, it's so sweet of you to come by to try to cheer me up. Aw, dude, come on. You know I'm just kidding. I turn toward him slowly, crossing my arms over my chest. You'll excuse me for not laughing, but as of yesterday, we're no longer together. So, yeah, the wound's a little fucking fresh. I know, he says, completely unfazed, as if he somehow already knows that Rocky and I broke up. Jesus Christ, has it already reached the fucking media? But before I can even entertain that thought process, he adds, That's why we came over. We? I ask, just as the sound of my apartment door closing behind me startles me into turning around. All I can do is blink. Literally every single one of my closest friends, Klein, Georgia, Thatch, Cassie, Wes, Winnie, Trent, Greer, Quince, Emery, Milo, Maybe, Ruby, Theo, and Lena, are standing in a big group just inside my door. They all wave at once, as if choreographed. What the hell? Finally, it hits me that Cap led with an insult as a way to distract me so that the rest of our ridiculous friends and their wives could slip through the open door. We're here, dude, and we're not leaving until we've completely broken you of things like crying and moping, Thatch says. And to make sure you keep up with your hygiene, Greer adds with a wrinkle of her nose. Guys, I'm fine, I say, knowing full well I don't mean it. And how in the hell do you know? Cap's laughter cuts me off, and the damn thing is so loud it makes my ears ring. Right, Harry, you're splendid. He shakes his head. You can't fool me. I've been there before, and I know you're just a few seconds away from stripping off your clothes and lying naked on the couch in an attempt to fuse with the cushions. I roll my eyes. That was you. Yeah. My heart was broken then, and yours is now. He lifts up a hand to the rest of the group and shakes his head. It's like he's trying to help me win the case. I want to ask them 100 questions about how news traveled so fucking fast, but I fear I might not want to hear that information just yet. So I choose deflection as a way to cope. Listen, guys, this is sweet, but I'm really just in the mood to be alone. I promise to shower and eat, and after last night, I promise not to binge drink again. Scout's honor. Georgia's eyes start to look kind of panicked, and she turns to Klein violently. My eyebrows draw together at the weirdness of how attached they are to staying here, but Klein comforts her easily and uses his voice to be reasonable like always. How about we hang out for just a little while longer? he suggests. Long enough for the women to dote on you with all the goodies they made the men go to the store and buy. Then we'll leave you alone, okay? I sigh heavily, but as the women separate instantly from the group of men and flock to the kitchen, it's obvious the decision has already been made. Cap claps me on the shoulder and moves to join his wife at the kitchen island. Just go with it, dude. It'll be worth it, he winks. Capitan's honor. 'Cause you know I'm not a scout. I may be captive to their theatrics for the next 30 minutes, but I don't have to be a willing participant. I turn the other way and walk into the living room to take a seat on the couch. Unfortunately, the women follow me, filling all the space around me, the seats on either side of me, the arms of the couch, and in some cases, perching atop the coffee table. Cassie, however, makes sure to slap me on the shoulder before taking her spot. We told you you were going to need us. We welcomed you into the club and gave you the password to the support system, but did you use it? No. The other women nod. You should have called us in way sooner, Lena insists. I know how this whole thing works. Fashion is dog-eat-dog, too. I could have helped you. I laugh sardonically. Pretty sure your husband would just love if I contacted you regularly. She rolls her eyes. Please. Theo's got no reason to worry, and he knows it. I show him at least 2 times a day that he's the apple of my eye. Oh my God, I groan. More than I needed to know. The women, it seems, feel differently. There's so much hooting, I temporarily mistake my location for the center of a group of owls. Twice a day? Really? Cassie growls. Thatcher's got to step up his dick game. Lena laughs. You have kids. It's different. Not if he wants to keep his cock crowned as king, it's not. Not to be dramatic, Maybe chimes in. But this powwow is supposed to be about Harrison. No, really, I'm fine with... I try to defer, but it's too late. Why didn't you call us sooner? Winnie pushes. I shrug helplessly. I'm sweating. This is like being called to the witness stand in court times 1,000. Because things were going well. I didn't need any guidance while things were going well. Cassie snorts. God, I really do love men. What? I question. It's never actually going well, Winnie supplies. Not until all the chaos settles. And man, Georgia chimes in, you sure had a boatload of chaos going on over there. It's Hollywood, Cassie says with a nod. I'm a little disappointed you didn't expect this. Expect to get my heart broken? I ask as all the women look at one another like Cassie just said something she shouldn't have. What are you guys talking about? Georgia looks panicked, and Cassie slides over on the coffee table to position herself in front of her. Okay, I say. Something is definitely going on. Who's going to tell me what... Harrison, Cap interrupts, using my real name for what might be the first time ever. Door. Now hot on the women's suspicious trail, I wave him off. You get it. I have no fucking clue who it could be anyway. The gang's all here. No, Cap replies, surprising me entirely. I think you should get it. Annoyed, I jump up from the couch and charge to the door, and when I arrive, I don't open it gently. A dramatic, harsh motion swings the wood toward me, and the instant I take in the visitor on the other side, a wide-eyed Rocky, looking painfully beautiful with our baby in her belly, I turn into a man made of stone. I'm so shocked, I don't think I could move if I wanted to. Rocky? I whisper. What are you doing here? The necessary logistics hit me like a wave, and I panic. How did you get here? Jesus! She's so close to her due date, and I know she shouldn't be flying, and I'm just about to ask her all of those very things, but her sweet, quiet voice fills the space between us. Can I come inside? She says simply. My head nods before she even finishes asking. I walk her into the kitchen, and she takes it upon herself to sit down in one of the chairs at the table. I stay standing in front of her. It's worth noting the formerly boisterous, uninvited party guests are quieter than church mice now. Okay. Can I first start by saying how good it is to see you? Her voice breaks at the end of the question, and my heart squeezes. I wasn't sure I would again, and... She pauses as threatening tears choke off her voice temporarily. I'm sorry, she says, embarrassed, and then raises her shoulders in a shrug. I missed you. I can't take it anymore. I have to touch her. Swiftly, I pick her weight up off of the chair and pull her into my arms. She comes willingly, wrapping her arms around me so fiercely I think she might be clinging to me harder than I'm clinging to her. We're as close and tight as two people can be when there's a pregnant belly between them. And her whisper is quiet but unmistakable from our tight hug. I love you, Harrison. I'm hormonal and tired and confused about a lot of things, but I know without a shadow of a doubt, you are the man I'm meant to be with. My chest expands like a balloon. Oh, thank fuck. I hear a manly sniffle behind me, and if I had to guess, I'd say it's coming from Thatch. But I have absolutely no interest in the other people in the room right now. The only thing that matters at this moment, the only thing that's mattered from the moment we reconnected that night in August, is Rocky and me. I love you too, Rock. Probably always have. There's never been anyone like you. I take her head in my hands and pull her back just enough to wipe away fallen tears with the sweep of my thumb. And then I seal our lips in a kiss. When we finally pull away, the peanut gallery is cheering and clapping so loud I'm pretty sure my neighbors will be filing a complaint with the co-op board. And I don't care at all. Keeping an arm around Rocky, I turn to face the group and find Cap's eyes immediately. He's smiling like a smug bastard, and the answers start to come together. You knew she was coming. He shrugs and then winks. I can't believe you flew here, I say to her. Why didn't you just call? I would have gotten on a plane to you. It would have been so much safer. She looks from me to Cap and back again, and when I look over at the group, they're all doing a real shit job of acting innocent again. All right, what's going on? Rocky turns me around and sits me down in the chair she vacated, and immediately I know what I'm about to hear isn't going to be good. I'm a pragmatic guy, not prone to anger, and she knows that, which means what she's about to tell me is bad. I try to steady myself in preparation. The last thing she needs is me flying off the handle and stressing her out. Okay, well, first of all, I paid Dr. Simpson to fly here with me, so you don't have to worry. I went about it safely, and I was never in any danger. Second of all, I've been trying to call you since yesterday. Every time I try, it tells me your number is disconnected. My eyebrows draw together. How can that be? She licks her lips and grabs my hand to hold on to it. I'm not sure. I just know that when I texted Cap to yell at him, he told me your number was the same. Why didn't you answer my calls or texts then? Her eyebrows shoot up. I didn't get any. And I know my phone is working because Heidi has been calling me nonstop for the last 7 hours since I snuck away. And what about when I was at your apartment last night and you were locked in your bedroom, outright refusing to talk to me? I ask, and she tilts her head to the side in confusion. Locked in my bedroom? What are you talking about? I was at your apartment last night, Rock. You told me to go away. I did no such thing, she says, and her eyes are about to bug out of her head. I didn't get back from set until, 2 a.m, and the first place I went was your apartment, but you weren't there. You're fucking with me, right? She shakes her head. I swear, Harrison. What the fucking fuck? Anger floods my veins, and I try like hell to stay calm. Cassie appears beside us, her hand held out. Can I see your phone, Rocky? Rocky pulls it from her pocket and offers it up without complaint. Cassie concentrates as she roots around, and then finally spins the phone around for us to look at. It's a list of numbers with mine at the top. That's my number, I say. What is that? Cassie bites her lips and then swiftly and bluntly breaks the news like only she can do. Rocky's blocked numbers list. And I'm guessing by the way she's looking at you, she's not the one who blocked you. Seriously? What the fuck? I yell, jumping to my feet and forgetting all about keeping a cool head. Who the fuck would do something like that? But no sooner than I've asked the question, I'm certain I have the answer. Heidi. When I look at Rocky, she's nodding. I think so. I don't have any physical proof yet, but she's the one who told me you left, that you didn't want to come to set. That's bullshit! I shout again, and Cap clamps a hand down on my shoulder. Relax, dude. If this bitch really schemed the two of you this way, I'm going to nail her ass to the wall. No, Ruby contests. I am. We all are, Klein says definitively. We all know powerful people. We'll use them. I'm all about the mob mentality you guys have going right now when it comes to taking down the evil lady who tried to backhandedly turn Harrison and me against each other in a bid to not only control my life and secure her income, but to also, in all probability, use my child as a means to gain more control and money. But it's kind of going to have to wait a little bit, Rocky says in one big breath, followed by a giggle. What? Cap roars. Why? Well, because I can't be sure, but I think maybe, sort of, my water just broke. Rocky glances down between her legs, and the wet spot on her shorts and the small puddle of fluid on the floor beneath her makes the evidence pretty clear. I think I'm about to have the baby. Oh my God! I shout as the room erupts into a manic mix of elation and panicked chatter. I grab onto Rocky quickly and help her down into the chair behind her. We have to get you to the doctor. What doctor? She laughs sardonically. I brought Dr. Simpson with me on the plane just to make sure I didn't give birth by myself mid-flight, but she's already on the way home. She had other clients she had to get back to. Rocky updates, but then grips her belly and takes a deep, stuttered breath, blowing the air out through pursed lips. Oh boy. Are you supposed to feel contractions that soon after your water breaks? Yeah, okay. Georgia steps up immediately, phone in hand. I'm going to call my brother. Don't worry, Klein comforts. He's not just some guy off the street. He's the best OB-GYN in New York, and he'll admit you with absolute discretion. You won't have to worry about the press. That's great, Rocky says as she begins to breathe through what must be another contraction. I just hope he's good at answering the phone, too.
Chapter 47. Raquel. Mamma mia! I'm going to push a baby out of my vagina today. George's brother greets us at the secret ambulance bay of St. Luke's Hospital, quickly getting me inside and into a wheelchair to push me up to the private maternity ward on the 4th floor. As we walk, he says hello to Harrison and introduces himself to me. Hi, Rocky. Dr. Will Cummings. It's nice to meet you. I understand that you probably don't think it's very nice to meet me right now, seeing as you've got a cute little human trying to make its way out of your body, and you didn't imagine not meeting your doctor at all before having that come to pass. But I promise I'll do my best to assure you're as comfortable as humanly possible while we make it happen, okay? I nod. It's all I can manage as a contraction grabs a hold of my will to do anything other than scream bloody murder and smother it. Great, he says cheerfully. My wife, Melody, is going to be your nurse, so you won't have to worry about someone you can't trust breaching your privacy, I assure you. We're dedicated to making this a happy experience for you. I nod again. Good. He laughs. Please stop talking, Dr. Will. I got it. Reading you loud and clear, right? I can't not smile. No offense, but yes. He grins. None taken. Finally, at my room, he wheels me inside and gives Harrison a good-natured salute. Okay, I'll leave the two of you to get settled, and we'll be back in shortly to get Raquel admitted and everything going. Congratulations, guys. Harrison steps forward to help me from the chair, while I wheeze in pain, wrapping his arms around me from behind and letting me lean all of my weight into him. I'm so sorry this hurts, Rock. You're doing so good, baby. I nod, breathing through the contraction until it finally passes, and then using the 2 minutes off to change into my gown. A few minutes later, Melody, my nurse, comes in to put an IV in my vein, draw some blood for lab work, and put the baby's heartbeat and my contractions on a monitor. The whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound of our little baby's heartbeat fills the room, and it is music to my ears. Well, between all the horrible contraction pain, that is, during a contraction, it is freaking impossible for anything to be music to my ears. Once I'm settled in the bed, thrashing around seems like the only way to get any relief as contraction after contraction rolls through me. Through it all, though, Harrison is so fucking supportive, getting me ice chips and wiping my forehead with a cool cloth whenever I let out even the slightest of a whimper. And with every passing contraction, the lump in my throat grows. He is literally the best man I know, and I don't feel like my lying ass deserves him. It doesn't matter that we've said our I love yous and compared our stories enough to know that Heidi changed Harrison's number in my contacts, texted him from my phone a string of unbelievably hurtful things to convince him I wanted us to be over, and then deleted the evidence, blocked his real number from my phone, lied to both of us directly and indirectly, schemed to make sure we never connected, and even went so far as to record me insisting that people leave me the fuck alone in my trailer at work, and using it against Harrison to make him leave. I still haven't told him that the night we slept together, the night we got pregnant, I was knowingly unprotected against pregnancy by implying I was on birth control when I wasn't. Heidi isn't the only evil, scheming witch. I'm one too. Gah. Between the contraction pain and the hormones and the adrenaline and my racing thoughts and Dr. Will and Melody getting the room set up for delivery and all of the fucking things happening around me right now, sudden tears burst from my eyes, and it's all I can do not to wail at the top of my lungs. Rocky, baby, what's wrong? Harrison asks, rubbing at the back of my hand as a huge contraction barrels in on me. Sweet Jesus and Lucifer at a pancake breakfast together. It feels like I'm getting fucked by a train. Harrison is patient and kind, and everything good. And I tricked him into having a baby with me. I can't hold it in anymore. As soon as the contraction stops sinking its claws into every fiber of my being, I blurt it out in a rush of words and spit and tears. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm having this baby that you're having to have now. Baby? What are you talking about? I tricked you, I cry. You thought I was on birth control, but I was most definitely not on birth control. And I was a virgin. And you didn't know that either. But you eventually found out that lie. Oh my God, I'm a horrible person. My sob rings out in the delivery room, and Dr. Will and Melody very graciously look the other way. I am a mess and a half. So when Harrison laughs, it is the very last thing in the world I expect. Why are you laughing? Ah! I scream as another contraction takes charge and ruins my life. Because you didn't trick me, he says, still laughing. Rock, he continues, tears in his eyes, making them spring to my own. You saved me. That night is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Neither of us planned on this. I know that. But my God, I'm the luckiest son of a bitch in the world because it happened. My sobs are absolutely grotesque as Harrison puts his lips to my own, and a pain like I have never known grips me so fiercely I could swear I'm going to be ripped in half. My scream cuts our kiss short, and without my even having to say anything, Dr. Will and Melody jump into action. When Harrison asks him how he knows it's time, he says that a woman ready to push has a look and sound all her own. After this many years in the business, he's learned it well. It takes an hour of the most intense pushing. But when I finally succeed, it is the sincerest satisfaction I've ever felt in my life. Better than any career milestone, any award, and any amount of money. Congratulations, guys. It's a beautiful, magical, incredibly loved little girl. Are the best words I've ever heard in my entire life. A girl. We have a girl. A sob escapes my throat, and Harrison's tears are hot and beautiful and special as they drip down onto my face, his arm around my shoulders and his head right above me. Melody takes a quick peek at the baby to make sure she's perfectly healthy as she takes her from Dr. Will's arms, and then lays her on my chest. Oh my goodness. She's here. My little girl is finally here. I stare down at her sweet little face, taking in her head full of dark hair, and the way her big, wide, beautiful eyes blink open to take in the world. Be still, my beating heart. Proud of you, Rock. So damn proud of you. Harrison whispers into my ear, and then kisses my forehead. I love you so much, baby. So much. I peek up at him. I love you too. He leans even closer, stroking the top of my head with one hand and using the other to stroke our beautiful daughter's head in the same way. She's beautiful, Rock. So beautiful, he whispers. And she needs a name. I smile and stare down at our little girl. Ellie. Harrison glances at me in surprise, his eyes locking with mine. You want to name her after my mom? I nod. I can't think of a more perfect name for our little girl. Thank you, he says, and presses a gentle kiss to my lips. And my tears are as strong as ever, but so incredibly happy as he whispers words he's given me before, words he's used to lift me up right into the wide eyes of our sweet baby. You're not a daddy's girl, Ellie. It's the other way around. I'm this girl's daddy. You are the star, you hear me? And I'll be here to gaze at you while you shine every single step of the way. Welcome to the world, my sweet Ellie girl. You and your daddy are my whole life. The Big Epilogue. Chapter: New Life. Raquel. It's the middle of the night in a private hospital room in New York City. I've just given birth immediately after a cross-country dash and 48 hours of a volume of emotional trauma that could last a lifetime. I've been betrayed by the very people I've held closest to me for years. People I've largely allowed to command every facet of my life. Reunited with the man of my dreams, and played detective with a group of zany, overwhelmingly charming billionaires. I should be at my wits' end, or frazzled, or juggling the weight of what to do now. Instead,
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
I can honestly say I have never been more at peace. Soft light from the street outside casts a glow on Harrison's beautiful face as he sleeps with Ellie on his chest. She's curled up tight, little cherub cheek to manly peck, her whole world content and right in the loving warmth of her daddy. I grin at how her little baby butt sticks up in the air as she cuddles against his tanned, warm skin. Is there anything cuter than a tiny baby's bottom? Round and perfect, and almost too big for their body. I think not. A dreamy, content sigh escapes my lips. The three of us like this, with trustworthy people like Dr. Will and Melody looking out for our privacy while we soak in what it's like to be a real family. This is what dreams are made of. Not star-studded walks down the red carpet, not questions about my sex life on a tour of nonsense late shows, not a hectic schedule dictated by a group of people who are dependent on my success for money. My whole world is right here, in this room. Another content sigh escapes my lips. A soft whoosh of air into the dimly lit silence. I don't bother closing my eyes. I'm tired, sure. But lying here, watching my world come into focus with a clarity I've never felt before, is worth the sacrifice of sleep. I just want to take in the beauty that is Harrison and Ellie, my family. When I was a kid, my family was a good family. A loving, caring family, even. But when we entered the world of Hollywood, everything changed. Our lives changed. My parents changed. Hell, my brother changed so much he had to leave everything behind, including me. I don't want that for my family. I want safety and security. I want quiet, innocent, peaceful moments like this. Ellie squirms a little on Harrison's chest, and eventually my lovey-dovey gawkfest is disturbed when he opens his eyes and looks over at me. "You okay?" he asks, likely because of my stare. Uh-huh. Truthfully, I don't think I've ever been better. And I just pushed a bowling ball out of my vagina, so that's saying something. Why aren't you sleeping? I shrug and smile. Too busy watching you two, I guess. Harrison glances down at the sweet little angel on his chest and presses a kiss to her forehead. Our daughter is something, isn't she? She's everything, I whisper back. And unbidden tears start to fill my eyes. Our little family is everything. His green eyes turn soft. I know. I've never been happier in my whole damn life. Me too. His face morphs from contentedness to a weird mix of serious and playful. His eyes, they're alight, but the smile I'm used to finding comfort in is notably missing. I can't help but question it. What? What is it? He shakes his head a little, and my breath catches in my throat. I have a little bit of bad news for you. My hand flies to my chest, settling onto the top of my racing heart. What is it? I'm going to marry you. A surprised laugh escapes from my lips as a smile takes hold at the corner of his mouth and makes a dash across his face. And I won't take no for an answer. I could kill him for worrying me like that. But then I wouldn't have a husband. Jeez. A husband. The sound of Forever with Harrison Hughes is so good. I have to use every single year of experience I've spent building my acting chops to make being aloof even the tiniest bit convincing. Is that right? Oh, baby, it is so right. He responds with a sexy smirk and sits up to place a still sleeping Ellie inside the hospital bassinet. Before I know it, he's sitting on the bed beside me like some sort of jujitsu master. Or someone who doesn't have on a giant pair of hospital underwear, a sore vagina, and an ice pack stuffed between their legs. I can only dream of a time when I'll be able to move that quickly again. He stares earnestly into my eyes and holds both of my hands in his. I want us to be a family forever, Rock. You and Ellie. You're my life now. And I don't ever want that to change. Me either. If I never have to live another day without the two of them, it'll still end too soon. So you're just skipping the whole proposal thing and going straight to demanding marriage? Yes, I demand that you let me love you forever. He grins. I want to be the person in your life you can count on, who loves you, cares for you, protects you, supports you. I want to be your husband. And I want to be your wife, I answer without hesitation, all vestiges of teasing gone. I want him to see my heart through my eyes, to hear my love in my voice. Is that right? He asks, and leans forward to press a soft kiss to my lips. That's right, I whisper against his mouth. But now, I have some bad news for you. He leans back and stares into my eyes. I'm certain I want to marry this man more than I've probably ever wanted to do anything. But I don't want the typical wedding. I've spent my whole life in the spotlight, and the moment we commit to each other for the rest of our lives, I want those words to be spoken without flashing cameras and wedding planners and anything else that could distract us from what is the most important part. Harrison and me, and the love that brought our sweet little angel into this world. We're going to elope. No big wedding, he asks, and I shake my head. Just me, you, and Ellie. He smiles and kisses me once more. Sounds perfect, baby, and not all that bad. I shake my head with a smile, and then let out a little laugh. Yeah, that's not the bad part. His eyebrows draw together. Then what is? You have to tell your friends. The very next morning, we are up early, packing up for our big exit from the hospital. I can't deny that it's going to be a relief to be at Harrison's apartment for a week or two until we're ready to head back to LA. The hospital staff here has been so wonderful to us, but it's time we officially start our lives as a family of 3. Ellie is dressed in the cutest little flower-embossed onesie with a pretty pink bow on her head, safely strapped into her car seat and ready to hit the road. And I'm comfy and cozy in yoga pants and a t-shirt, my postpartum belly still poking out beneath my clothes. And I'm doing a great job of bypassing the whole situation between my legs. Carnage and a pad so big it could absorb an oil spill from a 747. And just acting like it doesn't exist. Harrison tucks the last of the gifts from his friends into one of our 17 bags and laughs. I wonder if they realize that we also need to fit a baby into the car. I smile. It's so sweet of them, Harrison. You really have the best friends. He corrects. We have the best friends. I nod, just as Ellie squeaks a tiny, newborn squeal in her car seat. It is most likely the start of a cry, and Harrison jumps into action before I can even think about moving to quiet her. Hi, little angel of mine, he says in the sweetest freaking voice. We'll be on our way soon, home to rest and recover, and then right back into filming with your mommy. You'll see, Ellie. Your mom is one of the most beloved people in the whole world. I shake my head with a smile as he keeps talking, rubbing the tip of his thumb across her tiny cheek. But you'll never have to worry. We'll always love you more. All of a sudden, though, it hits me like lightning. The sour gut at the mention of filming. The absolute torturous churn that overpowers it at the reminder the whole world is watching, and will soon know that Ellie has made her debut. Dealing with Heidi and the fallout from having to completely revamp my team. It all sounds horrible, and I don't think I want to do it. Actually, scratch that. I know I want to do it. I know I don't want to live that life anymore. I want privacy and calm and quiet and motherhood and family. I want all the things I haven't had since I was a child myself. Maybe I'll change my mind at some point. But right now, I don't want hustle and bustle. I want to be a mom. I want to snuggle and cuddle my baby. And I want to do it without worrying about dieting and binge exercising to get my mom body under control for the Hollywood critics. Most people would probably think I'm being impulsive, that I'm high on birth hormones and Hollywood-style trauma or something crazy like that. But this doesn't feel impulsive at all. This feels like it's been a long time coming. For the past decade, I think I've been on the path to burnout. And I am officially burned the fuck out from Hollywood and LA and the crazy schedule I've been at the mercy of for far too long. I just want this. Right now. This moment. And I want it here. In New York. With our friends. Harrison, I say, the sudden need for urgency diving into my veins and making this impossible for me to ignore. I know what I want for my life. And I want that life. Harrison's, Ellie's, and my life, our life, to start right now. You won't believe it, Ellie, he coos, smiling down at our daughter. The buildings are so tall, and there are so many people. Harrison, but they pretty much keep to themselves, sweetheart. So you don't have to worry about vultures like you will in L.A. That's where they really... Harrison! He jerks his head around suddenly, clearly hearing me for the first time as a result of being so enamored of our little girl. I don't mind, though, because as soon as he gets a look at my face, there's nothing in the whole world that's more important to him than listening to what I have to say. Yeah, baby. God, how'd I get so lucky with a man like this? I honestly don't know. But I swear on everything, I will spend the rest of my life being nothing but grateful. Grateful and living in the moment, actually enjoying life with my little family. I don't want to go back to L.A., I admit out loud for the first time ever. It's not as easy as I thought it would be, this drastic change I'm signed up for. But oddly enough, there is so much freedom in that. So much freedom in being in complete control of my life. I want us to stay here, in New York, as a family. I don't want to be consumed with work and crazy schedules. I want to be around our friends instead of all the fake people out there. And I want to focus on just being a mom. Normally, I'd be locked into ironclad contracts. But the timing is actually kind of perfect. Since I was so close to popping out this kid anyway, Highlander had already shot the rest of my scenes for the season ahead of the cast. Part of what I spent my last ungodly long day doing, and had several options for writing my character out of the show completely. And thanks to my planned maternity leave, I hadn't committed to anything else yet either. Harrison searches my eyes for a long moment. If he's wondering how I've gotten here to this decision, he doesn't ask. Obviously, he can see that all I need right now is support. Okay, Rock. If that's what you want, that's what we'll do. His warm smile makes my chest expand. And I'll move heaven and earth to make sure you get it, baby. I nod. I know he will. This man, he owns my heart. Anything for my girls, he says with a smile that lights up every single fleck in his amazing green eyes. With a wink, he steps forward and wraps his arms around me to give me a kiss. No matter what, baby, you'll always be my star. I nod into the crease of his neck, tears threatening to make their debut. Harrison Hughes. He's the best in the whole world.
Chapter: Billionaire Justice League. Harrison. I peek in the bedroom, filled with every baby item known to man, courtesy of my friends, and my gaze lands on Ellie, sleeping in the center of her crib. Rocky is asleep on the daybed across the room, her hair fanned out across the pillow and her lips slightly parted. She's beautiful. She's always beautiful. But tonight, she looks content in a way I've never seen her before. I know deciding to leave show business behind might be an emotional response to the betrayal she's endured at the hands of her team. But I'm okay either way, temporary or permanent. Jared didn't even blink when I suggested he hand over Hawcom West Coast to my second-in-command, a young guy all too happy to get a change in scenery since he's not ready to settle down. And I'm just glad for the respite the decision to shift coasts seems to have given Rocky now. And for the opportunity to get our family as far away from those toxic people as possible. Because as angry and hurt as I know she is, I know I feel exponentially angrier. I hide it well. She doesn't need or deserve to see any of it firsthand. But I was manipulated away from my family by a woman who proved herself conniving from the very first moment I met her. I can't let that stand. Not for me, and certainly not for Rocky. So, while she's peacefully secure in the bubble of new motherhood, I'll be working quietly in the background to ensure that the people who have betrayed us get theirs, and then some. I tiptoe into the darkness of my study, shut the door with a soft click, and then flick on the light to find my way behind my desk. I settle into the supple leather of my favorite chair and dial Cap's number. He answers on the second ring. "I've been waiting for your call," he says, his voice more businessy than I've had the pleasure of hearing it in a long time. Since he's one of the most revered lawyers in the world, I know it's something he's capable of. But with his friends, he's much more prone to letting down his metaphorical hair. "I was waiting until Rocky and Ellie were settled." "Understood. I took the liberty of getting the ball rolling. Obviously, this kind of case isn't my particular forte, but Ruby and I know enough people who can help us. All I need from you are the details. Send me texts, call histories, timing, anything and everything you can think of." The list of Heidi's crimes is a mile long, but I have no problem digging deep into every interaction both Rocky and I have had with her. I don't care if it takes me fucking days. I will find everything I possibly can that will ensure some justice will be served. Consider it done. And, of course, I just need to know one very important thing. How bad do you want her to hurt? A wolf-like laugh jumps from my throat. How bad do I want to hurt Heidi Morris? Man, I'm not generally the revenge type, but this, I can't let go. And I certainly can't make it easy on her. What she did was unforgivable. The hell she put Rocky through is something I won't ever forget. For all the pain Heidi caused Rocky over the years and everything she did to both of us since, I shake my head. Yeah, make it bad, Cap. Make it really fucking bad. Cap's laugh is exactly what I would picture for a rich, good-looking, maniacal, hero-style vigilante in any Avengers movie. With pleasure, Harry. With pleasure. Chapter: The Peace of Forgiveness. 4 months later. Harrison. "Rocky!" "Yeah?" she yells back from the floor of the living room, where I know she's lying eye to eye with little Ellie during her tummy time and making all the cutest faces. "Come here," I say from the door to our bedroom. "I'm a little busy," she yells back predictably. I shake my head with a smile and tuck her phone into my pocket, strolling casually down the hall to the living room. About a month ago, after 3 months of voicemails from her brother, the long-lost Luca Weaver, we agreed that if he kept calling for another month, she would take the bull by the horns and call him back. 3 months of licking her wounds was acceptable, but after that, she'd be the one at fault. Because clearly, Luca, despite his abandonment and mistakes, is serious about making an effort to make things right with his sister. And Rocky, while content with just Ellie and me, deserves all the family she can get. And at this point in her life, Luca is the only other family she has. Her parents haven't shown any interest in their daughter's life or the life she created in Ellie. They haven't called or written or sent a card of congratulations. I don't know what kind of poison Hollywood injected into the Weaver parents' veins, but it seems to me as if they've written their kids off as people entirely. Both Rocky's and Luca's lives are products of their abandonment, and as such they need to lean on each other. I make my way into the room and settle onto the couch behind Rocky, stretching my arms across the back cushions, and Ellie cranes her little neck as much as possible to try to look at me. Immediately sucked in, I drop my cool guy act and dive down onto the floor beside my woman so we can both make silly faces at our girl. Ellie laughs and coos, and I swear to God, being a father is the best gig I've ever had. She makes my days special. Well, her and her mother, who, as of a few weeks after Ellie was born, just so happens to be my gorgeous wife, too. That's right. My Rocky got her wish for a small elopement ceremony at City Hall. She wore a sexy little white dress. I wore a suit, and our Ellie had on a little dress and one of those frilly bows her mom is always putting on her head. And we said, "I do." Just the 3 of us. I never dreamed I'd be this blessed, but my good fortune is undeniable. I have the best woman in the whole world, a little girl made in an unexpected night of love, and the best friends a guy could ask for. In fact, Heidi Morris should be neck-deep in legal proceedings for the next 25 years, thanks to my awesome friends. My loathing for her rivals that of Joe Exotic for Carol Baskin, though, so I'm not sure it'll ever be enough. Not to worry. I draw the line at murder for hire. I have too much good stuff to lose. When Ellie eventually tuckers out and Rocky nurses her to sleep, the woman of my dreams and I finally get the alone time I've been waiting for. Normally, we'd find something both salacious and satisfying to do with it, but today the sexual tension will have to stop at the meeting of our lips. I taste and taunt and then pull away to fluttering eyelids. When she ultimately forces them open, I turn her palm over with my free hand and settle the weight of her phone into the cradle of it with the other. It's time, Rock. Call Luca back. She shakes her head, and the heartache in her eyes makes me pause. But I know I'm doing the right thing here. They both deserve to have each other. I don't even know what to say. It doesn't matter, I assure her. You can be mad or accusatory, or you can be civil and distant. All I know is that you have to be something. This conversation might not be the best, but eventually they'll get better. They just have to start somewhere. She sucks her lips into her mouth and nods, flipping the phone over and dialing before she can turn back. My brave, forgiving girl. She chews at her lip as it rings, and I reach out to take her hips with my hands. No matter what, I'll be here to steady her. Hello? I can barely hear Luca's voice when he answers, but at the sound of it, I'm immediately catapulted right back into our childhood in the Weaver's backyard. Both Luca and me climbing trees while Rocky chased us. Only eventually she got big enough to make it up the trunk along with us. She followed me right into the tree and plopped down on the branch next to me. Impressed, I'd tossed my arm around her slight 5-year-old frame and shaken her into my side. Luca started singing instantly. Harrison and Rocky sitting in a tree, Kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes a baby in a baby carriage. I never could have imagined just how right he was, or how wrong he was about the order. I know, Rocky says forcefully, cutting into my trip down memory lane. But calling 100 times all of a sudden doesn't make up for not calling at all for 8 freaking years, Luca. I know you needed to leave. I know you needed a clean start. But did you really have to cut me out, too? My chest squeezes at the hurt in her voice, and a knot forms in my throat as I listen to her go on. You know about the baby? I didn't realize you could get news in the middle of nowhere, she says sarcastically, and I can't help but laugh. Mostly because there's just a hint of a smile starting to curl the corner of her lips. The call is good. Things with her brother will be good. At least, eventually. Relief fills my chest. Yes, it's a girl, she says into the phone. Ellie. She turned 4 months old last week. She listens for a bit, a little bigger smile creasing the skin at the corners of her eyes. If you knew about her, I guess you've heard about the father then, too. She smiles fully now, and it's only after she says, Harrison Hughes, that I know why. She's happy to be reconnecting, sure, but she's even happier to have something to stick it to Luca right in the gonads. His arch-nemesis from childhood, now the father of his only niece. That asshole is the only reason I'm even calling you right now, Luca, so you can cool your jets. I hear Luca then, but only because his voice has risen to a roar. What the fuck, Rocky? I can see your anger is still a problem, so we'll talk later when you've had time to calm the hell down. Without missing a beat, Rocky pulls the phone away from her ear and hangs up immediately. My eyes widen, but I can't help but laugh. My God, I feel like I'm 9 years old all over again. Granted, there's a little bit saltier language being used now than there used to be. But the gang is most definitely back together. The formerly knobby-kneed girl looks back at me with perfectly violet eyes, and my whole heart jumps to tell her I love her. We are in control of our own destiny. Whether it's a plan we've had forever or a plan we never saw coming, it doesn't matter. All I know is I sure as hell picked a good one.
Chapter Happily Ever After. 2 months later. Raquel. I'm sorry, Rocky, Lucas says, and his voice shines with honesty. My brother's blue eyes are genuine and earnest as he apologizes for what has to be the 10th time since I arrived at his and his fiancée Billy's home in the Hollywood Hills. Ever since I finally called him back a few months ago, and he calmed down about an hour later, we've been in constant contact. When Harrison and I finalized our plans to make a trip out to LA to settle a few things with our old apartments, we knew getting together with my brother needed to be a part of it. Given the fact that he can't take a shit without someone wanting to know about it, and my step back from Hollywood has made me scantily accessible to the paparazzi. Dinner at my brother's house seemed like the best option. It's the first time we've seen each other in what feels like an eternity, and I can't deny it feels good. I was a selfish dick, he continues. I know that. But I was also a big fat fucking mess. It's just the two of us outside on the patio now, beside a gorgeous infinity pool that showcases one hell of a view of LA. It seemed like Luca couldn't wait to get me alone as soon as Harrison and I arrived with Ellie in tow. I'm not entirely sure if it was because he wanted the bad blood between us settled, or he wanted to be away from his biggest childhood enemy. But I can't be picky about the reason either way. Because whether their youthful rivalry still lives on or not, at least no punches were thrown in the entryway. And we're mending fences. Harrison took Ellie into one of their guest bedrooms to change her diaper, and Billy is working on finishing up dinner. Luca's lovable dog, Bailey, greeted us at the door, but quickly excused himself to cling to Billy's every move. Apparently, the dog favors her unabashedly. And Luca is apologizing relentlessly to me. He wants me to forgive him. That much is apparent. And truthfully, I already have. Life is too short to hold grudges against people who are clearly good on the inside. But that doesn't mean I can't have a little fun with him for a little while longer. I mean, he was MIA for 8 years. Surely I can screw with him for another 10 minutes. You were definitely a dick, I agree with a little smile. Probably the biggest dick ever. To just leave your sister behind. His responding sigh is forlorn and even kind of pathetic. And I probably shouldn't be enjoying it this much. But man, it feels good to be having a conversation with my sibling at all. Do you think you're ever going to be able to forgive me? He eventually asks. And I shrug. I guess that depends. On what exactly? If you can promise me you won't turn into fucking Houdini again and disappear for another 8 years. He smiles at that. That's a promise I can definitely keep. And even though I'm in New York and you guys are in LA, you need to call me and visit, especially once my niece or nephew is born. I want to see you at least once a month. That's right. My big brother is going to have a baby. His fiancée, Billy, is almost 3 months along. It's certainly not the life I ever expected to see for him. But damn, does it make me happy. Twice a month, he responds without hesitation. It's a hefty promise while living on opposite sides of the country. But his willingness to make the effort is what counts. It feels so good to know he's missed me too. God, I still can't believe you're engaged, and you're going to be a dad. I still can't believe you had a baby with Harrison fucking Hughes. Now would probably be a good time to tell him that Harrison fucking Hughes is also my husband, that we eloped at City Hall about a month after Ellie was born in a little ceremony with just the 3 of us. And once we said our I do's, we met our whole crazy group of friends for a pancake breakfast at Klein and George's house. That it was private, quiet, and intimate, and that the boy he hated so much when we were kids turned into the best damn man on the planet. But it's going so well, and there will be plenty of time to talk about it later. Maybe during dinner or something. You know, when I can really give him a good shock. No, that's not an evil smirk, you see. A beautiful baby, I might add. On that, we can certainly agree. Speaking of which, I need to hold her. So can we skip to the end of this powwow for now? He pouts dramatically, and I roll my eyes. Forgive me, Rock. I promise I won't do such a shitty job of being your brother this time. I forgive you, I say with a laugh and reach out my arms to pull him into a tight hug. I'll probably never stop giving you shit for this for the rest of our lives, but I definitely forgive you. Love you, sis. He chuckles and squeezes me tightly one more time before letting go. Love you too, you big jerk. Just as we walk back toward the inside of the house, he pauses and stops our progress. Mind if I ask what ended up happening with Heidi? He asks, and a devilish smile crests his lips. I always hated that woman, and I'm really hoping some fucking justice was served for the bullshit she pulled. Even back in the day, Luca never liked Heidi. I can still hear him in my head all those years ago calling her a total fucking bitch. Harrison and I tried to keep the whole Heidi Morris thing private, but she made it pretty much impossible. Shortly after she got word that we were not going to let her off easy, aka drown her in lawsuits and legal fees, she tried to turn the tables on us, acted like I fired her for no reason, countersued for wrongful termination, and even tried to pretend I was some kind of evil witch boss who made her life a living hell and treated her unfairly while she was working with me. Yeah. I really wouldn't be surprised if her house is filled with 101 Dalmatians and closets of fur coats. But with Kaplan Hawkins and the team of lawyers he put together for us, Heidi Morris will never be working in Hollywood again. Once they started digging really deep into the case, they found that not only had she been illegally toying with my phone and messages, she'd also been stealing money from me. Legit stealing money from me, as if her 10% wasn't enough. No wonder that wench was always wanting me to work as much as possible. Needless to say, between all the emotional damage of her deceit and the actual financial damage I incurred from her, Heidi is quite possibly looking at a stint in prison, and the stark reality that she has to pay back everything she stole. Oh, trust me, I grin over at Luca. Justice is going to be served. Thank fuck for that, he chuckles. Besides you forgiving me, that might be the best news I've heard all day. Dive in, everyone, Billy announces with an adorable grin as she sets the last dish on the large dining table, and all of us take our seats. Bailey curls up in the corner of the room and lays his head down on his paws while I concentrate on the feast in front of us. Fried chicken, mashed potatoes, corn on the cob. Hot damn! I think I'm in love with my soon-to-be sister-in-law already. It smells amazing, I say, and Harrison agrees. It sure does. Thank you. The chicken is my granny's recipe. It has enough butter in it to grease a wheel bearing, but it's so good it's worth it, she says through a little giggle. I smirk a little at the reference. I in no way understand. And Luca shrugs. She's from West Virginia. What? Billy looks at him, but he's quick to distract her with compliments. This looks fantastic, princess. Luca smiles at her like the sun literally rises and sets from her ass, and she forgets all about his comment. There's no doubt about it. Being happy and in love looks good on my brother. I reach out and squeeze Harrison's hand, and he flashes a soft smile my way. With Ellie sleeping in her car seat at Harrison's and my feet, we all dive into the food. Since I'm still breastfeeding and feel like I'm starving all the freaking time, I don't hesitate to load up on all the goodness. Mama ain't got time to be worried about her weight and all that. The food doesn't disappoint. And truthfully, I'm so invested in the meal that I hardly hear the sounds of someone walking down the hallway and into the dining room. Apparently, none of us does, until she's right in front of us, wide-eyed and apologetic. "Oh, shit. I didn't know you had company." Birdie Harris, one of my favorite country music singers, and Billy's older sister, says. She's just as pretty as she looks in magazines, and on album covers, and in interviews on TV. And, unlike my Hollywood persona, it looks like every bit of it is natural. "It's fine, Birdie," Billy says and waves her off. "Sit your butt down and grab a plate. I made more than enough." No. "Birdie, sit down and eat," Lucas says with a smile, jumping up to grab another chair for her. "You know your sister always makes enough to feed an army." Billy flips my brother in the middle finger, and I grin. Yeah, I definitely like her. She's the exact right kind of woman to keep Luca in line. Billy takes it upon herself to stand up from her seat, grab a plate, hand it to her sister, and force Birdie to sit down. When Birdie's ass is finally planted, Billy takes the time to introduce her. An introduction I in no way need. "Everyone, this is my sister, Birdie. Birdie, this is Luca's sister, Raquel, and her main squeeze, Harrison, and their sweet little baby, Ellie, is down there sleeping in her car seat." "Birdie, can I just say that I'm a huge fan?" I squeak. No chill or patience in my game. Her eyes go wide. "Are you being serious right now?" I look around the room. Yes? "The Raquel Weaver is a fan of my music?" She questions back on a laugh. "Okay, yeah. Thank you for basically making my whole life. And if you ever want to go to a show, you let me know." "Oh, man," Harrison chuckles. "There is no doubt she's going to take you up on that. This woman right here has been listening to your newest album on repeat. And I mean that literally. It never stops." "Wow, way to play it cool." I slap him on the chest, and he just laughs. "Honey, I think the cat was already out of the bag. You didn't even wait a full second to fangirl on her." "You know," Luca chimes in, "Birdie is in LA because she's auditioning for a movie. Maybe you two should talk. I know you're out of the business now, but she could use some advice from someone who's been there. A woman who's been there." "Of course," I respond and look over at Birdie. "What movie?" "Grassroots." "Oh, yeah. I know that movie." My eyes meet Luca's again. "Your old pals Andrew and Howie are working on that one, right?" He nods. "Yep." I may not be in the Hollywood scene anymore. Thank everything. But before I left for good, I heard a whole lot of buzz about Grassroots. And I know that Howie King is directing it, and Andrew Watson, a.k.a. Mr. Infamous Playboy and Heartthrob, is already cast as the lead. Back in the day, Luca used to be real good friends with both of them. Are you still close with those guys, Luca? Andrew and Howie? I guess you could say we're getting back to being close. He shrugs and pops a bite of chicken into his mouth. Nothing like taking a Sabbatical for 8 freaking years and then coming back and having to repair relationships, huh? I wink, and he laughs. Something like that. Have you told her about Andrew, then? Luca chokes on his potatoes, and I take that as an unequivocal no. What? Bertie says. What about Andrew? In terms of being wild and untamable, Andrew Watson gave my brother a run for his money. I've never worked with him before, but I've heard enough stories to know that he is trouble with a capital T. Bertie's eyes widen slightly, and I nod. My advice? She nods. Be careful with him, and keep it as professional as possible. Rocky, Luca chides. Don't scare her about Andrew. He's not that bad. You're getting him wrong. I don't know why, but right now, well, it feels like the very best time to drop one last bomb on my big brother. Oh, yeah? It's possible to get a person all wrong? I challenge. Yes, Luca confirms, walking right into my trap. Good. Then you'll be glad to hear Harrison and I are married. We eloped shortly after Ellie was born. Oh, shit, Harrison mutters as he chokes on his wine. I smile. Luca glares. Bertie looks around the table, mostly just confused. Billy bursts into giggles, and Bailey picks his head up at the sound. But then Luca looks toward his fiancée. You find that funny, Princess? Oh, yeah, she retorts, completely unfazed. I think your sister has quite a way with delivering news. I like it. Billy flashes a wink in my direction. You like that she's fucking with me right now, Princess? Uh-huh. Because then you get all caveman angry, and I think it's hot. Although, I don't think you should get all caveman angry this time. A soft smile covers her face. I think you should just be happy for your sister. Luca sighs, but eventually his eyes meet mine. So you got married and didn't invite me to the wedding? Actually, we didn't invite anyone. It was just me, Harrison, and Ellie. Small and intimate. That's the way I wanted it. Are you happy? He asks. And I don't hesitate to answer. The happiest I've ever been. Abruptly, my brother stands up from his seat and walks around the table. He stops at Harrison's chair, and as my husband stands up to meet him at eye level, all of a sudden I have a moment of panic. Oh man, did I just light a freaking fire? Are they going to fight? Right here? Like when we were freaking kids, smashing into the table and shit? Dear God, save the mashed potatoes! Luca, I try to be the voice of reason, but I am quickly cut off. Harrison, I have to give it to you, my brother says with what could be a hint of a smile, but I can't be sure. I hold my breath for what feels like forever as I wait for him to finish. You might have been a real dick when we were kids, he continues, but you've grown up into the kind of man who takes care of my baby sister. Anyone who can put that kind of smile and happiness in Rocky's eyes is good in my book. He holds out his hand. Congratulations, man. Thanks, Harrison says and shakes his hand. I really appreciate that, Luca. And before I know it, they're both doing some kind of weird bro hug thing. Holy hell. This is unexpected. You're not allowed to leave me for Harrison, caveman, Billy chimes in around a mouthful of mashed potatoes. Luca just laughs and sits back down beside her, rubbing a hand over her belly. Like I'd ever leave you. Get real, princess. You're stuck with me forever. Promise? Promise. I watch as Luca presses a kiss to Billy's forehead, and then proceeds to extend another olive branch toward Harrison, asking him all sorts of small-talk questions, which is really something since my brother loathes small talk. But he makes the effort, and that says everything. Who knows? Maybe my brother and my husband just might end up being friends. Stranger things have happened, right? I mean, I was a virgin who got pregnant during a one-night stand and ended up marrying the guy. My perfect guy. I look over at Harrison and press a soft kiss to his cheek. He smiles back at me briefly before pressing his lips to mine. What a beautiful life this is. I can't believe I get to be the one to live it. This concludes Winning Hollywood's Goodest Girl by Max Monroe, narrated by Samantha Summers and Eric Michael Summerer. Copyright 2020 by Max Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Monroe, care of Bookcase Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.